Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The Fire Dragon Curse was Jerry's proudest invention so far. Flame magic forged by fusing the fire-making charm. The Fiendfire Curse, Dumbledore's Vulcan spellwork, and Sun Long's Eastern Fireball techniques. 2 worlds, 2 systems, 1 spell. Its strengths were clear, controllable, devastating over a wide area, and the flames inflicted wounds that resisted healing. The downside? Mana consumption, but with Jerry's current reserves, it was manageable. Fire Dragon Descend. In the stillness of his box space, Jerry raised his wand. A 10-meter-long dragon of blazing fire roared into existence, its body twisting like a living beast before crashing into rows of conjure practice dolls. They burst into charred fragments as the dragon dissolved. Jerry lowered his wand, lips pressed thin. Better, but not enough. At present, Jerry had no shortage of single-target killing spells. The Killing Curse, the Shadowless Slash, even his Particle Cannon, all deadly against a handful of opponents. But against many enemies? That was his weakness. And Marvel was a world of armies, not duels. He knew what was coming. The fall of Thor's hammer meant Asgard wasn't far behind. And when Loki arrived, he wouldn't come alone. He would bring an alien host armed with weapons beyond Earth's imagination. Thousands of warriors, sky beasts, laser cannons. Jerry's heart hardened. In a battle like that, what use is killing a dozen enemies? He could avoid it, perhaps, take Haas, Aisha, and leave New York before the storm. But would that solve anything? Could he run for the Chitauri? From Thanos? For whatever cataclysm came next? No. Escape only delayed death. If he wanted to protect his family, if he wanted to live on his own terms, there was only one path. Grow strong enough to face the storm head-on. And there was another reason. The Avengers' War was not just a crisis. It was an opportunity. Saving lives, destroying aliens. Each act would rain down little red stars. More stars meant more worlds to learn from, more knowledge to master. But to stand out in that battlefield, he needed true area of effect destruction. Jerry reviewed his options. The Fiendfire Curse? Too unstable. Consuming everything in its path, friend, foe, city alike. Unless he reached Voldemort's level, casting it was suicide. Dumbledore's Sea of Fire. Vulcan clears the way. Brilliant, but far beyond his current foundation. Even Flitwick, Master of Charms, could not wield it. Particle cannons? Too slow. Charging the mid-battle against swarms of aliens was wishful thinking. Shadowless Slash? Effective, but still limited in scale. The fire element was the answer. It had always been the most devastating form of group magic. He only needed a form he could control. So, he forged one himself. The result, the Fire Dragon Curse. A conjured dragon of flame, wide-reaching, precise, and terrifying to behold. Not yet perfect, but a foundation. With time, he could refine it, grow its size, increase its numbers, unleash entire swarms of fire dragons sweeping across the battlefield. The hardest step was always creation. Once the framework existed, improvement was inevitable. Jerry exhaled slowly, sweat dampening his forehead. His eyes burned with determination. This is just the beginning. If Merlin had been my age, he would have done no better. Behind him, Sun Long, who had been watching silently, finally spoke, awe in his tone. To think, only 2 months of discussion, and you've birthed a spell like this. I don't know how many professors you've consulted at Hogwarts, but to me, you've surpassed every measure of genius I knew. Jerry didn't answer. He only stared at the ashes of the shattered dolls, mind already racing ahead. To aliens, to Avengers, to the purple titan waiting in the shadows of the future. The Fire Dragon's roar was only the first note of the storm to come. April 19th, 1992. Easter holidays had arrived at Hogwarts. Like Christmas, the break lasted 2 weeks. Unlike Christmas, it was anything but relaxing. With final exams looming in 2 months, professors buried students under mountains of assignments. For those who failed, the punishment was severe: repeat the year. No one wanted to end up like the unfortunate Gryffindor boy who had been left behind last year, mocked mercilessly by his peers. The result? The busiest place on campus during the holiday wasn't the Quidditch pitch or the common rooms. It was the library. Jerry, of course, didn't have to worry about exams. Still, he spent nearly all his time in the library, not reviewing but digging for fire magic. His fire dragon curse was functional, but not yet the devastating force he envisioned. What he wanted was something greater: 10 fire dragons, 100, 1,000, rolling waves of destruction. After combing through shelves, he finally found a promising title: How to Magically Make a Fire Bigger by Cecil Hilbert. He pulled it free, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Another piece for the puzzle. That was when he spotted a hulking figure ahead, trying and failing to hide a stack of suspiciously familiar books behind his back. Hagrid, Jerry called lightly. Borrowing books too? The gamekeeper froze, then gave a guilty cough. Ah, Jerry, just looking around. Jerry's sharp eyes had already caught the titles: British and Irish fire dragon species, from Dragon Egg to Hellfire, a guide to keeping fire dragons. His lips curved. So it's happened. The Dragon Egg from Quirrell. He said nothing, only smiled. If you've got time, Hagrid, would you take me to see the Thestrals again? I'm fascinated by them. At once Hagrid brightened, his round face splitting in a grin. Of course. Glad you've got an interest in them. Though Hagrid distrusted Slytherins, Jerry was an exception. Polite, hard-working, and genuinely curious about magical creatures. Jerry reminded him more of a budding magizoologist than a snake. Few students cared about such things, and that alone endeared Jerry to him. Jerry chatted casually about Thestrals before heading to the reading area. Magical creatures intrigue him. He'd seen enough of fantastic beasts to know their abilities could be weapons, shields, or more. If used wisely, they could be as powerful as any spell. The reading area was crowded with the usual contrast. Ron Weasley slumped over his desk, groaning, "I'll never finish all this. It's impossible." His quill rolled from his hand as he stared longingly out the window. Across from him, Hermione had every note color-coded and a revision schedule neatly mapped out. Jerry shook his head. Those who needed to work didn't, and those who didn't need to worked hardest of all. "Oi, Hagrid, what are you doing here?" Ron suddenly shouted, spotting the half-giant trying to sneak past with his bundle. Caught! Hagrid shuffled over. Harry, who had been diligently writing, perked up at once. If Hagrid was hiding something, it might be tied to the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone. A few whispered words later, and he invited them to his hut for a chat. Jerry went with them, though his mind wasn't on the stone at all. An hour later, inside Hagrid's hut, Jerry's eyes locked on the fireplace. Nestled in the flames was a large, black egg, scales glinting faintly red. A dragon egg. Harry, Ron, and Hermione peppered Hagrid with questions about the stone. Jerry ignored them. His thoughts burned hotter than the fire. Dragons were among the most fearsome, magical beasts alive. Massive bodies, armored scales, poisonous fangs, claws sharper than swords, wings that cut the air, and above all, their fire, deadly, relentless, near impossible to resist. A single dragon could require 10 skilled Aurors casting in unison to subdue, and even then it wasn't guaranteed. But dragons had a weakness too: low intelligence. Even tamed from birth, they remained volatile, prone to turning on handlers. Every dragon keeper carried scars, Charlie Weasley most of all. Jerry's lips tightened. Difficult, but not impossible. And if I succeed, a fire dragon would be more than a weapon. It would be a force of nature at his command. Against the coming alien invasion, against Chitauri swarms and purple tyrants, such a creature could tip the scales. Perhaps, in future worlds, he would find spells to tame or bind dragons fully. Until then, even partial control would make it worthwhile. Jerry's gaze lingered on the egg. The flickering flames reflected in his eyes. A dragon at his side. That was a future worth chasing. At midnight, when everyone had fallen asleep, including those murals hanging on the wall, Jerry put a disillusionment spell on himself, avoided the patrolling Filch and Mrs. Norris, and quietly left Honolulu. Gwar's castle, sneaking carefully in the dark, across the edge of the Black Lake, across the Quidditch pitch. Jerry soon came to Hagrid's cabin full of big pumpkins. Damn! After flicking his wand down the hound Fong Fong squatting at the door, he walked cautiously to the big window of the cabin on his feet. Looking into the room through the window, Hagrid's tall body was lying on the big bed in the corner of the room, sleeping soundly. The loud snoring made the hams and pheasants hanging on the ceiling of the cabin tremble. "Hagrid, I'm sorry." After making a little observation and confirming that Hagrid was really asleep, Jerry pointed his wand at the fire dragon egg in the fireplace of the cottage, and the fire dragon egg was immediately wrapped by an invisible force and flew out of the fireplace full of flames. Fly towards the direction of the big window. Opening the box and throwing the fire dragon egg into the space of the box, he took out a note written in advance from the wizard robe and sent it to the big table in the center of the cabin with his mind control magic, before slowly leaving the cabin. The note left just now was written by Jerry as Quirrell disguised as a stranger. In order to know how to use the three-headed dog, Quirrell deliberately pretended to be a strange wizard and lost Hagrid's dragon egg by playing cards to win Hagrid's trust. The content of the note now mainly said that he regretted losing the dragon egg to Hagrid in the card game, so he secretly took the dragon egg away at night. The purpose is to prevent Hagrid from making things worse by throwing the dragon egg. In fact, according to the development in the movie, after Hagrid hatched the dragon egg, he was found and sent away by Dumbledore not long after he hatched it, because according to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, no one can raise a dragon privately. If Hagrid's dragon raising was discovered, he might be sent to Azkaban for a while in the end. Of course, it is false to say that Jerry stole Hagrid's dragon egg for Hagrid's good. He just wanted to have a good helper in the future World War I. However, doing so still made Jerry feel a little ashamed of Hagrid. After all, he felt that Hagrid was a pretty good person during the time he got along. But the guilt is the guilt. The dragon egg should be stolen or should be stolen. And now the main thing is to try to improve his own strength first. As long as he doesn't touch the bottom line, he can actually accept it. It can only be said that I will find a way to compensate Hagrid when I have the strength in the future. To be honest, these days, Jerry sometimes finds that his behavior is really more and more like a Slytherin. Perhaps part of the reason why the Sorting Hat sorted him in a Slytherin was because he really noticed some qualities deep in his heart that fit Slytherin. Back in the common room, Jerry jumped into the box space. At this time, in the villa in the box space, Sun Long was carefully putting the black dragon eggs in the burning fireplace. When he saw Jerry appearing, he asked with some doubts, "What kind of egg is this? It wants to hatch in the flames." Before stealing the dragon eggs, Jerry entered the box space in advance and told Sun Long that he would send a big egg in later and asked him to send it directly to the fireplace of the villa after receiving the egg and slowly hatch it with flames. "Oh, it's a fire dragon egg, so it must be hatched in the flames, but you don't have to be so careful. It is estimated to be a week or two away from hatching. Not so fast." Fire dragon egg. Didn't the fire dragon become extinct long ago? Sun Long was startled when he heard this. In the world of The Sorcerer's Apprentice, creatures such as the Western Dragon and the Easter Dragon have been extinct long, long ago, so now Jerry is so surprised when he says that it is a dragon egg. Since Sun Long was locked in the box space, Jerry didn't let him out again, so he didn't know that he was no longer in the world of The Sorcerer's Apprentice. The world is so big, there are no surprises. This is indeed a fire dragon egg, and it is a fire dragon egg that can hatch fire dragons. Jerry didn't explain too much, just shrugged. Some things don't need to be explained too clearly to Sun Long. After he has thoroughly learned about magic from Sun Long, he will send Sun Longzai back to the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice. If this is really a fire dragon egg that can hatch a fire dragon, maybe you will become a dragon knight. Sun Long wisely didn't ask any further questions, but made a joke after confirming that it was a fire dragon egg that could be hatched. What dragon knight? After hearing this, Jerry was moved in his heart. Sun Long said in surprise, "You don't know? Before the fire dragon became extinct in the Middle Ages, some court wizards would use dragon training magic to control the fire dragon, and let some strong knights ride the fire dragon to participate in the war. These guys who ride the dragon to fight are called dragon knights." Jerry only stayed in the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice for a week. How could he know the detailed history of that world? Moreover, whether it is the Magician's Handbook of the Merlin faction or the Magician's Handbook of the Morgana faction, it is mainly based on the inheritance of magic. Although there are some historical developments of magic, it is impossible to record the history of the entire world. So Jerry really doesn't know about dragon knights and dragon training magic. Do you know how to train dragons? The dragons are extinct. Who will learn the magic of how to train dragons? Even the magician's manual has deleted this magic. Sun Long spread his hands, but soon thought of something and continued. However, maybe you can ask Balthazar. He has lived for more than 2,000 years, and he may have learned the magic of how to train dragons. Balthazar? Jerry thought for a moment, then nodded. If there is magic to control a fire dragon, then he must learn it. When the time comes, riding a fire dragon to meet the enemy will be much better than him riding a broomstick to meet the enemy. Mr. Sun, just be careful not to extinguish the fire in the fireplace. I'm off to practice. After taking a last look at the fire dragon eggs and the flames, Jerry greeted Sun Long and left the villa to practice meditation in the Merlin circle in the yard. But when he came to the yard, he thought of another problem. That is, the fire dragon egg has really hatched and grown up. With the size of his current box, can it really be used to grow a fire dragon? The answer is definitely not. So in the next period of time, he will have to spare some time to study the untraceable stretch curse. As long as he learns the untraceable stretch curse well, the box space can also slowly expand. And next, he still has to take time to stock up on some food that the fire dragon will eat when it grows up. Otherwise, it will be funny if the fire dragon breaks out of its shell and starves to death without food. A female Charmander breathes on her egg to keep it warm, so it can be hatched in a fireplace. It takes about 6 months for the hatched young dragons to breathe flames normally. Usually, the flames they breathe are extremely hot and accompanied by thick gray smoke. The ability of young dragons to fly appears later, and they are not able to learn to fly until the 12th month. It takes 2 full years for a dragon to fully mature. Note that when feeding a newly hatched dragon, it needs to be fed with a small barrel of brandy and chicken blood every half an hour. After 3 days, you can feed it some meat. They grow very fast. In the library, Jerry took the Breeding Dragons for Fun and Profit, returned by Hagrid, and read it with gusto. Suddenly, a deep and familiar voice came from the door. "Jerry, come out with me." Looking up, it was Snape. After greeting Hermione, Harry, and the others, Jerry took the magic book and registered with Mrs. Pants, and then left the library with Snape. "Professor, what's the matter?" The Easter break wasn't over yet, and Professor Snape wouldn't have come to see him specifically if there was nothing else to do. "Meyer Booth is here. You may go to France in these 2 days." Snape simply replied and said nothing more. And Jerry knew instantly in his heart that maybe his first match with the England Quidditch team was coming soon. Taking people's money to eliminate disasters and receiving 500 gold galleons every month, he can't do nothing. He is already prepared for the competition, so he is not very surprised. When he came to Snape's office, Jerry saw Meyer, who was obviously older. He thought that because he was recruited into the Quidditch team, Meyer was under a lot of pressure during this period. Sure enough, things were pretty much the same as he had imagined. Because of the pressure and the urgent need for Jerry to cheer up the England Quidditch team and prove himself, Meyer applied to participate in the Four Nations Quidditch Championship held this year in the French magic world. The venue is Paris, France. Currently participating countries include the French sponsor, the German Quidditch team, the Spanish Quidditch team, the Italian Quidditch team, and the English Quidditch team. The start time of the game is the day after tomorrow. There are a total of 6 games for 3 days. The rules are similar to the rules of the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. Crossplay. The Quidditch team with the most victories wins the trophy. If the England Quidditch team finally won the trophy, The Ministry of Magic promised to give each player 1,000 gold galleons as a bonus. There is still 1 week before the end of the Easter holiday, so this trip to France will not delay Jerry's start of school at all. Of course, Jerry didn't have any objection to this. After returning to the dormitory, he simply packed his luggage and then followed Meyer to a fireplace connected to the flue network that Hogwarts had specially opened for them. While traveling with flue powder, take care to speak clearly, walk through the correct oven door, tuck your elbows, close your eyes, don't fidget or panic. After Meyer explained the use of flue powder to Jerry, who was using flue powder for the first time, he walked into the fireplace first. Seeing this, Jerry was also unambiguous, imitating Meyer, grabbing a handful of silver flue powder and throwing it into the fireplace. After seeing the flames turn emerald green, he pulled the suitcase and stepped in. London Ministry of Magic. Yes, now they go to the Ministry of Magic first, and then use the Ministry of Magic portkey to go to the French Ministry of Magic, and the British Flue Network can't reach France. Pulling the suitcase and walking out of the fireplace, Jerry patted the dust off his body and quickly scanned the surrounding environment. He was standing at the end of a long, resplendent hall with a dark, polished wooden floor. The peacock blue ceiling is inlaid with gleaming gold symbols, constantly moving and changing like a giant bulletin board in the sky. On both sides are gilded fireplaces inlaid in wood panels. On the left, there are wizards like him emerging, and on the right, wizards line up to leave. The entire hall is densely packed with wizards, and it is estimated that there are at least a few hundred of them by visual inspection. Mr. Carmen, come with me. We have to go to the Department of Magical Sports on the 7th floor to find your teammates. Meyer, who was standing not far in front, saw Jerry appearing from the fireplace, smiled and waved to him. Jerry immediately followed with the suitcase. Passing through the crowd of wizards, a striking magic fountain appeared in his eyes, making him sigh secretly that the Ministry of Magic is really rich. Because the eye-catching statue in the fountain, several times larger than a real person, was actually made of pure gold. There was not one, but 2 wizards, a male and a female, as well as goblins, house elves, and centaurs. As he passed the fountain, he glanced at the bottom of the pool, where there were many gleaming silver sickles and copper nuts, and a small, stained sign beside it read, "All proceeds from the Magic Brothers fountain go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and sickness." Magic Brothers fountain, where's the brother? It's almost called the Magic Couple Fountain. Inwardly complaining that the name of the fountain did not match the statue itself, Jerry followed Meyer to a smaller side hall with 20 lifts surrounded by golden fences. "Coach Meyer, how long has this place existed?" Opening the golden fence and walking into the magic elevator, Jerry asked curiously. "Oh, that's been a long time. It was built here when the Wizarding Council existed before the 18th century. At that time, there were not so many layers. After the establishment of the Ministry of Magic, more and more departments were added until now. The 10th floor. Then what floor is the hall we are in now?" Jerry took a look inside the elevator, but didn't see anything like a floor button. "The hall is on the 8th floor underground. We're going to the 7th floor underground." Meyer explained, "It's normal to be curious when you come to the Ministry of Magic for the first time." As a coach, Meyer has always been very patient. Besides, Jerry is his biggest hole card in the turnaround, so he is even more patient. Just as the magic elevator was about to close because it was full, several purple paper airplanes with the Ministry of Magic logo swished into the elevator. Before Jerry could ask, Meyer explained. It was a note for passing messages between departments. It used to be an owl, but the mess was unbelievable. The desk was full of feces. Hearing the words, Jerry could only sigh that there are still many magics in this world that he doesn't know. Even though he memorized all the textbooks for the 7th grade, bought a lot of magic books, and read a lot of magic books in the library, there are still many magics that he doesn't know. He has never seen the magic of this paper plane autonomously transmitting messages in any book. In fact, the magic in the world of Harry Potter is far from being as simple as Jerry thought. In a world that has developed from ancient times to modern times and formed an entire wizarding social system, The types and quantities of magic are beyond his imagination. Wizards in many different countries have their own unique magic, and there are many magics invented by wizards that have not been announced. Although this world is limited to the blood of the wizard and the magic power in the body, there are not many powerful magics, but there are many lifelike magics and all kinds of strange magics. In contrast, the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice does not have so many types of magic, because the wizards in the world of Harry Potter rely on the awakening of their blood. As long as they have a wizard's blood, they can learn magic. Not only wizard families, even Muggle families can have wizards born with wizard blood. This has led to the fact that the number of wizards in this world has been increasing. But the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice is different. If you want to become a magician, you have to look at your qualifications. Only with qualifications can you learn magic, and without qualifications you can't. Most of the inheritance of magic is also the inheritance of master and apprentice. Although the inheritance has a long history, the number of magicians has always been very rare. There are still some magicians who have obtained longevity, otherwise there are even fewer. Therefore, magic in the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice pays more attention to lethality. Relatively speaking, the number of magic is not that much. The base number leads to not so many new magic being created, and everyone is practicing meditation for longevity. The 7th floor, the Department of Magical Sports and Sports, includes the headquarters of the British and Irish Quidditch League, the official Gobstone Club, and the Burlesque Products Patent Office. The gate of the fence slammed shut, and the elevator slowly rose, its chains rattling. A moment later, an indifferent female voice sounded in the elevator. The fence door of the elevator opened, and a messy corridor appeared in front of Jerry's eyes. Various Quidditch team posters were pasted here and there on the walls of the corridor. Jerry Carmen, our team's new seeker, welcome. In a Quidditch training ground expanded by the untraceable stretching charm, Meyer introduced Jerry to a group of England Quidditch players who were also pulling suitcases. However, these players obviously didn't have much enthusiasm for Jerry's arrival, so the welcome applause was sparse. Jerry didn't feel anything about it. It's normal. In the current situation, except for those wizards at Hogwarts who have watched him play, no one else will believe that his strength will be so strong. Meyer obviously expected it long ago, and he didn't explain much. He had already explained what should be explained, but he just showed a sorry look to Jerry. And Jerry shook his head slightly, expressing his indifference. Next, Meyer introduced the names of all the players and the location of the stadium to Jerry. Jerry just nodded with a smile and didn't say hello enthusiastically. Although he understands, he doesn't need to be hot-faced and cold when facing a group of guys who are flirting with him. Anyway, he participated in the England Quidditch competition only for the sake of King Gallen, and he didn't intend to have any big interaction with his teammates. You know, the more friends you make, the wider your connections, and the more time you will waste virtually, because these friends and connections also need time and energy to maintain. For Jerry, all he needs to do is to maintain a relationship with Meyer, and there is no need for others to waste time. Okay, now that everyone knows each other, let's go to the 6th floor together and then head to the French Ministry of Magic. The 6th floor, the Department of Magical Transportation, including the Flynn Network Management Bureau, the Broomstick Management and Control Bureau, the Portkey Office, and the Apparition Test Center. The indifferent female voice sounded again in the magic elevator, and Jerry and a group of Quidditch players came to the 6th floor of the Ministry of Magic. Walking through the corridor to the Portkey Office, a fat male wizard immediately stood up with a smile and complained to Meyer. Meyer, you are half an hour late for the appointed time. No way. I need to go to Hogwarts to pick up our best seeker. So I wasted a little time. Meyer smiled and shook hands with the wizard. Oh, here's the much-talked-about seeker that my daughter raved about when she came back for Christmas. The fat wizard looked at Jerry with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Afterwards, he turned around and went to get the portkey to be used this time. Mr. Greenglass, the director of the Portkey Office, his daughter seems to be at the same level as you. Meyer explained to Jerry in a low voice. The corner of Jerry's mouth twitched slightly, because he had already thought of who the daughter of the Portkey Office director was. It was his fellow Slytherin first-year classmate, Daphne Greengrass. Hold the portkey together. You may feel a little dizzy when using the portkey for the first time, but it's okay. Don't be too scared. After Mr. Greenglass took out an old boot and put it on the table, Meyer made a special confession to Jerry, who was using the portkey for the first time. In order to prevent the attention of muggles, most of the portkeys are made in the form of daily necessities, and when using portkeys, it is usually accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness. This kind of vertigo is much more serious than what muggles call motion sickness. Before Hogwarts built the Hogwarts Express, little wizards used portkeys to start school, but many little wizards would feel strong nausea and hysteria because of this, which led to the school hospital being closed every few days before the start of school. Overcrowded. However, of course, Jerry didn't feel much about it. His body itself was almost beyond the limit of human beings because of meditation, and he also turned on the Superman mode specially. Seeing that everyone had touched the old boots, Mr. Greenglass waved his magic wand, and everyone, including Jerry, disappeared instantly. It didn't take long to experience a feeling similar to a hook pulling hard behind the belly button. Jerry broke away from the space vortex and appeared in a room with a very strong artistic style. Mr. Booth, hello. I am the receptionist of the sports department of the French Ministry of Magic. Next, I will take you to the hotel on Magic Street to rest. In the room, a tall French witch, speaking not very fluent English, spoke to Meyer and others who suddenly appeared in the room. Okay, I'll trouble you then. Meyer was not surprised and saluted the witch very gentlemanly. In this way, Jerry and the others followed the French witch, first went to the hall to register, and then came to Magic Hotel in France Magic Street through the fireplace. French Magic Street, the third floor of Wells Hotel. Jerry, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. It was exactly 12 midnight. Lifting off the quilt, he got up and put on the wizard robe. He chanted a spell in his mouth, and his whole body instantly changed from a young boy to a middle-aged uncle in his 40s. At this time, he was using the Phantasmagoria spell sent by Morgana. The Quidditch match is not important to Jerry, because the ending has already been doomed, since he came to France, and it was the largest magic street in France. How could he return empty-handed without doing anything? In England, due to the supervision of Zhongxi and the Ministry of Magic, it was difficult for him to do many things. But when he arrived in France at this time, the supervision of the British Ministry of Magic would naturally disappear, and he no longer had to worry about many things. Wingardium Leviosa. He jumped out of the window, cast a levitation spell on himself, and he landed on the ground like a feather. Putting away his wand and putting on his wrist armor, Jerry turned into a strange adult wizard and walked forward along the Magic Street. The Magic Street in Paris, France, looks much bigger than Diagon Alley in London, England as a whole. There are also a lot of magic shops on both sides, mainly because there are many magic restaurants that look very romantic in decoration style. It was already late at night, and there were very few wizards on the street, but Jerry didn't care. He walked, very purposefully, towards a bar that was still brightly lit on the street. Almost every city has positive trading venues, and there are also some unknown illegal underground trading venues, and the same is true for the wizarding world. In London, there is Diagon Alley, which is fair and square, and there is also Fandau Alley where dark wizards gather. French Magic Street has serious magic shops along the street, and there is also an underground exchange that only gathers at midnight. And the location of the French Underground Exchange is just under the brightly lit bar at the end of Magic Street. As for why Jerry knew, it was because he overheard it with his keen hearing in Superman mode when he checked into the hotel in the afternoon. It was precisely because of this that, as soon as he checked into the hotel in the afternoon, he went to Gringotts on Magic Street to withdraw all his salary of 1,000 galleons for 2 months. The Underground Exchange, of course, trade some things prohibited by the order of the Ministry of Magic, or some vicious magic books, or some very dangerous potions, or some forbidden black magic items. Among them, maybe there is something that he needs. Go down the steps to the entrance of the bar. On the wooden door of the entrance is a portrait of a French witch dancing in a long skirt. The witch stopped dancing after seeing Jerry. Password: romance never goes out of style. Jerry replied in not-so-standard French. The password to the bar was overheard by Jerry from a French wizard, and French is one of the languages Jerry is currently learning. As a wizard, it is also necessary to learn the languages of various countries, and not only the languages of humans in various countries. Some powerful wizards are even proficient in the languages of goblins, mermaids, titans, trolls, centaurs, and other creatures. Jerry has the help to improve the brain, which can be called a photographic memory. For language learning is still very advantageous. It's just because I haven't practiced it much, so it's not so fluent when I say it. Hearing that the password was correct, the witch in the portrait blew a kiss to Jerry, and the wooden door opened accordingly. Stepping through the wooden door into the bar, what Jerry saw was a completely different scene from the leaky cauldron. Compared to the small and dark leaky cauldron, this bar is obviously much more spacious and lively. There are not only witches singing, but also a good-looking banshee dancing. Apart from wizards, there are vampires, hags, goblins, and other races sitting on the table. There's even an elderly house elf conjuring drinks at the bar. Glancing at the basement level, Jerry didn't stay long, but walked directly to the stairs leading to the second basement level of the bar. The basement level is a bar where dark wizards gather, and the basement level is the place for trading. Stranger, I don't seem to have seen you before. However, just as Jerry reached the stairs, a strong wizard blocked his way with a wand. I'm from London. I heard that you could buy some good magic items here, so I'll come and have a look. Why can't you? Looking up at the French wizard in front of him, a smile appeared on Jerry's face. Listening to Jerry's unproficient French, the French wizard raised his wand, showing a malicious look. Unknown wizards are not welcome here. I advise you to stay on the first floor. It's really interesting. Could it be that you can't spend gold galleons? Jerry smiled, and without taking out his wand, he snapped his fingers lightly with his right hand, and the wand in the hand of the French wizard blocking the way immediately flew out of his hand. Sorry, I don't like people pointing wands at me very much, and I don't like people stopping me, so I hope you'd better let me go. For this kind of underground exchange, sometimes you still need to be tough, so that the other party will not dare to underestimate you. Casting spells silently without a staff. Seeing that Jerry didn't take out his wand, but just snapped his fingers and knocked his wand away, the French wizard was startled. Casting spells without a wand and silently is not a simple skill. Only a wizard who is truly powerful enough can cast a spell without a wand or chanting a spell. Just now, the opponent just snapped his fingers and his wand flew out. Obviously, he used the wandless and silent technique to cast a disarming spell on him. Misunderstanding, this gentleman, please feel free. Guessing that the other party is definitely a powerful wizard, the French wizard's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He quickly moved away and gestured a please gesture to Jerry. Without an introduction from an acquaintance, a strange wizard from another country is of course not welcome in the underground exchange. However, if this wizard is powerful enough, that's another story. Although the wizards who do underground business must have some background behind them, they're not willing to offend those powerful wizards. If they start a conflict and attract Aurors, it will be troublesome. Seeing this, Jerry didn't say much, just nodded and walked down calmly. Casting spells silently without a wand, of course, Jerry still can't do it at present. It's just that he now wears wrist armor that can also be compared to the effect of a magic wand, and uses the mind to control magic without chanting. So it gives people the illusion that he has used the disarming spell silently without a wand. In this kind of underground exchange, if he inappropriately shows some strength, he may not only be unable to enter, but once he reveals his wealth, he may not be so easy to get out completely. This is different from what I imagined. Coming to the second basement, Jerry thought that the underground exchange below must be like the French Ministry of Magic he saw before, full of fantasy and romantic magic decoration style. Who knew that it was so simple, even crude? It was a huge enclosed space, and then more than 20 wizards wearing wizard robes sat cross-legged on the ground, and then place carpets. Yes, it was the simplest street stall. There were no shops or counters. The wizards spread a piece of black cloth on the ground and placed the items they wanted to sell on it. And those wizards with the same purpose as him walked back and forth in front of these small stalls wearing masks, picking out the items they wanted. After a moment of stupefaction, Jerry didn't bother too much. Anyway, he was mainly here to choose suitable magic items. It didn't make any difference to him whether the items were placed on the street stall or on the counter. So he also stepped into the group of wizards who were picking things. All kinds of highly poisonous potions and curse potions. Just one drop can turn your hated wizard into bones. Hands of glory, favorite of thieves and robbers. Just put a candle, and the dark place is as long as you can see the light. Cursed ring, give it to your friend, and you can attend his funeral the next day. Jerry walked past the stalls one by one, listening to the stall owners explaining about the prohibited magic items that were not allowed to be sold by the Ministry of Magic. Among them, he also saw bags, boxes, and suitcases made with alchemy and the untraceable stretching curse. Unfortunately, after careful inspection, the one with the largest space inside was not 1/10 the size of the box in his hand. This made him sigh that Quirrell's ability to become a professor at Hogwarts is indeed much stronger than those wizards outside. But then he thought of Newt's suitcase from Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a master who can make a few gestures with Grindelwald, and it is estimated that the untraced stretching curse has also been practiced to the top. Halfway through the shopping, his eyes suddenly glanced at a pair of gloves on the stall on the right, sensing the magical fluctuations on them, and a smile appeared on his face. The things I wanted to buy today have finally arrived. How do you sell this pair of gloves? Jerry walked over and knelt down and asked. The owner of the stall is a dry old man with white hair and one missing tooth. When he saw Jerry asking about gloves, he replied in a low voice, 500 gold galleons. Jerry frowned. He knew that the gloves were port keys, but the price of 500 galleons was really not cheap. Regardless of his monthly salary of 500 galleons, that was completely a special case. The salary of a normal national Quidditch team member is only 300 a month, and this is considered very high. After all, the salary of an ordinary Auror is only 140 galleons a month, and this pair of port keys is worth more than 3 months' salary of an ordinary Auror. Port keys are not something that ordinary wizards can make. Among all the stalls here, I am the only one who sells port keys. If you want them, you won't bargain for 500 gold galleons. The old wizard glanced at Jerry and replied calmly, Okay, I want this pair of port keys. Jerry picked up the gloves and was about to pay. In fact, he can completely bargain. Although only the old wizard sells the door keys here, there are not many people who will buy the door keys. The pair of door keys in the old wizard's hand probably hasn't been sold for a long time, because the port key is teleported point to point. Under normal circumstances, you can go to the Ministry of Magic to apply for it for very little money. Only those wizards who are wanted or banned from leaving the country by the Ministry of Magic need such port keys. But this kind of people generally don't buy the port key and use it themselves because the use of the port key will be monitored by the Ministry of Magic of each country. As soon as you use it on your front foot, you will be surrounded by Aurors on your back foot. The only way to find smugglers who specialize in smuggling business is because they have established relationships behind their backs, and using their door keys will not be monitored, and it just costs a little more money. However, Jerry didn't go to bargain. It's not necessary. He really needs the pair of port keys, so don't make any more problems if you come and go. There are Aurors, run. Just as Jerry took out half of the money, an urgent voice suddenly came from the other side of the stairs. Turning his head to look, it was the French wizard who blocked the door just now. After the French wizard finished his loud announcement, an apparition disappeared in place. Afterwards, more than a dozen Aurors rushed in from the stairs. Swipe, 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 swipe. The wizards next to Jerry used apparition to flee the scene as soon as they heard the news, and those wizards who set up street stalls seemed to be accustomed to it, and they also started to apparate when they picked up the stalls. Now, Jerry finally understands why this place is traded at street stalls. It's because the Aurors are here to evacuate your money. All right. Looking back, he found that the old wizard had already operated away with his own things. So Jerry had no choice but to throw the port key and gallon into his own box space. For the old wizard, refining the port key was not a difficult task. It would be a big deal to refine another one after a while, but if he was caught by the ore, he would have to stay in it for a few years. Barbecue, I can't apparate. Seeing that except for a few wizards with slow reactions who were hit by the ore with a sleeping curse, all of them escaped with apparition, Jerry couldn't help but feel dizzy. He hasn't learned apparition yet, and now he can only rely on his agility to avoid the occasional magical attacks from the opposite aura while thinking of ways to escape. That wizard on the other side, please stop resisting immediately. At this time, those who could escape all used apparition to escape, and those who failed to escape also fell to the ground under the stun spell. The entire second basement was just Jerry standing there, neither using apparition to escape nor being knocked down by the stunning curse. So, now a dozen Aurors all pointed their wands at Jerry. It seems that we can only come to be tough. Forget it, let's not make a fuss. Looking around, the only exit was blocked by Aurors. Jerry raised his hands with a smile on his face, indicating that he didn't have a wand to relax the vigilance of the other side, but actually he secretly chanted a spell. The smoke screen is lingering. A burst of thick smoke instantly flooded the entire second basement floor. The Auror on the opposite side didn't expect that Jerry could cast the spell without a wand, so he was a little taken aback. However, they reacted very quickly. With a wave of the spell, a gust of wind blew past, dissipating all the smoke in an instant. However, Jerry did not appear in the basement at this time. Hurry up and reveal yourself. The leading Auror had rich experience and immediately guessed that Jerry had used the disillusionment charm and cast the corresponding counter-curse current spell with a wave of his wand. A ripple flashed, and Jerry's figure appeared again, but at this time he had rushed to the stairs behind the Aurors. It turned out that after Jerry released the smoke curse, he immediately released the illusion curse on himself, but his current physical fitness, under the training of meditation, is far beyond the comparison of ordinary people. So even though the Auror captain reacted quickly enough, he was still one step behind Jerry. By now, taking 2 big strides in a row, Jerry dodged the magic volley from the Aurors below and jumped back to the bar on the basement level. At this time, the bar was already empty, so he didn't stop and quickly rushed out of the bar. However, the Aurors were not so easy to deal with. Jerry had just escaped from the bar and came to the street when he saw Aurors using apparition to come to him from the basement. I'm really convinced by you old sixes. You don't talk about magic virtue to some extent. Knowing that he can't escape by running alone, Jerry can only choose to be tough. In his heart, he didn't really want to get entangled with this group of Aurors, and he didn't want to hurt them, but he had no choice since he couldn't apparate. If he didn't put down these Aurors, he definitely couldn't escape. And he had to make a quick decision, otherwise it would attract more Aurors, which would be troublesome. Stepping on the 7-star piercing flower step, Jerry's whole body fluctuated from left to right, trying his best to dodge all kinds of magical attacks from the opposite side. Although there is an iron armor curse on the wizard's robe, the defense of the iron armor curse is not invincible. When the magic power is strong enough, the iron armor curse will also be broken strongly. Few of the Aurors on the opposite side are good at it, and all of them are good players in the wizarding world. The iron armor curse can block one, but it can't stop the magic cast by more than a dozen Aurors together. Fortunately, now that Jerry's physical strength has been greatly increased due to the practice of meditation, coupled with the erratic 7-star flower piercing step, it is difficult for the opponent to hit him when he does not use range magic attacks. But he didn't just dodge. While dodging, he also quietly grabbed a handful of silver needles from his pocket and threw them out. Look, hidden weapon. The hidden weapon is of course a fake. He is not Dongfang Booby, nor is he a disciple of the Tang sect. So how could he know how to throw a hidden weapon? It's just that he can control magic with his mind, and he can directly use magic to control those silver needles, just like how Horvath used his mind magic to control the knife to attack him. However, he felt that the small knife was too conspicuous, and changing it to a silver needle would be more concealed and the silver needle was lighter in weight, and it was much faster to manipulate than the small knife. Although the damage of the silver needle is not that high, sometimes as long as it can play a little auxiliary role, it will be of great help to the battle. Moreover, if these silver needles were smeared with poisonous potion and pricked at vital points, such as eyes, ears, nose, and chrysanthemums, it would be fatal. Something stabbed me. The Aurors were concentrating on casting magic, attacking the fellow who was more agile than a monkey. When they suddenly felt a sharp pain from the nails, subconsciously let out a scream and let go of the magic wand in their hands. Although Jerry has learned martial arts, it is also a hobby. He doesn't know what acupuncture points to pierce with silver needles to make the other party paralyzed or unconscious, and he is not good at piercing vital points. So, based on the experience of watching a certain TV series in his previous life, he directly controlled the silver needle and ruthlessly pierced those Aurors' fingernails. Sure enough, the effect is remarkable. Withdrawing the silver needle, Jerry turned around and ran away without saying a word. As long as he ran out of the sight of these Aurors and hid in a dark place, even if the Aurors could apparate, they would not be able to find him. If it wasn't for the fear that the fire dragon curse and the particle cannon would do more damage, don't really lose control of killing one or two Aurors and make things worse. Just using the fire dragon curse and the particle cannon just now would actually be able to resolve the battle once and for all. With the power of the magic that he normally learned in school and the speed of his casting, it must be much inferior to the experienced Aurors on the opposite side. But his physical advantage is too obvious, and he knows a lot of other powerful magics. If he really wants to fight hard, the dozen or so Aurors facing him are really no match for him. In the case of similar strength, the person with more means and more cards is obviously easier to win. It is very difficult for the opponent's magic to hit Jerry, but he can output nonstop while dodging, and there is some magic that the opponent has never seen before, which is hard to defend against. Seeing the silver needles flying out of their nails, the Aurors immediately understood that the dark wizard on the opposite side had attacked them with unknown magic. Suppressing the pain of their nails, they hurriedly picked up the wands that fell on the ground, and were about to use apparition to chase after the dark wizard who had already run away and was about to disappear. However, a huge dragon suddenly appeared behind the black wizard, and young Tion spewed out a mouthful of flames. It was Jerry who took out the compass while running to prevent the Aurors from chasing him and released the magic dragon. Sure enough, after the Aurors found the magic dragon that could breathe out flames, they immediately gave up hunting Jerry and began to surround the magic dragon nervously. Although the appearance of the magic dragon is not the same as that of the fire dragon, it is also huge and can breathe fire. It looks like a very dangerous magical animal. If it is left alone, it will definitely cause great damage to the magic street. In comparison, a dark wizard who buys and sells illegal items is obviously nothing. Damn! More than a dozen Aurors cast a sleeping spell like a magic dragon at the same time. Under normal circumstances, with the spell level of these Aurors, even if it is a real fire dragon, they can cast a dozen sleeping spells at the same time, which will make the fire dragon fall asleep. Unfortunately, the magic dragon is not a real creature, but a product of magic, so it is naturally immune to the sleeping spell. The Aurors were shocked when they saw this, and quickly used the eye sickness curse specifically for large magical animals such as fire dragons. But it was still ineffective against the magic dragon. While the Aurors were entangled with the magic dragon, Jerry also used a small part of his mind to control his body and trotted all the way to the downstairs of the Wells Hotel. Boom! 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 At this time, a strong explosion sounded in the distance, and Jerry shook his body and put away the compass in his hand. It turned out that the Aurors found that a series of spells, such as the Sleeping Curse and the Eye Sickness Curse, were not effective, so they directly used the powerful Explosion Curse and forcibly blew the magic dragon to pieces. Is the Thunderbolt exploding? It's quite powerful. Next time, find time to learn it. He doesn't feel sorry for the destruction of the magic dragon. After all, it's just a plastic model, and he will find time to order another one later. With money, distortion charm, oblivion charm, and false memory charm, it is still very simple to order a plastic model, and there is no need to worry about being found by shield through clues. Wingardium Leviosa. With a floating spell, Jerry jumped to the window of his room on the 3rd floor with a light leap, and then quickly got in. After dispelling the phantasm transformation spell, he returned to his own appearance. He did not enter the box space, and sat cross-legged on the bed to practice meditation. With such a big commotion, he was afraid that some Aurors would come to search after a while, and if his room was searched by then, he would be in trouble if he was not there. At the same time, near the bar on the other side of Magic Street, a dozen Aurors were lost in thought as they looked at the blown-apart plastic model of a giant dragon on the ground. Only then did they realize that the giant dragon was not a magical animal at all, but a special kind of magic cast by the Black Wizard just now. "Captain, what should we do now?" A female Auror stepped forward and asked. The leading Auror captain frowned and immediately ordered, Search along the direction in which the Black Wizard is escaping. Since he can't apparate, he must not be far away. If it was just an ordinary dark wizard, he would just turn a blind eye and close his eyes when the other party ran away. After all, such underground transactions would never be finished. But the strength shown by the Black Wizard just now is too strong. Not only can he cast spells without a staff, but he can also create a magic dragon that he has never seen before. How could such a strange dark wizard, whom he had never seen before, appear in the French Magic Street at this time? So how could he not worry? Tomorrow will be the Quidditch Four Nations tournament reported by the French Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to raid the underground exchange tonight, just to warn these dark wizards not to make trouble these days, be honest. The next day, when the sun shone into the room from the window, Jerry slowly opened his eyes. After he returned yesterday, those Aurors seemed to have searched along his escape route, and even searched under the hotel, but they were quickly driven away by the person in charge of the hotel. You must know that the people staying in the hotel are all Quidditch players from other countries, and they will participate in the competition tomorrow. So how can they be easily disturbed? If you bother me and you don't sleep well, who will be responsible for losing the game tomorrow? However, when Jerry got up and went downstairs to have dinner with Meyer and others, he still saw 2 Zhongtong warrants posted on the hotel wall. The portrait on the arrest warrant is exactly the middle-aged man he transformed into yesterday, and there is no name written on it, but it is said in the introduction that he is a very powerful and dangerous black wizard with magic power. Please notify the magician in time if you find out. Ministry and so on. Jerry glanced at it and didn't care. Now he looked different from the wanted notice, and his identity was not a dark wizard, but a serious seeker for the England Quidditch team. No one would associate him with the powerful dark wizard who escaped from a dozen Aurors last night. After eating a croissant on the dinner plate and drinking a glass of warm milk, Jerry stopped eating. With the practice of meditation, his dependence on food has become less and less. Before, he needed to eat a lot because of the energy consumption of turning on the Superman mode. But now, because of the supplement of meditation, his food intake has returned to the level of a normal teenager. In the later stage, as the practice of meditation becomes more in-depth, he will be able to gradually achieve Bigu. This morning we are playing against Germany. Don't be under pressure. We will definitely win this time. At the dinner table, Meyer cheered everyone up. However, apart from Jerry, the other players didn't seem to have much confidence in Meyer's encouragement. The German team was 7 or 8 places higher than them in the World Quidditch Cup last time, and they were surpassed by a full 250 points in the battle. It is estimated that they are unlikely to beat them this time, especially if they also change a seeker. At about 8 o'clock, all the participating Quidditch players got into the carriages prepared by the French Ministry of Magic in advance, and the horses pulling the carriages were all beautiful Pegasus carefully selected by the Ministry of Magic. There are quite a lot of Pegasus in France in various countries, and the Pegasus carriage is also a necessary means of transportation for large-scale events in France. It is said that Ms. Olam Maxim, the principal of the Bose-Batten Academy of Magic, also raised a batch of top-quality Pegasus, the Rune Horse. The Rune Horse is not only twice the size of the ordinary Pegasus, but also has a more beautiful coat color, and it is also an extremely rare existence among Pegasus. However, in terms of speed, the fastest Pegasus breed is the Thestral raised by Hagrid. At around 8:30, Pegasus landed on a Quidditch field where most wizards and Aurors in France had already gathered. After half an hour of preparation, at 9 o'clock, the game officially started. In fact, the scene of the whole game was not much different from when Jerry was in school, except that the audience was changed from little wizards to French Quidditch fans, and a few wizards from other countries came to watch. The overall number of spectators is much larger than that at Hogwarts, and the arena is doubled in size. But this time, Jerry didn't catch the golden snitch at the beginning to end the game like he did at Hogwarts. It's not because the snitch's speed in this game is faster than the snitch's speed in the school competition, but after the last conversation with Dumbledore, Jerry has a more understanding in his heart. If he keeps this pattern of winning at the beginning, it is very likely that there will be problems in Quidditch matches all over the world before long. Either he was banned from playing, or the entire Quidditch rules were changed to drastically reduce the role of the Seeker. This is certainly not a desired result for him. Now his main source of income is his salary as a Seeker. If there's a problem with this job, then his above-board source of income will be cut off. For this reason, he decided to adopt the strategy of steady flow. It was a long stream. Just like now, when the golden snitch appeared, Jerry didn't go forward to catch it immediately, but followed behind leisurely on a broomstick and kept blocking the position to prevent the opponent's Seeker from catching the snitch. After waiting for 2 hours, seeing that the group of useless teammates had fallen by about 120 points, he caught the snitch with lightning speed and won 150 points for the team. Points plus points, overtaking the opponent by 30 points, ended the game and won the victory. When he caught the snitch, the audience cheered equally and were equally surprised that at such a young age, he could really suppress the famous German Seeker. But the surprise is the surprise, but it is acceptable. Jerry showed a very powerful and talented Seeker. Although he is powerful, he is not beyond their normal cognition. At the end of the game, the opposing German team only felt that if they had just scored a few more goals, even if Jerry caught the snitch, they would have won. As everyone knows, it is up to Jerry to decide when to win. Jerry, that's great. I sure didn't misread you. At the end of the game, Meyer gave Jerry a big hug with excitement. With this big gamble, he has gambled all his reputation. If he can't make a comeback, the Quidditch coach, will probably be done. And obviously, he won the bet. Although Jerry wasn't as scary as he showed in the Hogwarts arena, it was within his expectation because the golden snitch for the official competition was much faster than the one used by the school. On the field, just now, Jerry suppressed the powerful German team's Seeker throughout the whole process, and finally turned the tide to catch the golden snitch and defeated the German team ranked ahead of them. This has proved to the world how excellent Jerry is. Seeker also proved his vision. If the level is maintained at this level, the next World Quidditch Cup, the first place is not guaranteed, but the second and third place is definitely hopeful. Except for Meyer, the other members of the England Quidditch team also changed their attitude towards Jerry after the game, because they found that although Jerry was young, he was indeed better than the previous team's Seekers. It's not 1:30 o'clock. After lunch, everyone stayed in the tent and waited for the afternoon match between the Italian team and the French team. But Jerry asked to return to the hotel to study and do homework. For him, if he wasted an afternoon watching the game, he might as well go back to the hotel to study magic, or go to the serious French magic street to see if he can find some useful things. The old wizard ran fast last night, and the money was also confiscated. He still has not spent a penny of the galleons in his pocket. Although Meyer was a little reluctant to Jerry's request, he still wanted Jerry to watch the game in the afternoon and get to know the Seekers of the two teams to prepare for tomorrow's game. However, due to the agreement in the contract and the fact that Jerry really needed time to study, he still nodded and sent Jerry back to the hotel with Apparition himself. After Meyer left, Jerry left the hotel alone and started shopping on Magic Street. Chicken blood brandy. Using the distorting spell to transform into a young wizard, Jerry began to buy the rations necessary for birth for the fire dragon that was about to hatch in the box space. According to the book From Dragon Eggs to Hell, a guide to raising fire dragons, the dragon eggs he stole from Hagrid are estimated to be ready to hatch in about a week. So take advantage of the French Magic Street and buy the corresponding food in advance. Otherwise, it is really not easy to go out and buy after returning to Hogwarts. The price of chicken blood and brandy is not expensive. With just 10 galleons, he could buy enough for Charmander's early growth. After buying, he wandered to the nearby shop selling magic books. Collecting magic books has always been Jerry's favorite, because in his opinion, everything else is external force. Only magic is fundamental, and magic books are the source of magic knowledge, the most precious thing. In this way, the 3-day competition was fleeting. In the end, the English Quidditch team won the championship with 3 wins and 3 wins. And Jerry also became famous in this tournament, suppressing all doubting voices in the entire wizarding world. Because in the 3 games that the England Quidditch team participated in before the Golden Snitch was caught, the scores were all behind the opponent by at least 100 points. In the end, it was Jerry who used his superb flying skills to turn the tide and catch the Golden Snitch before he could achieve the counterattack of the score. In other words, it is precisely because of Jerry that the England Quidditch team can win the Four-Nation Championship. On the morning of the 2nd day after the game, under the escort of Meyer, Jerry returned to the Ministry of Magic in London through the portkey first. Then, after bidding farewell to Meyer, he walked into the fireplace of the Ministry of Magic alone with his suitcase middle. A flash of green flames flashed, and Jerry returned to Hogwarts again. And as soon as he stepped out of the fireplace, he saw Snape standing there waiting for him in advance. This time it's very good. Rarely, after seeing Jerry, a smile appeared on Snape's face. The outstanding first-year freshman of Slytherin Academy turned the tide and won the National Quidditch competition. Such an honor made Snape, the Dean of Slytherin, feel flushed. Glory to the Slytherins, and glory is what Slytherins value most. And Jerry, at this time, brought great glory to Slytherin and also brought glory to Hogwarts as a whole. After returning to the dormitory to put away the suitcase, Jerry was greeted with warm applause as soon as he entered the auditorium. All the little wizards who saw Jerry's appearance, regardless of which academy they were in, stood up and applauded Jerry excitedly, because they had seen all the reports about the Four Nations Championship in the newspaper this morning. I also know that it was Jerry who turned the tide and made the England Quidditch team win the championship. If we talk about the previous school competitions, Jerry represented Slytherin, and many young wizards from other colleges still have scruples. Now, Jerry represents not only Slytherin, but also Hogwarts, representing all wizards in Britain, and deserves a standing ovation from all of them. Through this Quidditch match, Jerry's pattern has been sublimated. He is not only the Jerry of Slytherin, but also the Jerry of Hogwarts. It feels pretty good. Looking at the fanatical little wizards, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. No wonder wizards of Slytherin like to chase fame and fortune, because sometimes this feeling is indeed intoxicating. Flowers and applause, how many people cannot love? But Jerry is very clear that all of this requires strength, and strength can have everything. Without strength, everything is false, just like that teacher Lockhart. After lunch, surrounded by a group of young wizards, Jerry devoted himself to studying in the library again. Although his fighting ability is not weak at present, even if he faces more than a dozen Aurors, he will not be defeated, and there is even hope that he will completely wipe out the opponents. But he also has many shortcomings, and there are still flaws in the foundation, and many places need to be made up bit by bit. Just like this time, if he can apparate, he doesn't need to fight those Aurors at all. He could just run away. Moreover, the power of his fire dragon curse has not met his expectations, and he needs to continue to find ways to increase the power. Now it is time to learn the untraceable stretching curse. The area of the box is not bad now. When the fire dragon grows up, it will definitely not be enough. He needs to use the untraceable stretching curse to slowly expand it. If possible, he also wanted to see if he could take in some more powerful magical animals. There are also alchemy, potions, transfiguration, etc., which all need time to improve. His current strength is still far from his goal, so this is not the time to slack off and enjoy it. Noon on the third day after the end of the Easter holiday. After class, Jerry didn't even eat lunch, so he found a place where no one was around and quietly entered the box space. Because if nothing unexpected happens, Charmander will be born almost today. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Sun Long was nervously looking at the wobbly fire dragon egg on the table and the curious Crookshanks lying beside the egg. It stretched out its claws and seemed to want to pat the egg, but Sun Long raised his hand to stop it. "How's it going?" Jerry pushed the door open and walked over to the table. Sun Long said with a slightly excited expression, "It's almost time. I guess it's about to break the shell." In the world of The Sorcerer's Apprentice, dragon creatures have long been extinct. It is also a very meaningful thing for Sun Long to see a real fire dragon breaking out of its shell for the first time. Besides, he is fine every day in the villa, just guarding the hatching of the dragon eggs. So the dragon egg was about to break, and he was more excited than Jerry. Jerry looked down at the dragon eggs on the table. At this time, the dragon egg lying on the table had already cracked a deep seam, and there was a clicking sound coming from the seam. About 30 seconds later, with a harsh scratching sound, the egg was completely cracked. A small Charmander waddled out of the eggshell, flapped its wings that were not as big as a palm, and uttered a cry like a baby bird. The newborn Charmander was not pretty. It was black and thin, like a crumpled black umbrella. He held up the Charmander with his hands, and before he could take a closer look, it sneezed, and a few sparks spewed out of its nose, almost igniting Jerry's hair. At this time, Sun Long hurriedly took out a small bucket from the side, which was the mixture of brandy and chicken blood that Jerry had bought on the French Magic Street before. Pour out a bowl and put on the table. "It needs nutrition now." Jerry nodded when he heard that, and put Charmander next to the bowl. The little Charmander seemed to like the taste of brandy and chicken blood very much, so he plunged into the bowl and started to drink it. After a while, Charmander finished the whole bowl of chicken blood brandy. After drinking it, it didn't seem to be satisfied, so it started screaming again, and Sun Long filled a bowl for it again. At this time, Sun Long looked like a hard-working old woman, perhaps because he had been locked up for a long time and was getting older. Seeing the birth of a new life made him exude some maternal brilliance. "Sun Long, Mother Long?" Shaking away the sudden, absurd idea, the muscular man with his upper body really doesn't match the term Dragon Mama. "Mr. Sun, take care of little Charmander first. I have something to do and come back at night." Seeing that Charmander broke out of its shell safely and Sun Long took good care of it, Jerry no longer had any worries. Sun Long touched the head of Charmander, who was eating, nodded first, and then asked Jerry, "By the way, what are you going to name it?" "Name? It's a Norwegian Ridgeback. Let's call it Norbert." Jerry is not good at naming such things. In his impression, the name of this fire dragon seems to be Norbert, so he didn't make any changes at all. "Noble? Well, then I'll call it Noble from now on." Sun Long smiled. It could be seen that he really loves Charmander very much. That's right, if he can spend time to create the magic of the magic dragon, also known as the Ghost Claw Fire Dragon, you can see that Sun Long seems to have a special liking for creatures like dragons. Turning around and walking towards the door of the villa, just as he was about to open the door, he heard Sun Long's reprimand from the room. "Crookshanks, don't bully Norbert." Turning his head to look, Jerry couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Noble, who was full, saw Crookshanks lying on the table and wanted to bite it, but Crookshanks pressed the faucet on the table with his paw. Perhaps, in the eyes of Crookshanks, the current Norbert is no different from those birds flying in the sky. Birds, mice, and fish are his 3 favorite foods, and they're also his main source of food when he lives alone. Being able to step on the fire dragon. At this time, Crookshanks has reached the pinnacle of cat life. Noble grew very fast. He was only the size of a palm when the shell was first broken, but in just 1 week, he had already grown 3 times. In the beginning, Crookshanks was able to completely abuse Norbert, but now the 2 little guys can fight on par. Of course, Crookshanks still has an advantage at present. After all, Crookshanks has rich combat experience, while Norbert relies entirely on instinct. The key point is that he can't breathe fire or fly yet. Another week passed, box space. Jerry was standing on the edge of the box, reciting a spell, and as his spell rose, the space on the edge of the box began to expand slowly. During this period of time, he has been studying the untraceable stretch curse, combined with the relevant space magic theory in the Wizard's Handbook, and consulted Snape and Dumbledore, and his untraceable stretch curse has made rapid progress. Now he can slowly expand the space inside the box. Although there are not many expansions each time, I believe that as his strength improves, the speed of this expansion will become faster and faster. On the lawn behind, Norbert, who is already the size of a wolf dog, was chasing Crookshanks with fluttering wings. Because it can't fly, it feels like a big goose chasing and biting a cat. At this time, Crookshanks was no longer Norbert's opponent, but fortunately, with Norbert's speed, he could not catch up with Crookshank for the time being. It's really been 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Hushi. It's only been 2 weeks, and the polls have already reversed. It can only be said that the fire dragon is worthy of being one of the most powerful magical animals in the world, and its growth rate is indeed very fast. Quick! It seems that after a while, Sun Long has to be told to take care of it, and don't let the fire dragon hurt Crookshanks. But it's not a big problem, considering Crookshank's intelligence. It might not be easy for Norbert to catch it. And it can be seen that Norbert seems to be just playing with Crookshanks. Jerry, Brandy, and Chicken Blood can't satisfy Norbert now. Now he needs some fresh meat. Seeing that Jerry was ready to enter the meditation mode after completing the space expansion, Sun Long stepped forward to remind him. Jerry nodded upon hearing this. I see. I will bring in some fresh meat tomorrow night. As Norbert grows up, Brandy and Chicken Blood will definitely not be able to satisfy him, which Jerry has long expected. And he also thought of the solution in advance. That is to go to the Forbidden Forest. The location of the Forbidden Forest is behind the Hagrid hut, and it is an endless super forest. There are not only a group of acromanids raised by Hagrid, but also a tribe of centaurs who are as wise as humans and good at divination and prophecy. Fantastic beasts. There are also countless ordinary beasts. According to rumors among the young wizards, there are even bloodthirsty werewolves haunting the Forbidden Forest, which is extremely dangerous. However, Jerry confirmed through Hagrid that there are no werewolves, only a group of werewolves born after transformation. The wolves are the children born together when werewolves transform into the full moon. They possess intelligence no less than that of humans, but they have a wolf-like body. They are 2 to 3 times the size of ordinary wolves, and smart wolves can even learn human language. The reason why we say that there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest is to prevent the little wizards who are curious and sneak away to play in the Forbidden Forest and encounter danger, especially the adventurous Gryffindor little wizard. Going to the Forbidden Forest to hunt Acromantia, that's easy to expose. Since Hagrid visits his good older son Aragog every once in a while, it's not unusual for Acromanders to be hunted at the top of the food chain in the Forbidden Forest. However, if he just want to hunt some common beasts and put them in the box space as Norbert's rations, he should be careful. He would not be discovered. Moreover, his box also needs to be filled with some soil after the space is expanded, so it happened to be done together. Hearing that Jerry would solve the food problem, Sun Long didn't ask any further questions. As a prisoner, although Jerry usually shows respect to him, he is still very self-aware. Late at night the next day, just in case, Jerry changed his appearance with a distortion charm before leaving Hogwarts Castle and walking into the Forbidden Forest. The dark night where you can't reach your fingers, the strange tree with teeth and claws that look like demons, the strange calls from time to time, and the sudden cold wind that blows, the entire Forbidden Forest looks like a gloomy magic cave from the outside. Well, it's actually not that scary. In Jerry's eyes, it's just an ordinary forest. After entering the Forbidden Forest, first find a soil that is obviously fertile and covered with flowers and plants, and use magic to lift up the whole piece and transport it into the box space. Then he began to rely on his keen 5 senses to look for the animals that had been dormant late at night. 2 hours later, stunning a fat hare that was looking for food again with a stun spell and throwing it into the box space. Jerry checked the time and prepared to end tonight's hunting. In the past 2 hours, Jerry has caught a lot of wild rabbits, pheasants, wild boars, ferrets, and other miscellaneous wild animals, which should be enough for Norbert to eat for a while. This is also at Hogwarts. When he returns to the Marvel world, he can spend money to buy some meat in large quantities, instead of spending his time hunting in person. What sound? Just when Jerry was about to return, there was a whine in the distance, which made him frown. Originally, in this forbidden forest, it was normal for animals to cry. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, countless creatures are eaten every day in the forbidden forest. But for some reason, this voice was very unique, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to rush over to rescue him after hearing it. This is very abnormal. Is it a unicorn? Unicorns are one of the most sacred magical animals in the world. Their horns, blood, and hair all have very powerful magic power. They have sacred magic, but they will not attack any creatures. Only the wailing of a unicorn can make the creatures who hear it unable to help it. At this time, this place, the wailing of the unicorn, Jerry immediately thought of something. He remembered that because Voldemort was parasitic on the back of Quirrell's head, Quirrell's life was greatly shortened. In order to maintain his life, Quirrell had to hunt unicorns in the Forbidden Forest and drink the blood of unicorns to continue his life. Thinking of this, Jerry hesitated. Should he go there? He wasn't hesitating whether to save the unicorn. The life and death of a unicorn had nothing to do with him. What he was hesitating was whether he should take this opportunity to solve the hidden danger of Quirrell. Ever since he sneaked up on Quirrell last time, he always felt vaguely that Quirrell seemed to know something, and sometimes he felt that Quirrell looked at him in the wrong way. Maybe it was some dark magic that Quirrell left on the box that he didn't know about, or something Voldemort discovered at the time. However, it might just be his illusion. But if Quirrell really knew he was behind the attack, it was a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. Although Jerry felt that there was Dumbledore at Hogwarts, and Quirrell and Voldemort's primary target was the Sorcerer's Stone, even if he knew that he had stolen the space box in a sneak attack, he would not do anything. When the time came to the end of the term, under Dumbledore's control, Quirrell would definitely receive his lunch. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. If Voldemort and Quirrell, the master and servant, were fooled by lard, and one day they gave him a big melon while he was not paying attention, he would be GG. Jerry is used to holding fate in his own hands, so he can only feel 100% at ease if he strikes first and kills the opponent first. Because of his strength and the fact that he didn't have a chance to make a move in school, he never made a move. This time the opportunity came. Both of them were in the Forbidden Forest, and they were not afraid of being disturbed if their brains were blown out. Moreover, Quirrell was in the open and he was in the dark, so the possibility of success was still very high, especially when he was on Magic Street in France. Jerry already had some awareness of his current strength. He felt that, in terms of actual combat ability, even if it was a head-to-head confrontation, he would not advise Quirrell. The only thing that worried him a little was the remnant of Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head. Even though Voldemort is already a remnant, Jerry still fears that he will not make any trouble in the end. But thinking about it carefully, if Voldemort's remnant soul really had any strength, it wouldn't have been necessary to hide in the forests of Albania for 10 years until it met Quirrell before coming out to make trouble. Nor did Quirrell flee back to Albania after Quirrell's death, and finally rose again with the help of Peter Pettigrew. If I master the sealing technique now, it will be great. In fact, the best way to deal with Voldemort is the sealing technique mentioned in the Merlin Magician's Handbook, which should be the magic that most restrains Voldemort. It's a pity that the sealing technique is also the top and most difficult magic in the Merlin Magician's Handbook, and he hasn't gotten started yet. The key point is that Sun Long doesn't know this magic either, and the sealing technique probably needs to be found in Balthazar to learn it in the end. Why don't you go over and have a look first if you have a chance? Make a vote. If you can't, then withdraw. After thinking about it, Jerry decided to go and have a look first. He thought that if he directly killed Quirrell here, maybe there would be a lot of little red stars in his account. After all, this was also his single-handedly shattering Voldemort's resurrection plan. In this world, it is definitely a good deed, and it is still a great good deed. With the illusion spell and Superman mode, Jerry immediately turned into a top stealth master and sneaked cautiously along the direction of the wailing sound. 2 minutes later, Jerry squatted on a branch of a big tree, pushed aside the leaves in front of him, and looked at an open space 100 meters away. There, a figure shrouded in a pitch-black wizard's robe had fixed a white horse with one horn on the ground by magic, and took out a dagger to cut a hole in the white horse's stomach, ready to bow its head and drink blood. And the one-horned white horse whined in pain, as if it already knew its own fate. Oolong comes out of the hole, without a trace. Jerry didn't make a move right away, but first summoned 3 black mamba snakes with the snake summoning charm, put the illusion charm on them, and then joined his hands together and began to pile up the most lethal particle cannon. In fact, it is better to use the killing curse at this time, but the killing curse is Voldemort's strong point, and he is afraid that it will be difficult to be effective, so here he chose a particle cannon from another world. Once the basketball-sized particle cannon was formed, Jerry pushed it out without hesitation, fearing that the bright light would be spotted by Quirrell, who was 100 meters away. The powerful particle cannon was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of 100 meters and smashed into Quirrell's back. "Watch your back." At this time, Voldemort in the back of Quirrell's head suddenly sensed something and hastily warned Quirrell, who was drinking blood with his head down. As a first-class dark wizard, Quirrell reacted quite quickly. Before his body turned upside down, his wand was already pointing behind him and released an iron armor curse. The powerful particle cannon and the iron armor curse collided together, and a dazzling light instantly bloomed in the center of the Forbidden Forest. Oops! Just when Quirrell tried his best to control the iron armor curse to resist the particle cannon, he suddenly felt a sharp pain under his feet, and he almost let go of his wand in pain. "Idiot, there are 3 invisible poisonous snakes under your feet. Get rid of them first." Voldemort on the back of his head can understand snake language. Even though Jerry's 3 black mamba snakes are invisible, he still found them. But at this time, the poisonous snakes were summoned by Jerry and controlled by magic, so he couldn't use snake language, order them to leave. Fiend Fire, holding the magic wand in the right hand to maintain the iron armor curse. The left hand used the wandless spell to cast Fiend Fire around the body, instantly burning the 3 black mamba snakes into nothingness. Immediately afterwards, Quirrell took out a bottle of advanced antidote potion and poured it into his mouth. Sure enough, the sneak attack was successful last time, mainly because Quirrell was careless in school. Seeing Quirrell defuse his attack in a smooth manner, Jerry understands that Quirrell is quite strong when he is serious, especially when there is Voldemort at the back of his head to give advice. I believe that even if he used a sniper anesthesia gun instead of a particle cannon just now, in a state of full vigilance just now, it is estimated that he would not be as successful as last time. However, it's not that simple. Seeing that the particle cannon exploded completely, Quirrell's powerful iron armor curse was still not broken, and the Black Mamba's invisibility did not play a big role. Jerry was not discouraged, but a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, my eyes, ears, and a ****. This time, Quirrell uttered a much more miserable howl than before, while blood flowed from his eyes and ears at the same time, and his left hand directly covered his lower body. It turned out that just after throwing the particle cannon, Jerry threw the silver needle right after. When his 3 black mambas were burned to death by fierce fire, and when Quirrell was drinking the antidote potion, he remotely controlled the silver needles and pierced all the weak points of Quirrell's body, and even 2 stuck in the back of Quirrell's head superior. Damn it! Use apparition to escape from here. Now he didn't even see who the enemy was, and was wounded one after another. Voldemort, who was experienced in combat, endured the pain on his face, and hurriedly ordered Quirrell to use apparition to evacuate. Quirrell can't die. Once Quirrell dies, his soul can only possess some small animals again. So the most important thing now is not to kill this strange wizard who sneaked up on them, nor to drink the blood of the unicorn to renew his life, but to evacuate here first and save his life. Quirrell obviously understood this too, endured the pain while continuing to maintain the iron armor curse to prevent further attacks, and at the same time used apparition to leave here. As long as he leaves here, the injury on his body is nothing. With healing magic and potion, it can be easily recovered, but he just fainted on the ground when he was halfway through the spell. At this time, a green light followed closely from a distance and hit Quirrell precisely. Quirrell pawn, there are Death Eaters who dare to betray me. Killing Curse is not only known by Death Eaters, but the Killing Curse is a spell that the Ministry of Magic expressly prohibits the use of. Now the wizards who dare to use Killing Curse are in Voldemort's eyes. Most likely a former Death Eater. Quirrell died, and Voldemort's remnant soul flew out from the back of Quirrell's head. Instead of chasing in the direction where the Death Curse came from, they soared into the sky and fled. Although Voldemort's remnant soul was immortal due to the presence of Horcruxes, that didn't mean his remnant soul couldn't be weakened or imprisoned. Otherwise, he would not have been hiding in Albania and dare not come out. Seeing that Voldemort's soul flew away without stopping, Jerry was also relieved, and then carefully came to the side of Professor Quirrell's body. Waving back the silver needle, Jerry cast a quick healing charm on the unicorn next to him with a gash in its abdomen, and immediately released the confinement magic with the spell. In view of the experience of fighting the Aurors in France last time, he specially smeared each silver needle with the anesthetic that can instantly paralyze elephants in the anesthesia sniper bullets after returning. If he had done this last time, those Aurors would have ended the battle by the time their fingers were pricked with silver needles. Touching Quirrell's body, Jerry soon found another space box. It seems that it has been less than half a year since the box was stolen last time, and Quirrell is making the same box again. Click on the panel, and sure enough, Little Red Star has risen a lot, almost approaching 10,000. Although Voldemort's remnant soul was not killed by him, killing Quirrell also terminated Voldemort's plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone and resurrect him, and at the same time, save the sacred unicorn. Speaking of unicorns, when Jerry touched the corpse, the unicorn who was healed by Jerry's magic also stood up slowly. Okay, you're safe. You can leave. Jerry smiled and waved to the unicorn. Hurting a unicorn would cause a terrible curse to fall. He wasn't Quirrell and Voldemort, so he didn't dare to fight a unicorn. Hearing the words, the snow-white unicorn showed a grateful expression to Jerry. The unicorn lit a white light at Jerry and then slowly left. As for Jerry, who was blinded by the unicorn's white light for a while, his whole body was stunned for a full minute before he came back to his senses and said thank you in the direction of the unicorn. It seems that it is really not a joke to say that these 3 unforgivable curses can subtly affect the mind. If you can use them less in the future, you should use them as little as possible. Sighing and waving his fire magic to burn Professor Quirrell's body to ashes, Jerry left the Forbidden Forest and sneaked back to Hogwarts Castle. The white light from the unicorn just now was not some attack magic, but a unique sacred magic of unicorns. Its function is very simple. It is to purify the soul, or according to Jerry's own feeling, it is to return to the original self. Since learning the 3 unforgivable curses, in order to achieve sufficient lethality, he has taken time to practice almost every day. And if you want to practice these 3 spells well, emotion is the key point. When your emotions are full of malice, the power of this spell will be greater. In the long run, although these spells will not really affect the soul, there will still be some side effects. Just like if a person kills all the time, he will become contemptuous of life. And a person who thinks about killing and torturing people like this every day can easily become a pervert. Jerry has tried his best to delete these bad emotions because of the effect of improving brain refreshment, but after all, he is still subtly affected. At this time, his mind was purified by the sacred magic of the unicorn, and after returning to his true self, he thought about what he had done before, and it was indeed not safe. It's not that there are too many kills, but that in some cases, choosing not to kill may be more beneficial to him later, and in some cases, a softer way to deal with it would have a better effect. He doesn't reject killing, but he hopes that he can be more rational when making decisions, instead of being swayed by some bad emotions. Of course, The 3 unrevealable spells still need to be used. Now that he has fully mastered the 3 spells, he doesn't need to practice them dozens of times a day, and the impact will naturally not be that great. It's just that when other magic can be used to solve the problem, it's better not to use the 3 unforgivable curses as much as possible, especially the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse. The Imperius Curse is actually much better. The Cruciatus Curse is purely torture, the Killing Curse is killing, and the Imperius Curse is evil mainly because it can control people's hearts. When it is practical, it does not have any negative emotions. A few days later, due to the disappearance of Quirrell, Hogwarts naturally sparked some rumors. But it wasn't such a sensation. Many young wizards speculated that it might be because Quirrell was too timid and he almost died on Halloween last semester, so he left without saying goodbye. There are also rumors that the little wizard resigned and left because he was threatened by Professor Snape. Because a little wizard said that he saw Professor Snape threatening Professor Quirrell. And it is well known that Professor Snape has always wanted to teach defense against the dark arts. The school didn't give any clear response to this, but all defense against the dark arts classes in the next month and a half were temporarily taken by Professor Snape. This is of course good news for Jerry, because Snape's level of black magic is resounding, and it is a great thing to be able to replace Professor Quirrell, who pretends to be timid every day. However, it was too painful for Harry. Originally, it was only the potions class that was targeted by Professor Snape, but now even the defense against the dark arts class will be fined by Snape, or deducted 2 points for inexplicable reasons. It's not just Harry, Professor Snape temporarily acting as defense against the dark arts class. It's not a good thing for most young wizards in Hogwarts, because the exam questions for defense against the dark arts class at the end of the term will be taught by Snape. Professor Snape's exam was the most rigorous of all subject exams. It used to be just a potions exam, but now there is a defense against the dark arts exam. It's double hell mode. After killing Quirrell, Jerry's school life returned to normal, except that he occasionally went out at night and went to the Forbidden Forest to replenish some Norber's food, and spent most of his time studying and researching magic to improve his strength. Sometimes he and Harry would go to Hagrid's hut for a walk, but most of the time he went to Hagrid's hut was to hook up with the group of Thestrals behind Hagrid's hut. With his continuous efforts, he has successfully established a relationship with a young Thestral. When the time is right, Jerry intends to abduct it. In the first week of June, the tense final exams finally came. The weather at this time was no longer as cool as before, but rather sultry. Most of the subjects are written exams plus practical exercises, and only a few, like the history of magic, only have written exams. All the quills used in the written test are issued by the teacher, and the new feathers have been recited by the teacher to prevent cheating. Practical exam. The content of the charm class test is to see if the little wizards can use the dancing spell to make a pineapple tap dance across a table. The transfiguration exam consists of turning a mouse into a snuff box. The more elaborate the box, the higher the mark. The content of the exam in the potions class was about the preparation of forgetting potions. The better the finished product, the higher the score. Professor Snape patrolled behind the little wizard, and if he made a mistake during the operation, he would directly deduct points on the spot. During the exam, Jerry felt that many little wizards made mistakes, not because they couldn't remember the concocting procedures, but because they were simply shaking because they were frightened by Professor Snape drifting past from time to time. The content of the defense against the dark arts class test is to use the repelling spell to make Professor Snape go back. The more steps you take back, the higher the score. Jerry was the last to take this test, mainly because he could make Professor Snape fly, but he definitely couldn't do that. So, after everyone finished the test, compare the results of other little wizards, and then adjust the strength of magic appropriately. The last exam, History of Magic, was finished around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as the exam was over, Hermione immediately found Jerry and started matching the answers, just like any other subject. Sure enough, students with good grades like to get the answers right after the exam, not only in Muggle schools, but also in Wizarding schools. Hermione, you don't need to worry so much. You have already studied so hard. This kind of exam is not difficult for you. After checking the answers, and once again proving that Hermione's written test answers were all correct, Jerry shrugged helplessly. Hermione is actually very strong compared to other little wizards in all aspects, but she's always not confident, always afraid that there will be problems in the exam, and her score is not so ideal. In fact, her written test is almost full marks. Jerry, Hermione, this way, this way. Jerry and Hermione had just walked to the lawn outside the castle when they heard two familiar voices coming from under a big tree not far away. It was Harry and Ron, who were completely relaxed after the exam, lying on the lawn under the tree, basking in the sun and chatting. A bunch of good friends. How nice. I don't have to review anymore. Ron let out a sigh of relief when he saw Jerry and Hermione approaching. This was the worst time he'd ever had. I hope we can all pass the exam and not be repeated, Harry said with some concern. He didn't do well in several exams, especially the potions exam and the defense against the dark arts exam. Harry, be happy. We won't know how bad the exam was until a week later. There's no need to worry about it now. Ron was very optimistic. Regarding Harry's worries, Jerry wanted to tell him that it was completely unnecessary. After all, standing behind him was the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore. How could it be possible for him to repeat a grade? What are your plans for the holidays? Hermione took Jerry and sat beside him. No, you guys know my situation. I guess I will be locked in the room most of the time. Harry sighed. Thinking of his aunt's family gave him headaches, and he didn't even want to go back. It would be nice if Hogwarts summer vacation could be spent at school like Christmas. Why don't you all come to my house to play, all three of you, and I'll send letters to you one by one with an owl. At this moment, Ron suddenly opened his mouth to invite. That's a good idea. Both Hermione and Harry's eyes lit up at the same time. They were very interested in what Ron often said about the burrow. It's hard to imagine how interesting it would be for a wizard's family, a house full of magic everywhere. Well, I'm afraid I can't. I might go to the English Quidditch team training during the summer vacation. Jerry declined the invitation with a smile. Naturally, he does not need to participate in the training of the England Quidditch team. It was agreed before the contract, and he also used an owl to ask Meyer a few days ago, and there will be no games in the near future. The frequency of national Quidditch games is very low, only 2 or 3 games a year, and most of them are for training. It's just that he has other plans for the 2.5 months of summer vacation, and there is a high probability that he won't be in this world, so naturally he can't visit Ron's burrow. In fact, he is also very interested in the burrow, especially the magic car that Ron's father transformed with alchemy. Ron's father, Arthur, is a master of alchemy. However, there will be plenty of time to learn about the burrow and alchemy in the future, and now the main time is to focus on more important things. Besides, Harry and Hermione probably won't be able to go to Ron's house during the summer vacation. Harry seems to be locked up by his muggle uncle when he goes back, and it was the 3 Ron brothers who drove Arthur's magic car to rescue him. Well, that would be a shame. Hermione. Ron and Harry looked disappointed at the same time. For children of this age, it is a pity to lose any of the friends who have a good relationship together to play together. Jerry, if you are free during the summer vacation, can you come to my house as a guest? Our manor is huge. After dinner in the evening, Jerry just walked into the Slytherin common room when he received an invitation from Daphne to be a summer vacation guest. I'm afraid that won't work. I might go to the English Quidditch team's training during the summer vacation. Jerry immediately turned down the invitation with a look of embarrassment and the same reason as before. Okay. When Daphne heard this, she had to leave disappointed. However, as soon as he walked into the corridor of the boys' dormitory, he also received an invitation from Blaise Zabini, who was in the same grade but was also rejected by him on the grounds that he wanted to train. Walking into the dormitory, before he had time to lie down, Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe stood beside him again. Jerry, Gore, and Crabbe will be visiting my house during the summer vacation. Are you free to come and play together? Jerry couldn't help but twitched when he heard that, and finally politely declined Malfoy's invitation with the same reason. However, this is not the end. In the last week of the holiday, Jerry actually received quite a few summer invitations from senior little wizards, especially Slytherin. In fact, if Jerry was just a young wizard with good character and learning, as an orphan wizard, he would never have received so many summer invitations. The main reason is that he is not only excellent in character and learning, but also the hottest and hottest seeker in the whole of Britain. He has been reported by many newspapers as a rare seeker genius once in a century, and will be the backbone of British Quidditch in the future. Therefore, now Jerry's identity is worth showing off. In the eyes of many young wizards, it is definitely a very honorable thing to invite Jerry to be a guest at home during the summer vacation. In the second week of June, the test results came out. Jerry, of course, took the top spot in the class with the highest score, while Hermione came in second. In fact, Hermione's written test score is the same as Jerry's. Both are full marks, but in terms of practical operation, Jerry dropped a lot of Hermione's marks, so the total score of Jerry is the best. The last night of the second week, the year-end banquet. The entire auditorium was decked out in Slytherin green and silver to celebrate Slytherin winning the House Cup for the 7th year in a row. On the wall behind the guest table hung a huge banner with a drawing of a Slytherin snake. Quirrell was dead, and Voldemort had fled back to the forest where he had been hiding for many years. Many things had changed, and there was no project of Harry's trio rushing to the 4th floor to add points to Gryffindor. Therefore, the whole year-end banquet, except for eating and drinking and a few words from Dumbledore, nothing changed. The House Cup ended up in the hands of the Slytherins. The year-end banquet is over, and the holidays have officially begun. During the 2.5 months of summer vacation, all the little wizards will leave Hogwarts. Therefore, early the next morning, you can see little wizards running around the castle with their suitcases. After eating the last breakfast in the Great Hall, the little wizards all arrived at Hogsmeade Station before 9 o'clock and boarded the Hogwarts Express bound for London. The train passed through forests and mountains, passed through Muggle towns, and finally stopped at King's Cross Station in London at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, platform 9 3/4. The little wizards also took off their wizard robes one after another and put on jackets and jackets. After getting off the train, Jerry, along with Hermione and other young wizards, lined up behind the wall leading to the normal station. In order to prevent the sudden appearance of a large number of children and attract the attention of Muggles, a shriveled old guard stood guard at the partition wall, allowing only 2 or 3 young wizards to pass through at a time. Leaving 9 1/4 station and coming to the entrance of King's Cross Station, Jerry met Hermione's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Granger again. At the same time, he also met Ron's parents, the Weasleys, and the family of the annoying uncle and aunt in Harry's mouth. After waving goodbye, Jerry was just about to go to the subway entrance when he met Daphne and his father, the director of the key office of the magic department, so he had to stop and say hello politely. Just said goodbye to Daphne and his daughter, and met Malfoy and his son again in a blink of an eye. At this time, Jerry can only sigh. Sometimes it is not good to be too famous. People will greet you when they see you. It is better for you to ignore them. In this way, it will take half a day to get out of the station. In the end, he had no choice but to quicken his pace, pick a place with few people, and quickly rushed into the subway entrance to avoid meeting acquaintances again. During the summer vacation, he would definitely not go to the orphanage, and just like Christmas, he would rent a room in a leaky cauldron for 2.5 months. There is a salary, not bad for this money. At this time, the benefits of earning a salary are reflected. At this time, if he used the money he earned from hunting accrements or other things that could not be put on understanding, it would be a shame to rent a hotel at the leaky cauldron. Because he didn't go back to the orphanage to live in the summer vacation, the school must know about it. When he was at school, Snape had asked him why he didn't go back to the orphanage or stay at school during the Christmas break, but chose to spend it alone in the leaky cauldron. Explained that the school knew about him not returning to the orphanage and staying in the leaky cauldron. And Jerry's answer is that going back to the orphanage doesn't make him feel happy. The reason why he stays at the leaky cauldron is because he wants to make some low-level potions and work study to earn some tuition fees, so that he can pay back the school's bursary. Jerry didn't know. It was precisely because of his answer that Snape felt that he was a strong and self-respecting kid, so he gave up the idea of funding him. Just 2 days before the holiday, Snape specifically went to Jerry and asked him if he would like to go to Spinner's End for the summer vacation. At that time, Jerry almost agreed, because it meant that he would have a lot of time to learn magic from Snape. Normally, although Snape gave him small lectures, because the courses themselves were relatively heavy, the The time for small lectures was not very long. The point is, after getting along with Snape for 2 months, the inappropriate relationship has to be raised to a higher level. However, after thinking about it in the end, he gave up because from the current point of view, it is more cost-effective to go to the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice in 2.5 months. After all, as long as he learned the sealing technique, the hidden danger of Voldemort would no longer be a threat. And the magic of dragon taming, or magic that can control magical animals, which will be extremely useful in the future. As for spending a pleasant summer vacation with Snape, this can be put on next time. There will be plenty of time in the future. Diagon Alley, the leaky cauldron. Jerry puts a bag of galleons on the boss Tom's desk. Open house, 1.5 months. Okay, Mr. Carmen, I will prepare the best room for you. Tom looked at a bag full of galleons, rubbed his hands, and a chrysanthemum-like smile appeared on his old face. No hotel owner would reject a big client who owns the hotel. After opening the room, he put the empty suitcase in the room, and Jerry went to Diagon Alley again. After receiving another 2 months' salary, plus the bonus from the last competition, he needs to replenish supplies before returning this time. First of all, potions. All kinds of potions that are available in the market and may be useful in the future. He has to buy some for preparation. Secondly, he is going to buy some owls to keep in the box space. The magical ability of an owl is that as long as you say its name, it can accurately find the other party, no matter where the other party is hiding, unless the other party uses magic that can block the owl's tracking. Jerry doesn't need owls to send letters. After all, this method is far less convenient than a phone call, but he needs the function of owls to find people. Just like if he had an owl when Tony Stark was kidnapped before, he could write a letter to Tony Stark, and then fly with the owl, and naturally he could find the location of the kidnapped Tony. In the end, he needed to buy some high-end alchemy-made magic items, such as a double-sided mirror worth up to 300 gold galleons. The double-sided mirror, in layman's terms, can be understood as a video calling tool similar to a mobile phone. As long as you pick up one mirror and call the other mirror will respond, and 2 wizards who are thousands of miles away can use the 2 mirrors to make a video call. Even if the magic of apparition is good enough, you can use the magic connection of the mirror to teleport directly to the location of another mirror. Speaking of which, the video call function of this double-sided mirror is really not as convenient as that of a mobile phone, but it is a magical product, and there is no way to track it with normal technological means. This is what Jerry values most. After buying all the needed items, Jerry returned to his room. When he returned to the room, he specifically explained to the bar owner Tom. It means that he has opened the room for 1.5 months, but he may not come to live in it every day. Maybe he is traveling and staying in a muggle hotel or visiting a classmate's house, etc. So if you clean the room and find that others are not there, don't care. The boss Tom said that there is no problem at all, as long as the money is paid in full. He doesn't care how many days the client will stay. And there are too many weird wizards staying in the leaky cauldron, which is really nothing. After solving possible problems and checking that nothing else was left behind, especially Crookshanks, Jerry returned to the room and began to return to the main world. When you close your eyes and open your eyes, the surrounding environment returns from the wooden room of the leaky cauldron in London to the modern room in New York. New York time, Tuesday, 2 o'clock in the morning. After the return, Jerry didn't stay in the room for a long time, but jumped directly into the box space. At this time, the space inside the box has expanded to 3 times its original size under Jerry's continuous efforts. In addition to the very conspicuous villa, you can also see a fire dragon that is the size of a small elephant, which is the 2-month-old Norwegian spiny-backed noble. Crookshanks was lying on Norbert's back at this time, and the dragon and the cat were all asleep at this time. Not far from them, one could see a skinny black thestral with bat wings, which was leisurely eating a piece of bloody raw meat that Sun long fed him. This thestral is exactly what Jerry abducted from the forbidden Lin Yechi tribe, and it is the one with which he has the best relationship. Not far away is a wall built with mimicry magic. Inside the wall are many ordinary animals that Jerry caught from the forbidden forest, which is also the source of Norbert's happiness. After coming to the box space and greeting Sun Long, Jerry began to practice meditation again. He practiced meditation every night. Unless there were special circumstances, he would not stop. Magic power is the foundation. If the magic power is insufficient, no amount of powerful magic can be released. Besides, meditation is related to longevity, and he can't slack off on this alone. 4.5 hours later, Jerry finished his meditation practice and returned to the room with a pair of port keys he got from the French Underground Exchange. According to the agreement, this morning he will take the plane of S.H.I.E.L.D. to go to New Mexico. He may stay there for a few days, but here he still has to go to school and go home to cook normally. So in order not to cause conflict, he needs a means that can travel back and forth between New York and New Mexico in an instant. That's why he immediately went to the black market to look for the port key after he went to Magic Street in France. Because the port key allows him to travel back and forth between New York and New Mexico very conveniently. Putting a glove on the head of the bed, Jerry began to cast the distortion charm. During the half a year in the world of Harry Potter, his height has grown a lot, so now he needs to use the illusion spell to adjust it. This is not a big problem, as long as you don't get taller all at once and grow a little taller every day. People around you can't really feel it. For the next period of time, as long as he adjusts his height every day, it doesn't take a month, and he doesn't need to use the fantasy transformation spell to adjust his height. Make breakfast with magic as usual, and watch Lisa and Mrs. Bell get on the school bus as usual. Oh, I forgot to mention that Mrs. Bell has moved in with them since the last robot riot, and maybe in a few months, Ms. Haas and Ms. Bell will be married. So now Mrs. Bell and Lisa are going to school together on the school bus. Watching the school bus leave, Jerry found an empty alley and rode a broomstick to his middle school. During the daytime these days, he will definitely stay in New Mexico, so he needs to deal with the school a little bit. In fact, it's not troublesome. With a slight Imperius curse and a little false memory charm, those school leaders can be dealt with, as long as they don't call Haas. With his current level of magic, these magics will not cause any harm to ordinary people. After the school was done, Jerry rode a broomstick and flew over to the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier by the sea. Although he now has a faster Thestral, if it is a short-distance flight, the broomstick is more convenient and more controllable. Good morning, little wizard. Jerry had just flown over the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier when a familiar figure flew over from the opposite side at high speed. Taking a closer look, it was Tony Stark wearing a steel suit. Good morning, Mr. Stark. After waving his hand to say hello, Jerry landed firmly on the deck and put the broom into the box. At this moment, Tony also landed on the deck, and after a burst of changes, the steel suit turned into a portable suitcase. Mr. Steck, the poison on your body is completely resolved? Seeing Tony in good spirits, Jerry showed a hint of surprise on his face. During the last robot riot, Tony was poisoned by the palladium element again because of the emergency use of the steel suit. At that time, Jerry didn't give him another bottle of advanced antidote. Of course, I have found other elements that can replace palladium, and I no longer have to worry about poisoning, but I still want to thank you for the magical potion before. It gave me enough time. Tony picked up the portable suitcase with a look of 3 parts smug, 3 parts happy, and 4 parts grateful. Sure enough, even without his potion, Tony was able to take care of the poisoning himself. Jerry nodded with a smile, and while walking towards Agent Hill with Tony, he waved his hands and said modestly, "You're welcome. My potion is for the symptoms, but not the root cause. Even without my potion, you'll be fine." Tony looked at Jerry in surprise. "Little wizard, how do I feel? You seem to be a little different from before. What's the difference?" Jerry touched his face to confirm that he was indeed wearing a mask now. Tony thought for a moment and half-jokingly said, "It's hard to say. I feel that you seem to be a lot more cheerful and sunny. When I saw you last time, to be honest, I always felt that you were more of a big villain than that guy Ivan." "Well, that's it." Jerry suddenly understood. Presumably, it was the magic of the unicorn that dispelled his abnormal state of mind due to the constant practice of the unforgivable curse. Now his state of mind is more like the calm state of mind before he went to the world of Harry Potter and learned magic, so will naturally give people a very different feeling. "Mr. Stark, Director Fury is already waiting for you in the office. and Agent Commando will take you directly there. Hill first handed over Tony to a young and beautiful female agent who followed behind him, then smiled at Jerry and said, "Miss Wizard, the plane is ready. If there is no problem, you can leave now." "Okay, let's go then." Hearing Hill calling himself Miss Wizard, Jerry paused for a moment and then replied with the same smile. To be honest, it was quite embarrassing for him to be called Miss Wizard all the time. But there is no way whoever turned into Hermione in order to disrupt S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation of his true identity. Now, even though he has the illusion spell, it is not easy to change back. After all, he used the hair-removing spell to remove the leg and armpit hair of Hill and the Black Widow before. If this was exposed, they would all die collectively. Boarding the S.H.I.E.L.D. supersonic plane, Jerry flew in the direction of New Mexico. New York is about 3,000 kilometers away from New Mexico, and it takes about 2 hours to get there on a S.H.I.E.L.D. supersonic plane. If he rides his own broomstick, it may take 2 or 3 days. However, if you are riding a Thestral, although the speed is not as fast as that of a supersonic aircraft, it is estimated that it will take 4 or 5 hours at most. You know, the flying speed of Thestrals is also super fast. Around noon, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s supersonic plane finally carried Jerry to his destination in New Mexico. It was a very barren land, but at this time it had been transformed into a temporary base by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, protected by a large number of skilled agents, as well as many professional scientists and a large number of advanced instruments. It was Agent Coulson who greeted Jerry's arrival. Behind him stood Agent Hawkeye with a bow and arrow, who was also a member of the first mile of the Avengers. "Miss Wizard, thank you for taking the time to come and help. Meet Agent Coulson again. Your hairstyle looks very handsome." Looking at Coulson with his side-combed hair, Jerry made a joke while shaking hands with him. Among the agents he has come into contact with so far, Coulson feels the best to him. Compared with Hill, Black Widow, and Director Fury, Coulson feels more sincere. After exchanging a few simple greetings with Coulson, Jerry followed him to the center of the temporary base. "We used the best lifting machines, but we couldn't lift this small hammer. We also dug up a lot of soil around it, but for some reason, the hammer seemed to have taken root, and the ground under its soil is actually harder than diamonds." Coulson pointed to the strange hammer that had been dug up on the ground and was still standing in the center, and explained to Jerry the series of actions they made to the hammer after they arrived. What a powerful magic power! Jerry turned on Superman mode and walked to the hammer. Before touching it, he felt the powerful magic power contained inside the hammer. The magic power contained in the hammer was the most powerful magic power he had felt so far, and even Dumbledore hadn't felt it like this. However, after careful identification, it could be clearly felt that the magic power contained in the hammer seems to be very different from the magic power in his body now. What is the specific difference? And now he can't figure out. He stretched out his hand to grab the handle of the hammer and pulled it hard. A wave of magic waves swept over him immediately, and then it seemed to confirm something, and then there was no movement. It really can't be pulled. It is said that only truly righteous and kind people can hold Thor's hammer. From this point of view, he is not really a very just and kind person. But this is the fact. If he was asked to use his life to save his relatives and friends, then he might do that. But if he was asked to exchange his own life for the lives of people he didn't know at all, even if it was the life of an entire city, he would resolutely refuse. Moreover, truly righteous and kind people often have unsatisfactory lives. Just like the Spider-Man played by Maguire in his previous life, with such powerful strength, his life is not as good as most ordinary people. This is not what he wants. How? Can you determine what this is? Coulson, who was on the side, fell into deep thought after seeing Jerry pull the hammer and asked quickly. Jerry came back to his senses and smiled. This hammer contains very powerful magic power, which cannot be deciphered with my current level. And if I'm not mistaken, this hammer should be Thor's hammer in Myths and Legends, which is Thor's exclusive weapon. Is there really a god in this world? A look of disbelief appeared on Coulson's face. As a materialist, it is really hard for him to believe in the existence of gods. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has a confidential document, which is full of records about supernatural beings, Those supernatural beings have been identified by experts, but there are some special changes in their genes, which would be explained by science. But things like gods are somewhat beyond the scope of what science can explain. Seeing this, Jerry spread his hands. Before I learned magic, I didn't believe that magic really existed, but it did exist. As for gods, maybe you can change your thinking. In fact, today's technology, thousands of years ago, might not be regarded as God. Coulson stroked his hair and nodded. I understand what you mean. Gods do exist, but they may not be as omnipotent as we imagined. Yes, maybe they are a group of aliens with special powers, but humans have regarded them as gods for thousands of years. After Jerry finished speaking, he went on to suggest, so, since Thor's hammer landed here, maybe Thor is also nearby. You can send your agents to search in nearby towns to see if any strangers have appeared here recently. In fact, Jerry always felt that the gods such as Thor and Loki in Avengers were different from the gods he imagined, and the movie was also labeled as a science fiction movie. So he thinks they're more like powerful aliens with special powers than gods. Oh, a town? The nearest town is Old Bridge, 50 miles to the east, and we're going to have something to do this afternoon. Coulson murmured, Miss Wizard, can I ask you a question? In the Black Shield car, driving from the base to Old Bridge Town, Coulson looked at Jerry, who was flipping through the magic book next to him, with a curious look on his face. Jerry replied without raising his head when he heard the words. It's okay, you ask. I'm listening. I don't mean anything in particular. I'm just curious. If you want to learn something like magic, what are the conditions? For example, do you think I still have a chance to learn magical magic? Coulson's eyes lit up. Jerry turned his head and looked Coulson up and down, then took out a copy of Basic Theory of Magic from the box space and threw it to him, showing a polite smile. Mr. Coulson, you don't have the qualifications to learn magic. If you like magic, this book is given to you as a souvenir. After receiving the thick magic book thrown by Jerry, Coulson was obviously stunned for a moment. It wasn't that Jerry said that he had no magic aptitude, but that Jerry actually gave him a precious magic book. This is different from what he originally expected. Then what kind of qualifications can one learn magic? Coulson silently put the precious magic book into his arms. Jerry stretched out one finger and said, Learn our school of magic. First, you must have the ability to never forget. Second, you must have strong comprehension and analysis skills. The third and most important point is to be able to perceive the free magical power in this world, and then be able to mobilize it. If you have the above three abilities, you can learn magic through the basic magic theory. Why did Jerry say this? In fact, he deliberately said it to Coulson, or to Fury. He didn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not greedy for his various magical magics. He wanted to tell the other party that his magic was learned bit by bit, and it required extremely high talent requirements. Those conditions are also half-truths. The magic in the world of Harry Potter mainly consists of wizard blood and wands, while the magic in The Sorcerer's Apprentice is fine if it meets the above conditions. But the premise is that you must know meditation and have a medium for casting spells. As for the basic theory of magic he threw to Coulson, it was indeed a real magic book, which he bought at Lehan Bookstore before. However, it is estimated that all the experts from S.H.I.E.L.D. will not be able to figure out why. However, the magic theory in that book is indeed correct, and I believe it should be able to fool S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while. What he needs now is time. The longer the time, the stronger his strength will be. He wanted to guarantee that if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to turn against him in the future, he could easily crush them all to death. An hour later, Old Bridgetown. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s car unit stopped in front of a house numbered 1001. Miss Wizard, you sit in the car for a while. We're going down to do some errands soon. Coulson greeted Jerry. Jerry looked at a magic book in his hand that explained the untraceable stretching curse and waved to Coulson to leave him alone. The main purpose of coming to Jiuqiao Town this time is to investigate through the police system here whether any strange things have happened recently or any strange people have appeared. Secondly, they want to take away all relevant records of atmospheric data from before and after the appearance of Thor's hammer from the home of a meteorology professor here to see if they can find relevant clues from them. The role of Jerry coming here is to provide some magical help if they find relevant suspicious people. Jerry didn't have any opinion on this. He came to New Mexico just to see if there would be some events for him to earn some red stars after Thor's hammer appeared here. By the way, in exchange, let S.H.I.E.L.D. help him repair and reorganize those robot soldiers. Therefore, it is good for him to continue to study his magic when he is free. Hey, you can't do this. You are violating your rights. I'm going to sue you. Not long after Coulson got out of the car, there was an angry, scolding sound outside, and Jerry rolled down the window curiously to look. Over there, Coulson was instructing the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to move the pieces of equipment in the house into a large van behind him. Beside him, an old man and two girls in their 20s were covered with faces. Anger. After a long time, S.H.I.E.L.D. went to the professor's house to get the equipment and records. It was not negotiated in advance, but mandatory. Facts have proved that many times the rules are made by the strong to restrain the weak. There was a sneer on Jerry's face when he saw this. The country's declaration that private property is sacred and inviolable is actually just a slogan in front of real rights and capital. Today, you can confiscate your experimental equipment and research notes because of national security, and tomorrow you could be put in prison because of national security. This is why Jerry has never believed in S.H.I.E.L.D. Although, from the perspective of national security, it seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. is not wrong to do so. But from the perspective of the three victims in front, their hard-earned research results were forcibly taken away and found again. Who will avenge? Just like if S.H.I.E.L.D. dared to ask him to hand over all magic-related things from the perspective of national security, would he be willing? Of course it's impossible. He will just use the death curse to send them all to hell. Oh, it's not easy to use the death curse now. It hurts the spirit. Then use the God's shadowless curse and the particle cannon. The effect is the same anyway. Miss Jane Foster and Professor Eric Savage, I am very sorry. I can only say that we are good people, sorry. Looking at the angry Jane, Professor Eric, and student Daisy who were pulling her, Coulson handed over a bank card with a full face of apology, enough to buy all their equipment. Fact. Angry, Jane slapped her bank card away and was about to give Coulson a hard time, but was pulled back by Professor Eric and Daisy behind her. Calm down, Jane. We can't afford to mess with them. Professor Eric still knows a little about S.H.I.E.L.D. and knows that the best way to do it now is to swallow this breath and put safety first. And at this moment, a dissatisfied voice suddenly came from the front. I said, Mr. Coulson, is that what you call taking? Is this the way of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Everyone turned their heads and saw a little girl in a wizard robe walking out of the black car in front. It was Jerry who transformed into Hermione with the distortion charm. Originally, Jerry would not intervene in such a small matter. The S.H.I.E.L.D., or as long as it is the relevant department of this country, they basically act like this. As long as Jerry's interests are not involved, he has no time to meddle in other people's business, and there is no little red star to take it. However, when he heard the names of Jane Foster and Eric Shavik, he suddenly recalled that Thor's girlfriend in Avengers 1 seemed to be Jane Foster. And Professor Eric Savage, isn't it the professor who helped S.H.I.E.L.D. to study space gems at the beginning of Avengers, and was later controlled by Loki with his psychic scepter, opening a space wormhole on the roof of the Steck building and releasing into the Quirrell Legion? That's why he closed the spell book and got out of the car. Miss Wizard, their meteorological data may have recorded the appearance of Thor's hammer, which will be very helpful for the base researcher's next work. Coulson explained helplessly. In fact, he didn't want to act like a robber, but he must be treated specially at special times. You see, this is the reason why I chose to refuse when Director Fury invited me to join, because you always feel that what you do is always right, and no one is always right. Jerry walked up to Coulson, his tone a little more sarcasm. Coulson touched his hair in embarrassment when he heard the words. This time, Director Fairy told him that it would be best to let wizards let go of their guard against S.H.I.E.L.D. through this cooperation. But for now, it seemed as though they would only make the wizards think less of them if they continued. Seeing that Coulson hesitated, Jerry didn't force himself too much, but suggested, Actually, I think that since the three of you are very good at meteorological research, why not give up the current barbaric way and invite them to help in a friendly and peaceful way? I believe they are still willing to provide some help, and this is more efficient. What do you say? After speaking, Jerry winked at Jane and the three of them. The three of Jane immediately understood and quickly said, "Of course, as long as you return our equipment and our research notes to us, we are willing to provide some technical assistance. Look, don't be so arbitrary in doing things. Cooperation can win-win." Jerry turned his head to look at Coulson again and whispered, "Hey, someone's handsome hair may be gone when he wakes up one day. Okay, but you have to promise to keep this research a secret afterwards, or I may have to invite you to the Shield Bureau for coffee." Coulson finally agreed with Jerry's suggestion and then touched his handsome side of the head helplessly. "I don't want to have the title of marinated egg like Director Fury. When this matter is over, I will go to watch a cello performance." "Very good." Hearing that Coulson was really willing to return their equipment and notes, the expressions of Jane and the three immediately changed from cloudy to sunny. "Okay, please move those devices back," Coulson ordered to the agents behind him. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked at each other and had no choice but to prepare to enter the Porter State again. Then Jerry took out his wand. "Forget it. Let me do it. It's getting late, and you all have to go to the police station to obtain relevant information." I saw Jerry took out his wand and pointed at the inside of the van. A mechanical device as tall as a person slowly floated up under his magical control and then floated towards the house. "Then I will trouble you. We will go to the police station first, and we will pick you up after we find clues." Coulson checked the time. It was almost 3 o'clock, so he didn't delay any longer. He took other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and drove to the police station in the town first. In fact, the town is not big, and the police station is not far from here. "I know you. You're the magic lady wizard in the news." "I thought it was magic." "I didn't expect you to be magic." At this time, the long-haired girl named Daisy Louise, watching Jerry cast a spell to transport all their equipment safely to the house, seemed to suddenly think of something and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The photo of Jerry that is now circulating in front of the public is a half-face photo deliberately taken by reporter Lucy in Hell's Kitchen. So Daisy and the three of them didn't recognize her at first, until he started to cast magic. Combined with the eye-catching wizard robe on his body, he didn't realize it. Next to her, Professor Eric hurriedly pulled Daisy and then stepped forward very politely to thank Jerry. "Thank you very much. If you hadn't just helped to speak up, I guess all of our equipment and research notes would be gone. You kept our research results." "You are welcome." Jerry retracted his wand and nodded slightly. Well, if Miss Wizard doesn't mind, you can come in first and sit down. I'll make you a cup of coffee or a glass of milk. They probably won't be back for a while." At this time, Jane, who had reacted from the magical magic, pointed to the house behind them and extended an invitation to Jerry. "Coffee, thank you." Jerry didn't refuse and followed the three of them into the room naturally. He also wanted to inquire about Thor from the three of them, so of course he was not in a hurry to leave here. Just now he asked Coulson and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to leave on purpose, because he wanted Coulson and others to find and contact Saul first. After all, he, Jerry, is not a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and may even be an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, so it's good to know some things yourself, and you don't need to tell S.H.I.E.L.D. Now he feels that while improving his strength, he can also build a good relationship with the superheroes of the Avengers. It is best to make most of the superheroes of the Avengers feel that Jerry is more trustworthy than S.H.I.E.L.D. In this way, in case he turns against S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, at least these superheroes will not help S.H.I.E.L.D. to beat him. You know, every superhero is a proper protagonist. If these protagonists work together to attack him, unless he is so powerful that he is abnormal, he may overturn inexplicably. I didn't see purple sweet potato essence being so strong, and he also has a powerful army that is famous in the universe. They were all put down by these superheroes. "Oh, sorry, I ran out of coffee this morning. I'll go get some." When Jane was pouring the coffee, she remembered that the coffee at home seemed to be drunk by that paranoid patient named Saul in the morning. "Don't bother. Just give me a glass of plain water." Jerry raised his hand to stop Jian from going to buy coffee. "Flaviv." The wand pointed at the boiled water that Jane handed over, and the cup of boiled water immediately turned into a cup of milk tea, and then he turned the cup around again, and a little bit of ice slag appeared in the milk tea. The two simplest spells in the Magician's Handbook. One is called Fire Calling, and the other is called Freezing Spells, both of which are simple magic formed by prying molecular movement with magic power. Don't be so surprised. Magic is actually similar to science. It's just that you don't understand it, just like I don't understand your weather-observing equipment. Jerry looked at his threesome with their mouths wide open at this moment, and explained with a smile. "It's amazing, Miss Wizard. Can you sign it for me?" At this time, Daisy, who was the youngest in the trio, looked at Jerry with little stars in her eyes. With the wizard's autograph, she can show it off to her classmates when she returns to school. There's nothing wrong with that. Seeing that the three of them had been shocked by magic, Jerry nodded with a smile. He didn't intend to show off, but now he looks like Hermione, a 12th or 13-year-old lowly. It's hard to be convincing an image. Only by using magic to shock the other party can the next question be better. I would like to ask, you have been living here. Have you ever met a man named Saul? When Daisy turned to get the pen and notebook, Jerry pretended not to ask Jane and Professor Eric. Saul? You mean the paranoid man? Hearing Jerry's inquiry, Professor Eric was surprised. Patients with delusional disorder. Can you tell me in detail? As soon as Jerry heard that there was something interesting, he immediately asked. Professor Eric looked at Jane next to him. Jane hesitated for a moment and then told the whole story. It's like this. Last night, we were in the car 50 miles away from the town, and we were using instruments to observe and record the laws of celestial bodies and weather. Suddenly, there was an abnormal celestial body and weather in the sky, and a man named Sol was also nearby. Then he was stunned by Daisy with a taser, and we. Jane, you hit him with the car first. At this time, Daisy just came back with a pen and a notebook, and quickly corrected her. Jane rolled her eyes helplessly. Yes, I drove him into the air first, but I didn't see it. It was a passive accident. After he got up later, you took the initiative to stun him. It was he who scared me first. Look at how drunk he was at the time, and kept yelling, Farah, Farah, my hammer, who cannot be afraid. But to be honest, his figure is really good. Daisy put the pen and notebook in front of Jerry, recalling Saul's naked upper body at their house in the morning. She couldn't help showing some aftertaste expressions. Well, Thor, who controls lightning in mythology, was stunned by a stun gun. And after, Jerry signed Daisy in a hurry, and then continued to ask. Later we sent him to the hospital, but this morning he escaped from the hospital and beat the doctor, and then I accidentally knocked him unconscious. Maybe I felt a little sorry for bumping into people twice, so Jane paused before continuing. We brought him home, gave him a suit of clothes, and took him to dinner. He claimed to be Thor from the God's domain, and he was separated from us to find his hammer and return to the God's domain. So, you don't know where he went now. After listening to Jane's narration, Jerry has roughly figured it out. Oh, I think he should still be near the restaurant where we ate. After all, he doesn't have a car, and it's only been less than 15 minutes since we parted. At this moment, Daisy looked down at her watch and replied. Jerry narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Where's that store? Can you show me there? I want to find out something from that Mr. Saul. Of course, it's just to the east of the town. I'll drive you there. At this moment, Jane hurriedly responded. Jerry helped her get back the most important experimental equipment and research notes. It's not right to help her with such a small favor. Also, it seemed nice to see that weird Soul again. Although that guy was talking like a delusional patient, he had to say that he was quite attractive in normal times, at least much more attractive than the previous scumbag doctor. Ms. Foster, you are really a very enthusiastic person. Seeing that Jane agreed so quickly, Jerry couldn't help but make a joke as if he was afraid that others would take the job. Don't tell the truth. Through Jane's narration just now, Jerry can clearly feel that Jane at this time has secretly developed feelings for Soul. Let's go. We won't be able to find that paranoid patient in a while. Jane's face was reddish. She picked up her coat and waved to Jerry. Then we'll see you later. Jerry waved to Professor Eric and his little assistant Daisy, and followed Jane into her modified van. After twists and turns, in about 5 minutes, they found Soul in front of a pet store on East Street. Look, there he is. What is he doing at the pet store? The van was parked on the side of the road, and Jane pointed to the man in a brown jacket who had just walked into the door of the pet store and said in surprise. The man looked to be in his 30s, with blonde, shoulder-length, half-length hair, tall and muscular, and walked into the pet shop in such a vigorous manner. Go down and have a look. Jerry opened the car door and went down first, followed by Jane. However, before they reached the door of the pet shop, they heard a menacing, thick male voice coming from inside. I need a horse. At this time, the owner of the pet shop, who was standing opposite Sol in the shop, was stunned. What kind of idiot must this be to think that his pet shop has horses? Excuse me, sir, we have no horses, only dogs, cats, birds. Just give me a D***** K big enough to ride. Sol waved his hand as if he didn't mind without a horse. The owner of the pet store checked Sol's size up and down, then looked around at all the pets in his store, and finally set his sights on the biggest pet in the store, Husky. The Husky glanced at the owner of the pet shop with its eyes full of wisdom, then stretched its head and successfully stuck its head out of the cage. Hey, Thor, come out. Jane, who was standing at the door, covered her forehead, watched Sol walking towards her in surprise, and explained in a low voice. There's no pet shop that can move your animal. Sol smiled indifferently. No way. This mortal's body is too weak to find Mjolnir, hammer of Thor, with his legs, and you don't want to send me there, so I can only do this. Hello, Thor, if you don't mind. I can take you there to get your Thor's hammer back. At this time, Jerry stepped forward. Sol looked down at Jerry with some doubts. Kid, who are you? Kid. Jerry couldn't help raising his brows, but he knew that it was Hermione's image that he was showing at this time, and it was correct to say that he was a child. You can call me a wizard, a human being who knows magic. Jerry pointed his wand towards the trash can by the side of the road, and the trash can instantly turned into a white horse. You are a mage from Midgard. Do you know me? Sol saw that Jerry could cast magic, and immediately knew that he was a magician in the human world. As a thunder god who lived for 1,500 years, although he hasn't been to Midgard for a long time, he still knows that there are many magicians in this world. Jerry made a point. I've seen some records about you in the magic book, and a few hours ago, I just saw the Thor's hammer that was embedded in the ground, and no one could pick it up. To be honest, in Jerry's opinion, among the superheroes in Avengers 1, Thor may be the strongest in hard power, and they have no weaknesses. Oh, it can't be said that there is nothing at all. It seems that the brain is not working well. Iron Man relies entirely on technology and the steel suit. Without the suit, he is almost like an ordinary person. An agent who is proficient in assassination has a chance to kill him. The Green Titan is also powerful, but Dr. Banner himself can't control it. Captain America's physical fitness is several times that of a normal person, but he will die if he is hit by a bullet. Not to mention Black Widow and Hawkeye, because hard power is not enough. Sneak attack, stealth, and intelligence are good players. Only this guy, Thor, lives 1,500 years old. The general weapon of Thor's body can't cause damage at all. It is estimated that the missile will not be killed if it hits the face. It has super hand-to-hand combat ability. With a hammer in hand, it can also release a wide range of AoE lightning attacks, and has the ability to fly. In fact, if there is a fight, Thor is the one he finds most difficult to deal with now. It's just that the current Thor seems to be a little different from the Thor he saw in the first Avengers. Is it because of the loss of Thor's hammer? It doesn't seem to be the case. Thor's hammer is a good weapon for Thor, but even without Thor's hammer, Thor's own strength should not be as weak as it is now. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't show it for the time being. Hearing Jerry said that he could send him there to get back his hammer, Thornton was overjoyed, patted Jerry on the shoulder, and promised, "That's really great. While I get back Thor's hammer and restore my divine power, I will definitely thank you." After speaking, he looked at Jane again and said, "And you, Miss Foster, and Eric and Daisy, you are all good people." At this time, Jane is already in a mess. Sol is Thor? Thor really exists? This seems a little too ridiculous. However, she thought of Jerry's identity and the various magics that Jerry had cast before and became uncertain again. In this way, after finding Sol, the three returned to Jane's residence together. Aren't we going outside the town? After getting in the car, he found that he had returned to the place in the morning not long after, and Sol was a little confused. So, Jerry introduced the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the general background of S.H.I.E.L.D. to Sol. So what you mean is that if I want to get back my Thor's hammer, I need to get the consent of the S.H.I.E.L.D.? Sol's face was not very good looking. Miss Wizard, we have a clue here. According to the information from the police station, they received a report from the town hospital this morning. A strange patient who does not belong to this town attacked them. I have already sent someone. As soon as Coulson entered the room, he saw Sol sitting on the sofa, drinking a large glass of cold beer and chatting vigorously with Jerry. And as a top agent, he recognized Sol at a glance as the strange patient whose photo was provided by the hospital. It's Mr. Coulson. There's no need to send someone to look for it. This is the owner of Thor's hammer, Mr. Sol. With a wave of Jerry's wand, he turned the large glass of pure water Sol received from the water dispenser into cold beer again. Hello, I am the son of Odin, Thor. At this time, Thor also temporarily stopped telling Jane the story about his adventure into the Frost Titan world with Asgard warriors and greeted Coulson. No way. His current Thor power has been sealed by his father Odin, and his body is stronger than ordinary mortals. According to what Jerry told him, he must have a good relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., otherwise he might not be able to get his Thor back hammer. Until now, Thor still believes that as long as he gets back his hammer, he can unseal his father Odin and restore the power of Thor. Coulson was stunned for a while before he reacted and raised his hand towards Sol. Hi, welcome to Earth. After chatting for a while, Jerry has roughly understood the reason why Thor appeared here. To put it simply, the prince who is about to ascend the throne is young and energetic and wants to start a war and play a record that has been passed down through the ages like his father. In the end, he was taught a lesson by the old king and dared to talk back. The old king got angry and confiscated all his abilities and let him come down to experience life. During this period, Thor also talked about the 9 realms, Asgard, and the Rainbow Bridge. Jerry was a little confused. Originally, he thought that the Milky Way was beyond the Earth, the endless universe, and countless civilizations in the universe. Looking at the Avengers for a while, isn't it the alien army that is attacking the Earth? And the purple sweet potato essence seems to be an alien race. But when it came to Thor's mouth, it seemed to be different again. The Earth became Midgard, the atrium, and became the center of the World Tree, and Midgard was excluded from the World Tree. There are also a total of 8 countries, including Asgard, the Kingdom of the Gods, Vanaheim, the Kingdom of the Vanir Gods, and Yaphium, the Kingdom of the Elves of Light. These are collectively called the 9 realms, and they are related to each other. They are the World Tree system. Sol also mentioned that the Frost Titans of Jotunheim once invaded the human world, and it was their Asgardian Protoss who fought bloody battles to suppress the Frost Titans. Anyway, after listening to Sol's explanation, not only Jerry, but also astrophysicists Eric and Jane were dazed and confused. However, Jerry didn't delve into it, because he knew that the world of Marvel was very chaotic. There were alien technological civilizations, magical civilizations, and gods and hells. It was a hodgepodge. If you don't understand these questions, you will only get more and more confused. Compared with these, he is more interested in what Thor mentioned about magic. Asgard also has magicians. His mother and younger brother Loki could do magic. And they also use rune characters, and many magic books are recorded in rune characters. However, what surprised Jerry was that the Asgardian mages mentioned by Sol all borrowed the power of the Tree of Life to cast magic, not like him with magical power in his body. This also surprised him. Jerry has always felt that the power should belong to himself, and the borrowed power is always not so safe to use. In fact, he still wanted to ask Sol some more questions about magic, but Sol, a big stick, didn't know much about it. Although he has lived for 1,500 years, he has been playing with a hammer for 1,500 years. You have to ask him about how to smash the enemy into meat paste in 108 ways with a hammer. He must be able to give you a satisfactory answer. But if you want to ask him about the principles of magic and more detailed knowledge of magic, he will be in trouble. All of Jerry's magical knowledge comes from 2 small magical worlds, and he's almost blank about the magic in the Marvel world. So he also wants to know what kind of magic is in the Marvel world, and whether it is possible to integrate into his own magic system to make his magic more powerful. Also, so far he hasn't met a mage in the main world. Where have all the mages in the human world gone? In the shield car driving to the base, Coulson whispered to Jerry, the co-pilot, while driving. Is he really the legendary Thor? It seems to be different from what I imagined. Jerry turned his head and glanced at the back row. Talking to Jane was Saul with a happy face. It shouldn't be wrong. As he said, his Thunder God power has been sealed, and he needs to get that hammer to restore it. Okay, then we have to wait for Director Fury to come to make a decision. Thor's identity and background are too involved. At this time, whether to let Thor pick up the hammer to restore the power of Thor is not something he can decide as a senior agent now. Because if one is not handled well, it may cause bad changes in the relationship between the two civilizations. So just before he set off to return, he reported the situation here to Fury. If there is no accident, when they drove to the base, Fury almost arrived in a supersonic plane. Behind Thor is the entire Asgard Protoss, the existence that rules the 9 realms and the god that humans once feared, and Thor is the future king of Asgard. If these are all true, then Thor does not represent an alien like Sol, but a super civilization beyond the current human beings, and it is impossible to be too cautious. Of course, the premise is that what Saul said is true, and Jerry's judgment is not wrong. Okay, son of S.H.I.E.L.D., can you take me to get my hammer? After the car stopped, Saul turned to Coulson and asked, Mr. Saul, I'm afraid for the time being. Coulson was about to refuse when an order came from the earphones, which made him change the subject immediately. Of course, I'll take you there. It turned out that because of the importance of the matter, Fury did not dare to delay after receiving the report. Now he has arrived at the base and has taken over the command of the entire base. The order that just came from Coulson's earphones was given by Fury. Jerry looked at Coulson in some surprise, and even though he understood what was going on, he didn't say much and walked toward the location of Thor's hammer together with a few people. However, since Thor was demoted by Odin himself, is it really so easy to recover his divine power? Jerry was skeptical. In the center of the base, where Thor's hammer stands, Thor walked forward confidently and finally found the hammer that had been with him for thousands of years. As long as he picked up Thor's hammer, he could restore his god body, and he could call Heimdall to open the Rainbow Bridge to bring him back. Asgard. And around him are Jerry, Coulson, several agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the trio of astrometeorological researchers in Jiuqiao Town who are staring at him with piercing eyes. Above him is Hawkeye Barton, holding a special bow and arrow to prevent accidents. However, when Thor's right hand touched Thor's hammer, there was a sudden thunder in the sky, followed by heavy rain without warning. I don't know why. I have a bad feeling. The rain seems to indicate something. Jane, who hastily retreated to the nearby shed to hide from the rain, murmured. And as soon as her words fell, Thor's desperate roar came from over there. Oh no! It turned out that after Thor held the hammer, he didn't pick up his beloved hammer as he expected, but he couldn't move Thor's hammer like everyone else. After several attempts, he finally realized that Father God Odin was really angry this time. Not joking with him, he was exiled, and he didn't know how long he would be exiled. That's why he fell to his knees in despair, roaring to vent the sadness in his heart. I just said, it's not that simple, and the rain is too appropriate for the occasion. Seeing the cold rain hitting Thor's face, Jerry shook his head, and with a wave of his wand, a wall of fire lay across Sol's sky, not only protecting him from the rain, but also helping him toast the quilt by the way. Wet hair. Sol's desperate look made Jane feel distressed when she had been interested in him for a long time, and immediately went forward to help him into the shed and comforted him. What's the situation now? Coulson looked at Jerry. There must be some accident. Maybe his father, Odin, doesn't plan to let him go back for the time being. I think it's better not to disturb him now. Let him calm down. Jerry shrugged. In fact, he had already had some predictions in his heart. According to some fragments of the first reunion, it could be deduced that things are definitely not that simple. At this time, Coulson heard Fury's order again. Presumably, Nick Fury had seen what happened here, just now, through surveillance. Director Fury invited you to come over and speak. Then let's go. Jerry nodded and followed Coulson to the headquarters on the west side of the base. He also wanted to know what Fury planned for Sol now. Before leaving, Coulson specially arranged for a few agents to take Jane and Eric to the base room for a rest. Do you think the stories he told are true? At the base command, Fury looked seriously at Jerry, who was sitting across from him and was looking at his watch. Jerry looked up and replied, "Whether what he said is true, I can't guarantee it, but when I get close to him, I can sense that there's indeed a very powerful magical power in his body. So I tend to think that he is Thor, and that what he said is true of." At this time, Jerry didn't lie. Although he can confirm that what Thor said should be true through the movie of his previous life, he really felt the powerful power in Thor's body. It's just that he wasn't sure if it was Thor's own power or the power Odin used to seal Thor. That's it. That's going to be troublesome. Fury opened his one eye, lost in thought. 10 years ago, when he was not the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he knew that there were many powerful alien civilizations outside the Earth. Because back then, he and Captain Marvel helped the Skrulls and fought a battle with the Carries, and one of his eyes was also blind at that time. So for the story of Thor, he also has 70% or 80% belief. Otherwise, he would not rush over in person in such a hurry. If this matter is handled well, then the Earth may have a good ally in the universe in the future. If it is not handled well, a global war may follow. Coulson, take the 3 astrometeorological experts who came with you to the scientific research team at the base to see if you can draw further conclusions from the weather data. After a while, Fury gave an order to Coulson, who was on the side. Although at this time he has already believed 8 points, but still 2 points do not believe it, so he still has to rely on the power of science to verify it, and maybe he will come to another truth. "Yes, Director, but that Thor?" Coulson asked. "Don't worry about him for now. I'll talk to him in person when his mood is completely stable." Fury waved his hand. The current Sol has no supernatural power, no different from ordinary people, but he doesn't need to pay too much attention in the past. After Coulson left, Fury turned to look at Jerry again. "Are there any relevant records in the magic books you studied that can verify the story Sol told?" "No, I've told you everything I know. It's up to you next. By the way, remember to install some electroshock weapons when modifying my robot soldiers, the kind that requires super powerful electric shocks." Jerry didn't want to stay with a secret agent leader for a long time. After he roughly understood Fury's thoughts, he casually dealt with it and ran away. It is almost 5 o'clock now, and it is estimated that Aisha and Belle's school bus will arrive at the gate of the community in a while, and he has to rush back to cook. New York public elementary and middle schools finish early, usually around 3 p.m. After that, if you want to, you can stay in school to participate in some club activities, or you can go home by yourself if you don't want to. Jerry always arrives home on time, because he is close to home, and he's also the first to arrive home. Aisha and Bailey arrive at home around 5 o'clock, and Haas was the latest one. The earlier time would be around 7 o'clock. If there is a case, it may be 9 or 10 o'clock, or even stay up until the next day. There is also a return in the morning. After leaving the headquarters, Jerry found the room that Coulson had arranged for him before, took out a sign that said, "Magical Practice, No Entry for Idlers," and hung it outside the door. "Quickly imprison and expel muggles." Casting a locking charm and a muggle-repelling charm, Jerry pulled out his glove and opened the portkey. After a burst of space fluctuations, he disappeared from the S.H.I.E.L.D. temporary base in New Mexico and came to his home in New York, where he had left the key in advance. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, seeing the 3 of Haas who yawned and went back to sleep not long after eating, Jerry opened the door key again. He added some ingredients to the dinner and added a potion that can help sleep. The effect is similar to sleeping pills, but this potion is good for the human body, because the next day will be extra energetic. How about Sol? After returning to the base, Jerry met Coulson in the corridor just after leaving the room. Coulson spread his hands. "It's still the same. I want to see it just now. I don't know why. It seems that his mood is worse than before, and he's almost depressed." "So serious?" The director of Brained Egg talked to him. Jerry felt that Soul's temper didn't look like a person who would be depressed. Could it be that Fury said something? Coulson nodded. Yes, but it should have nothing to do with the director, because he was still in a relatively stable mood after the talk, but it suddenly changed just now. Before Jerry left, Nick Fury personally communicated with Saul once. Through the conversation, Nick Fury basically confirmed that Saul was not lying. The main reason is that after talking for a long time, he saw that Saul was a single-minded, reckless man who couldn't tell a lie. Take me there to have a look. Jerry thought for a while and planned to go over to see the situation. It happened that he wanted to experiment with the spell Curse Standing, which can remove most of the magic effects, and whether it could have any effect on the seal on Soul. Although, he estimated that the possibility should not be great. Hey, what's going on? Just when Jerry was preparing to go to Soul's residence under the leadership of Coulson, he suddenly sensed a strange magical wave in the direction of Thor's hammer. What's wrong? Seeing that, Jerry stopped suddenly. Coulson was also taken aback for a moment. There seems to be something wrong with Thor's hammer. I'll go and have a look. Jerry left a sentence and ran towards Thor's hammer in the center of the base. Coulson immediately took out the walkie-talkie in his pocket and ordered, "Agent Barton, please go to Thor's hammer immediately to check the situation." After speaking, he followed Jerry and ran towards the center of the base. "Hey, big brother, I don't think I've seen you before." As soon as Jerry ran to the center of the base, he saw a man with extraordinary temperament in a suit and leather shoes, trying to pick up Thor's hammer, while the staff and agents next to him seemed to be shielded, as if they didn't see this man at all. This base agent, as long as Jerry took a look at it, he would definitely remember it, and the man who was pulling Thor's hammer was obviously not in his memory. More importantly, the magic fluctuation he sensed just now came from this strange man. "You can see me?" The man in the suit let go of the hammer and looked at Jerry in surprise. And when Jerry called out the man in the suit, his shielding magic seemed to lose its effect in an instant, and all the agents nearby saw his existence. "Sir, please raise your hand. It's best not to move." At this time, Coulson also caught up and immediately took out his pistol and pointed at the man in the suit. The man in the suit glanced at Coulson's pistol and reacted to those shield agents around him who also pointed their guns at him, with contemptuous expressions on their faces. His body changed for a while, and the modern suit outside instantly turned into a set of golden ancient armor. Wearing a golden ram horn helmet, wearing a golden battle armor, wearing a green cloak, and holding a strangely shaped golden spear, the man in the suit said disdainfully in a high-pitched voice, "I am Loki, the king of God's domain. You mere mortals dare to order me. F***K. This guy is so flirtatious." Looking at the glittering Loki, Jerry couldn't help but secretly complained in his heart. "Be careful. Armor protection." Seeing that the rocky-colored spear on the opposite side was raised, a thick lightning shot out from the spear and hit straight towards Coulson. Jerry quickly stood in front of Coulson and cast an iron armor spell. In the second half of his study at Hogwarts, Jerry has been able to use the iron armor curse very smoothly by consulting Snape and Dumbledore. In front of Jerry's wand, a fan-shaped, translucent magic shield instantly formed. However, in the world of Harry Potter, the iron armor curse, which was able to block most magic attacks, and in reality was able to block Barrett's sniper rifle, actually broke after only 2 seconds in this lightning attack. "What's the situation? So strong." Jerry and Coulson also reacted quite quickly. Seeing that the protective shield was broken, the two rolled over and dodged the next attack at the same time. At this time, the surrounding shield agents also launched attacks on Loki. It's just that those bullets hit Loki's golden battle armor, and they were bounced off without even a scratch. "You are courting death." Rocky waved his long spear repeatedly, and the thick lightning flashed wildly, killing all shield agents present in an instant. At this moment, a long arrow shot straight at Loki's eyes that were not covered by the armor, trying to shoot him blind. It was Hawkeye Button who arrived and launched a sneak attack from above the base. However, as a Frost Titan tribe, Loki's physical fitness is not as good as Thor's, but it is not comparable to ordinary people. He easily grabbed the arrow in his hand with his hand. It's a pity that Hawkeye Button's arrow was not an ordinary arrow. The moment Loki grabbed the arrow with a smug expression on his face, the head of the arrow flashed red and exploded. It turned out that what Hawkeye Patton shot was an explosive arrow, and the head of the arrow had been equipped with a miniature bomb through high-tech means. Ordinary bombs certainly couldn't hurt Loki, but they also made Loki turn over a few times on the ground, making him a little embarrassed. Loki, who has always been very concerned about his own image, was really angry at this moment. He pointed the golden spear at the position where Hawkeye Barton was and shot out a golden lightning that was twice as thick as before. Eagle-eyed Barton above the base saw this, and quickly swooped down from the top of the building, narrowly avoiding it. All petrified. At this time, Jerry, who saw the right opportunity, waved his wand and threw a full-body binding spell at Loki. Magic? You're a wizard. Loki, who was hit by Jerry's magic, was only frozen for about a second before returning to normal. Obviously, as a Frost Titan family, Loki has not weak magic resistance in his body, and it is difficult for ordinary body-binding spells to have an effect on him. Loki looked at Jerry. A flash of magic flashed in his eyes, and he showed a malicious smile. Interesting, I should have discovered that you are a wizard, but you even used illusion to cover up your real appearance. Let me see who you are. As the god of deceit in mythology, Loki is best at illusion and clone magic. So after careful observation, he immediately saw through Jerry's illusion spell. Not good. Hearing Loki's words, Jerry felt bad. However, before he could take any measures, a green light suddenly flashed in the opposite Loki's hand, and then Jerry found that his illusion spell was broken, and his true face was revealed. Dizzy. The moment his identity was revealed, Jerry immediately threw a sleeping spell at the stunned Coulson and Hawkeye Button. Then he looked at the 3 nearby monitors, and he was slightly relieved when he saw that all 3 monitors were destroyed by the golden lightning that Loki just sent out. The monitoring equipment was destroyed, and the other agents nearby were basically eliminated by Loki's golden lightning. The only ones who saw his true appearance were Coulson, Hawkeye Patton, and Loki in front of him. Coulson and Hawkeye Button wait a while. He can solve it with the Oblivion Charm and False Memory Charm. As for Loki in front of him, originally, he didn't intend to do anything with the other party because he considered that if he caught Loki here, it might affect the plot of the next reunion. You know, it seems that Loki was exiled into the universe in the first middle school of the reunion, and then met Thanos, who handed the Scepter of the Mind to Loki, so that Loki, who is familiar with the Earth, went to the Earth to use the space gem to open the space. Gatekeeper leads the Chitauri Legion to attack Earth. If Loki is captured by them at this time, then Thanos may send other men over, and then the only plot advantage he is familiar with in Avengers will be completely gone. But now, since Loki knew his true identity, he had no choice but to kill him just to be on the safe side. Loki is extremely cunning and has no bottom line. In Avengers 1, he has made a corresponding plan for each hero's weakness. Jerry is worried that after the other party knows his identity, he will attack his relatives, Haas and Aisha, when he returns in the future. So now he can only choose to act first and find a way to kill him here. As for whether the plot of the follow-up reunion will completely go astray, he can't care so much now. Interesting, you must have some secret. After seeing Jerry's identity exposed, he chose to put his teammates down immediately, and Rocky's face suddenly became interested. Sometimes, it's not good to know too many secrets. Murderous intent flashed across Jerry's face, and as he waved his wand, a huge fire dragon was formed, roaring and rushing towards Loki. It was the dragon curse he invented at Hogwarts before. Loki didn't dare to be negligent when he saw this. He pointed at the golden spear in his hand, and a flash of lightning as thick as an arm flashed, directly splitting the fire dragon in half. But when he looked at Jerry again, he found that Jerry had disappeared. Invisibility? It's useless to me. As soon as Loki stretched out his hand, he was about to cast the magic that broke the invisibility, but he seemed to have noticed something and quickly blocked the golden spear in his hand. Dozens of silver needles were instantly blown into powder by the lightning twined around the golden spear. Avada Kedavra! But just when Loki blocked the sneak attack of the Silver Needle, a green light had already accurately hit his back from behind. It was Jerry who cast the deadly killing curse behind him. It didn't die. Seeing Loki, who was hit by the death curse, let out a painful howl, and then Chi Xiao bled but did not die as expected, Jerry's face suddenly changed. Sure enough, the killing curse is 100% fatal after hitting it, but it is only for ordinary humans and wizards, and it is not so absolute for other creatures with strong enough vitality. Just like a powerful fire dragon, even if an ordinary wizard's killing spell hits it completely, it cannot be killed. The blood of the Frost Titan flows in Loki's body, and his physique is as strong as he wants. He doesn't even have the slightest scar on his face from a bomb. A killing curse will only hurt him, but he can't kill him directly. Unless he stood still, Jerry could kill him with a dozen killing curses in a row. Therefore, the killing curse is more effective against mages with average physique, but is much less effective against warriors and large creatures with strong vitality. Wizard of Midgard, how dare you do this? Go to hell. Loki, who was bleeding from 7 holes, turned around, and a huge lightning bolt shot at Jerry. Jerry, who was in the invisible state, quickly cast an iron armor spell and rolled over before it shattered. Disarm you. A blue magic ray shot at Loki again, and the golden spear in Loki's hand flew out immediately. Until now, Jerry has discovered that Rocky's strength is actually mediocre, although his physique is strong, but the main attack method seems to be the weird golden spear in his hand. So when he dodged the attack, he directly replaced the attack spell with the disarm spell, and disarmed his weapon first. Loki was shocked when he lost the golden spear in his hand. The golden spear that could launch a huge lightning attack was the eternal spear of Asgard, the weapon of the father god Odin. He also took it for himself while his father was in a deep sleep. Without the eternal spear, his strength would be greatly reduced. Shenfeng Wuying. Jerry waved his wand again, and several transparent, invisible sharp blades flew towards Loki. However, the sharp blade passed through Loki as if passing through a phantom, and hit the ground behind him directly through his body. Illusion. Jerry quickly looked at the eternal spear that had been knocked away by the disarming curse. Sure enough, Loki's figure reappeared, and he had the eternal spear in his hand. Wizard of Midgard, I remember you. After getting the eternal gun, Loki didn't attack Jerry again, but angrily put down a harsh word and disappeared in place. Loki is not Soul, and he will not fight to the end for the glory of a soldier. He is very cunning. When he found out that if he continued to fight, he might die here today, he immediately flinched. Now the father god Odin fell into a deep sleep, and Thor was deprived of his divine power and thrown to Midgard. He is the well-deserved king of God's domain in the future. As long as you go back and kill Lao Fei, the leader of the Frost Titans, and use the Rainbow Bridge to destroy the entire Jotunheim, his reputation in Asgard will be unmatched. Even if the father god Odin wakes up, his status will not be changed. At that time, he can naturally send the Asgardian army to crush Midgard and kill this wizard who dared to hurt himself by the way. In his opinion, as a king, there is no need to do it himself, and this kind of fighting and killing can be done by his subordinates in the future. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it is the best choice to return to Asgard first. Seeing that Loki disappeared, in order to prevent it from being a trap, Jerry used the smoke detection spell to check the surrounding area, and then released the illusion spell to reveal his figure. Smoke detection spell, a detection magic spell sent by Morgana that can see through illusions and invisibility. Zhang Jean Horvath used this spell to see through Jerry's disillusionment spell. Hearing a large number of footsteps approaching in the distance, Jerry didn't dare to neglect and hurried to Coulson and Button, who were stunned by him with the sleeping spell. At first, they cast the Oblivion Charm and the False Memory Charm on them one by one. In fact, after the identity is exposed, killing Coulson and Barton is the best way. But although Jerry is not a good person, he also has his own bottom line. So he used the forgetting curse to make the two of them forget temporarily. He just saw a clip of Jerry's real face. At the same time, it is filled with a fake memory spell, changing the scene where Loki casts magic to break his illusion spell, and changes it to Loki hitting them with magic, making them faint. However, this is not without its pitfalls. The forgetting spell can indeed make people forget their memories, but this is not absolute. If the caster's brain is strongly stimulated later, it is still possible to remember it again. The point is that Loki, who knew his true appearance, ran away, and that was a ticking time bomb. But now it can only be the case. He never thought that he could hide his identity all the time, but he couldn't do it now. Such a sudden exposure would catch him off guard. Just when Jerry's spell was cast, Nick Fury also rushed over with a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. What exactly is going on? Soul's younger brother Loki appeared, but he doesn't seem to be friendly to us. Jerry quietly released a resurrection spell on Coulson and Button, and then explained to Fury with a solemn face. At this time, Coulson and Barton also came to life because of the recovery spell. Half an hour later, in the command room of the base, after listening to the reports from Jerry, Coulson, and Button, Fury fell into deep thought. Do you think there is something wrong? It's really not quite right. Loki's appearance and his current performance are a little different from what Soul said. Coulson nodded in agreement. I think you should ask Soul to come over and ask again. It is impossible for Loki to come here without meeting his big brother, and I think the reason why Soul is in a bad mood may have something to do with Loki, Jerry suggested. Now, the appearance of Loki can fully prove that Asgard does exist, but if Loki is the new king of Asgard, according to his previous attitude, the Earth will be in danger. Coulson, you go and ask Mr. Saul to come over and talk. Fury accepts Jerry's offer. What? Loki attacked you? Oh, it's all my fault. He must be a little sad about the death of the Father God, so he will take the blame on you. Although he usually likes to play pranks, he is not that bad. In the conference room of the base, Saul's face was full of guilt after knowing the whole story. At this time, Jerry frowned. Mr. Saul, what are you talking about? What happened to your father, Odin? Actually, Loki came to Midgard this time to see me for the last time. Father God died from overwork due to the pressure of the upcoming war in Asgard and Jotunheim. In order to prevent the war, I, as the originator of this matter, must be exiled here forever. Only in this way, Jotunheim is willing to stop. Saul explained with a sad look. He felt that after meeting him for the last time, Loki must have been in a bad mood when he knew that the two brothers would never see each other again. So he had a conflict with the shield. Mr. Saul, did your brother Loki tell you these things? Coulson stepped forward to ask a question. Saul nodded and said sincerely, if Loki has caused you any trouble, I, as his big brother, apologize to you on his behalf. As the defenders of the Order of the Nine Realms, we in Asgard also have the responsibility to protect you weak humans. It's okay, Mr. Saul. You can go back and rest first. Please forgive your father's business. Nick Fury narrowed his only one eye, with a hint of meaning in his tone. After Saul left the room, Nick Fury looked at Coulson. What do you think? I think Mr. Saul's younger brother is not as good as he said. And if according to Saul's narration, leaving aside his emotional factors and just analyzing the whole incident itself, all this seems more like a trap. As a top agent, Coulson certainly lacked in analytical ability. What's more, the authorities are obsessed, but the bystanders are clear. Soul is at the center of the incident, and he trusts his brother Loki too much. Many things are led by the nose in a daze. Of course, it doesn't rule out that he doesn't have any brains. Even if he is not an authority, he may not be able to figure out the truth of the matter. From Coulson's point of view, from the day when Thor became king, the Frost Titans appeared to attack Asgard's treasure house, and Thor impulsively led people to Jotunheim to start a war. And later being exiled to the earth by Odin, this series of events is not like a coincidence at all. It's more like a trap carefully laid out for Thor's impulsive character, and the ultimate beneficiary of the trap is Loki, who currently holds the throne of Asgard. Fury nodded, listening to Coulson's explanation. Obviously, he also very much agrees with Coulson's reasoning. With Loki's attitude, if he really becomes the king of Asgard, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. In Fury's view, Loki's performance does not seem to put human beings on an equal footing, and if the speculation is true, Loki must be an ambitious person. It is hard to imagine that he will be the queen of Asgard and will as friendly as ever. Miss Wizard, do you have any suggestions? At this time, Fury looked at Jerry, who was in deep thought. Ever since Saul left the room, Jerry had been thinking about something. No, I'm not an agent, but I'm not good at analyzing intelligence. I'm only good at magic. If you find that Loki again, please let me know. I'll use magic to help you deal with him. Jerry waved his hand and left the conference room without listening to what plans Fury and Coulson had. He knew that Coulson's analysis was not wrong. At least Odin definitely didn't die due to too much pressure, as Loki said. It's just too nonsense. If it is said that Odin is due to the end of his lifespan, how much can he still trust him because of the war pressure of Frost Titan? So Saul will believe it. And if he remembers correctly, the reason why Avengers Thor was able to return to Earth from Asgard was because Odin used his own power to send him back. Jerry's main concern now is whether Loki is still on Earth or has returned to Asgard, how to find him or kill him, so as to keep his true identity from being discovered for the time being. Therefore, instead of listening to Coulson and Fury analyzing here, it is better to go to Thor to talk about feelings and gather relevant information about Loki. Moreover, Loki should not just let Thor go. There must be a follow-up, otherwise, the Rainbow Bridge connecting the 9 realms will not be damaged in the first Avengers, and Loki will not be exiled in the universe. Coulson, you are in charge of the affairs of the base. Wait and see what happens, and pay attention to protect Thor. I will go back and find a helper. After Jerry left, Fury and Coulson discussed for a long time and finally made a decision. The two agreed that based on Rocky's current behavior analysis, it is very likely that he will take action to solve Soul's future troubles in order to stabilize his throne. After all, Soul is the Orthodox, he is immortal, and it is difficult for Loki to secure the throne. The key is Soul is just immortal now. But this is absolutely not in the interests of the Earth. At present, it seems that only by helping Soul, who is close to the Earth, regain his divine power and help him return to Asgard to regain the throne, can the Earth and Asgard maintain a state of peace. So now the first thing is to protect Thor's safety, and then see if he can help him find a way to pick up Thor's hammer as soon as possible through scientific means. However, Loki is powerful, and he is still the king of Asgard. Jerry and them alone may not be able to deal with Loki's possible next attack, so some strong helpers are needed. Hearing Nick Fury talk about looking for help, Coulson's eyes lit up. Yes, Captain. Coulson knew that if S.H.I.E.L.D. had any powerful helpers, it would probably be Captain America brought back from the North Pole some time ago. However, when he saw Captain America that time, Captain America was still frozen. Yes, an Iron Man. Nick Fury nodded. After confirmation, an unconcealable excitement appeared on Coulson's face. That would be great. Although Coulson is now a middle-aged man in his 40s, he is a loyal fan of Captain America, and he still collects the Captain America card book, which is still a collector's edition. People, no matter how mature they are, they always have a little hobby. Want a drink? On the outskirts of the base, Soul was lying on the iron railing, blowing the cool breeze, confessing what he had done in God's domain and Jotunheim before, and regretting that his father died because of his impulsiveness and great success. Suddenly, a mug of beer was handed to him. Thanks. Soul took the beer and poured it all into his stomach without hesitation. The spring is like water. Flavius. Jerry waved his wand at the empty glass, only to see that the empty glass was filled with water first, and then all turned into beer. It's hard to imagine that at your age, magic is already so powerful. Even in God's domain, there are very few people who can use magic so well. Soul sighed in admiration and drank the beer in the glass again. Jerry continued to use magic to help him fill up. These are just tricks, and they're definitely incomparable to the magic of your God's domain. In fact, I am quite interested in the magic of your God's domain, but unfortunately I am too far away, so I don't have a chance to experience it. Distance is not a problem. There's the Rainbow Bridge. Hey. Soul just wanted to say that he could use the Rainbow Bridge to take Jerry to God's domain, but suddenly thought that he had been exiled in Midgard forever, and finally had to sigh. If I still have a chance to return to God's domain, I must bring back some magic books from God's domain to give to you as a thank you for the beer. That's a deal. Jerry did not reveal to Thor that Loki might have lied to him, that his father was not dead, and so on. In Sol's eyes at this time, Loki is still his most trustworthy younger brother, and Sol is still a deadhead. Even if he said it at this time, Sol would not believe it without evidence. "Mr. Sol, please stand still." Jerry raised his wand and pointed it at Thor. Sol was stunned when he saw this, but he still stood there as he said. He still trusted Jerry, knowing that Jerry didn't intend to attack him with magic. The spell stops. After chanting the spell, a magical ray shot out from the wand in an instant and entered Thor's body. Immediately, Thor opened his eyes. A flash of thunder flashed in his eyes. Pieces of quaint battle armor began to appear on the surface of his body, and Thor's hammer in the center of the base began to tremble violently. However, before Thor's battle armor was fully revealed, a powerful force suddenly burst out from his body. His battle armor disappeared quickly, and Thor's hammer in the center of the base also returned to calm. It still doesn't seem to work. Jerry squinted his eyes, knowing that his attempt to break the spell had failed in the end. Originally, he thought that his magic did not belong to this world, and maybe he could speculate to see if he could break the seal left by Odin, but now it seems that the gap in power is still too large. However, it is not completely useless. At least it did play a little role just now. Maybe when he upgrades the curse to end all curses in the future, maybe he can really break it. Thank you. Although I haven't fully recovered my divine body, I feel that my physical strength seems to have recovered a little. Sol grinned and squeezed the iron railing next to him with his hand that was not holding the cup, and 5 clear fingerprints were immediately left on the hard iron railing. Sol, not far behind Sol, Jane, who had just witnessed his transformation, walked over with a look of surprise. Seeing this, Jerry turned and left silently. He didn't want to be a light bulb. At the same time, Asgard, God's domain, the place where Odin sleeps in Asgard. Odin, who was sleeping in a golden coffin, twitched slightly and then breathed a sigh of relief. Late at night, an underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. A blond man with a near-perfect figure was hitting a sandbag as if venting. The decoration style of the whole room is very strange. It is all decorated in the 1940s style, and many of them are old objects that are not impressive to modern young people. What? The blond man let out a roar, and the sandbag was thrown 5 meters away by his powerful force, and then burst completely. Taking a breath, he picked up a sandbag from the ground next to him and hung it on the shelf, and continued to fight like venting. Squeak! At this time, the wooden door of the room was opened, and a one-eyed black man with a blindfold walked in slowly. "It's so late, and you haven't slept yet?" The blond man glanced at the one-eyed black man, and while continuing to punch, he replied, "Sir, I've been sleeping for 70 years. I've had enough. Why don't you go out and see New York in a new era and experience modern life?" The one-eyed black man suggested with a smile. The blond man stopped hitting the sandbag. His eyes showed a little confusion. "Outside is no longer the New York I am familiar with, and there is no one I am familiar with, and the war is over." The one-eyed black man sighed and handed over the information in his hand. "Actually, you've only been awake for a week. I shouldn't have bothered you, but now we do need your help. This time it's a crisis that concerns the entire planet." According to the original plan, he planned to let the other party get used to it for at least half a year before giving him the task. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, so now he had to advance it. Early in the morning, 6 o'clock. After finishing the meditation, Jerry slowly opened his eyes. Last night, nothing unusual happened in the base. Obviously, Rocky didn't show up. After taking out the door key, after a burst of space fluctuation, Jerry's figure disappeared in place, and he reappeared in the room in New York. In the morning, he still has to cook breakfast for his family and show his face at school, at least not to leave too many flaws. If someone is interested in investigating him, he will find that although he has not been in school these days, he is still in New York. At about 9 o'clock, he returned to his base in New Mexico via the port key again. "Miss Wizard, we're going to eat burgers in Old Bridgetown. Are you coming?" Not long after leaving the room, Jerry met Sol and Jane. I don't know if it's because of the in-depth communication with Jane last night, Sol's overall spirit is obviously better, and he seems to have accepted his fate calmly. Of course, it's boring to stay here all the time. Jerry smiled and agreed. If you want to find Loki, staying by Thor's side is obviously the best choice. So, the five of them asked Coulson to borrow a shield car and drove towards Old Bridgetown. Professor Eric is in charge of driving, and Sol is the co-pilot with a strong body, and Jerry is squeezed between Jane and Daisy behind. In fact, he wanted to take the co-pilot, but there was no way, because he was the smallest among the five. Watching the five people's car slowly driving away from the gate of the base, Hawkeye Button, standing behind Coulson, said doubtfully, "Isn't this a bit too unsafe?" Coulson shook his head helplessly. This is what Director Fury explained before he left. Let us not restrict Sol's freedom, but we must protect him. So you lead a team of elites to follow them and protect his safety from a distance. Sol's identity is not a prisoner of S.H.I.E.L.D., so of course he can't restrict his freedom too much. Seriously speaking, Sol is a prince with a more developed civilization than the Earth or the future king, although there's something wrong now. Besides, Jerry, who is currently the strongest in the entire base, is right next to Sol. 2 hours later, Coulson, who was guarding the base, suddenly received an urgent notice from the Scientific Research Department. Sir, 15 kilometers to the northwest of the base, there is a huge energy fluctuation, which is consistent with the energy fluctuation of the hammer before. After Coulson received the report, he immediately drove to check with 2 combat teams and a scientific research team. But when they arrived, they only saw a circular pattern composed of countless strange symbols and characters on the ground. Hey, this is somewhat similar to some words recorded in the magic book that the wizard gave me. Taking a closer look, Coulson found that the strange writing on the ground was somewhat familiar. Call the wizard and see if she's free to come and have a look. Coulson instructed the agent next to him. The agent next to him nodded and just took out his phone before realizing that S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to have no contact information for wizards. Sir, do you have Miss Wizard's number? Yeah. You use the walkie-talkie to contact Agent Patton and ask him to notify you. Coulson froze for a moment and then immediately gave a solution. However, before the agent took out the walkie-talkie, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the wind picked up suddenly, as if a new storm was about to appear. Coulson realized that something was wrong and quickly ordered all the agents and researchers to get in the car and stay away from here. Boom! Just as everyone got into the car, and before it could be started, a rainbow fell from the sky, and then a humanoid armor made of unknown metal appeared above the circular pattern just now. The humanoid armor looked at least 7 meters away, covered in black gold, and full of oppression. After the humanoid armor landed, its head split open immediately, and a powerful destructive energy gushed out, blasting the 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. bulletproof vehicles closest to him to pieces on the spot. Sure enough, the director guessed it right. Coulson attacked them as soon as the human-shaped armor appeared, and immediately realized that this might be the killer sent by Loki to avoid future troubles. So he immediately took out the walkie-talkie and yelled for all the agents to drive back to Old Bridgetown and inform Hawkeye Barton to contact the wizard and Thor immediately. A few minutes before the humanoid armor appeared, in Old Bridgetown, Jane's home. After eating burgers in the morning, at Jane's invitation, Jerry and Sol went to her house as guests. Although the base of S.H.I.E.L.D. is good, the atmosphere is not as relaxed as at home. A few people just drank the coffee that Jerry conjured up with magic, while listening to Sol tell the history of Asgard and some stories that belonged to him. Although, in his current opinion, many of the things he did were too impulsive and naive. Asgard has a long history, which is far from being comparable to any civilization on Earth today. Sol also lived to be 1,500 years old, so his stories are really too many to tell. Not only Jane and the 3 astronomers listened to these stories with gusto, but Jerry also listened carefully, because Sol also invisibly let Jerry know a lot of things that he didn't know before when he told the story. These are actually quite helpful for some of his follow-up plans. In God's domain, apart from my younger brother Loki, who always likes to play pranks, I have 4 good friends. Each of them is the most outstanding fighter in God's domain. You may have read about them in the book. They are just. Sol hadn't finished speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by a sound of knocking on the glass. He turned his head and looked at the door. 4 men and a woman wearing ancient Nordic armor were waving at him. Oh my God, the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif. Seeing the 4 people at the door, Sol was taken aback for a moment, then immediately put down his cup with excitement and rushed out. After a burst of excited hugs and greetings, Sol warmly introduced his 4 best friends to Jerry and Jane and the others. Volstagg, who is far more powerful than ordinary Asgardian warriors, and Fandral, the master of swordsmanship. Weapon Master Hogan, and the only female warrior Sif. Sure enough, I said, how could someone as powerful as Odin die from too much pressure? Next, Jerry learned the truth from the chat between the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sol. It turns out that Odin was just asleep, Thor was never permanently exiled, and Jotunheim did not have a war with Asgard. Everything was just a lie of Loki in order to become king. This time they came here to bring Thor back to Asgard, because in the hearts of all Asgardians, the invincible soul is the true successor of Odin, the king of God's domain. As long as Thor returns to Asgard, it is impossible for Loki to be recognized. There is trouble. Coulson said that there is a huge humanoid armor coming towards this side. It may be coming towards Sol. At this moment, Hawkeye Barton rushed in with a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with serious faces. No, that's the destroyer armor of Father God. Hearing Hawkeye's description, Sol immediately thought of Odin's destroyer armor. The destroyer armor is made of Asgard Ulu metal material. Except for a few artifacts of the same level, it is almost impossible to be destroyed by violence. It is the armor worn by the Father God when he fought in the 9 realms. It must be that Loki used the Eternal Spear to remotely control the destroyer armor guarding the treasure house while his Father God was asleep, and everyone in the town must be evacuated quickly. I'm afraid it's too late. Jerry came to the door and looked at the rising mushroom cloud outside the small town that was attacked by the energy of the destroyer armor. Guys, let's hold it and you evacuate the crowd. Sol waved to the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, and then said to Jerry, Barton, and others. Seeing that Sol picked up the pan on the stove and was about to take 4 good friends to face the destroyer, Jerry couldn't help but rolled his eyes and hurried forward to stop him. If you only loosen the seal a little, you'll be a little stronger than ordinary people, and you'll be given away when you go up, and the efficiency of doing so is too low. Then what should I do? This peaceful town cannot be destroyed because of me. Sol became a little impatient. Jerry took out his broomstick, rode on it, and stretched out his hand to Sol. It's very simple. You also know that its target is you. So as long as you're not in the town, it will naturally not come this way. Good idea, but will your broom bear my weight? Sol looked at his figure, and then at the Nimbus 2000 that Jerry was riding, showing a distrustful expression. Yes, after all, the broom is so short. Jerry nodded when he heard the words. It was indeed a bit crowded for 2 people riding broomsticks, especially because Sol was so big. So, he pointed at Thor with his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Thornton suddenly floated up like a feather. That's fine. I'll take Mr. Sol to lead the destroyer to a farther place first, and then come over and see if you can work together to kill it. Jerry grabbed Sol's coat and led him into the sky. Good, good. Seeing Sol floating in the wind in Jerry's hands, everyone in the room nodded mechanically. At this time, a few black shield cars at the door screeched to a stop, and it was Coulson who led the agents to escape the pursuit of the destroyer and rushed over. Where's Mr. Sol? Over there. Hawkeye Button pointed to the direction in the air where Jerry took Sol away. Hey, Loki. Thor is here. Look, your big brother is here. 100 meters away from the town, Jerry rode a broomstick and flew past the destroyer's armor. While waving Sol, who had been cast with a floating spell, he shouted loudly in the direction of the destroyer. After the destroyer saw Sol clearly and sprayed a powerful destructive energy, Jerry took Sol to a narrow but dangerous dodge and flew away from the town. And the destroyer, also under the remote control of Loki, turned around and chased after him in strides. I'm a majestic Thor. It's embarrassing. Being swung around like a kite by Jerry, Thor felt completely stripped of his dignity as Thor. However, in view of the destroyer who was chasing behind, spouting a wave of destructive energy from time to time, he had no choice but to give up in silence. Let's save his life first. And this did attract the destroyer. If it was before, as Thor, even if he lost his divine power, he would definitely not retreat like today, especially when he was led to flee for his life without dignity. But after experiencing this series of events, his mentality has changed. Dignity and face are important, but the lives of those small-town people are even more important. Here it is. Seeing that it was almost far away from the town, Jerry made a sharp turn to narrowly escape the attack of the destroyer, and turned to face the destroyer head-on. Running away all the time is definitely not the solution. The energy of the destroyer armor is like a bottomless pit, and every bite of an energy wave that looks like it can cause explosive damage. Sooner or later, he and Thor will be beaten down. The fire dragon is coming. With a wave of Jerry's wand, a huge fire dragon more than 20 meters long appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the destroyer. Boom! With a loud noise, the destroyer was directly hit by the fire dragon. Unfortunately, apart from taking a step back, nothing was lost. Avada Kedavra. There is no shadow on the sharp edge. The arrows are never in vain. Air cannon, particle cannon, torn apart. Later, Jerry released a series of offensive spells, all of which hit, but none of them had any effect. Is it really as indestructible as Saul said? Pulling up the height of the broom, nimbly dodging the destroyer's larger-than-human sanctioning fist, Jerry asked Saul, "Does this destroyer have any weaknesses?" Saul replied, without hesitation after hearing the words, "No. Unless you use my Thor's hammer or the eternal spear of the Father God, you won't be able to harm its body at all." After he finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "However, it's not Father God who controls it personally, but Loki controls it remotely. Its movements will be slower and it will not be able to fly. Sluggish, unable to fly." Hearing this, Jerry's heart was moved. Indeed, until now, the destroyer seemed to have never dodged any of his attacks. Maybe it wasn't that it didn't bother to dodge, but that it couldn't dodge at all. In fact, now that Jerry is pulling Soul and flying away, the destroyer probably won't be able to catch up. But according to Loki's brain, he must think of letting the destroyer attack ordinary towns to force Soul to show up. Therefore, if it is not a last resort, try to find a way to solve this guy. Yes, you can try this, Fuchsia. Pulling Soul to dodge the attack of destructive energy, Jerry swung his wand again. This time, the spell finally had a good effect. I saw that the destroyer's entire 7-meter-high metal body was directly hung upside down in midair under the effect of Jerry's spell. After continuous, assiduous research and study, Jerry's magical ability has become more than a little bit stronger than before. Even if the destroyer, who is 7 or 8 meters tall, is not low in weight, he can still be hung upside down by his Fuchsia curse. The destroyer is indestructible, but since you can't destroy your body, take away your ability to move so that you can no longer pose any threat. Seeing the destroyer being hung upside down in midair and unable to move, Jerry finally landed with Soul. However, not long after they landed, the entire body of the destroyer suddenly changed from a human shape to a spherical shape. Then when it regains its human form, it is no longer head down and feet up, but the normal state of head up and feet down. Is it okay? After watching the destroyer transform, when the skull was opened, a shock wave of destructive energy was output in reverse, which directly broke the Fuchsia curse. Jerry quickly pulled up Soul and was about to take off again. However, the opposite destroyer reacted very quickly under Loki's control, and before Jerry got back on the broomstick, he had already sprayed out a wave of destructive energy again. Seeing that he was too close to dodge, Jerry had no choice but to use the iron armor curse first to see if he could resist it. However, at this moment, a figure wearing an old-fashioned leather jacket descended from the sky, held up a shield, and landed in front of Jerry and Soul, just in time to block the astonishingly powerful wave of destructive energy. It turned out that Nick Fury drove over from New York with Captain America in a supersonic plane. It actually blocked the destroyer's destructive energy. Seeing that the shield of the man in front was able to receive the destructive energy intact, Sol was also surprised. The destructive energy of the destroyer has a destructive nature. Generally, even many advanced armors of Asgard cannot block the destructive attacks of the destructive energy. It's a pity that he was handsome for less than a second. As soon as Captain America blocked the energy attack of the destroyer with his shield, he was slapped away by a super big force at close range. In addition to its powerful destructive energy and indestructible body, the destroyer also has a powerful physical destructive ability. Upside down. Jerry was about to release the Golden Hook curse again to buy time, but found that the destroyer immediately stepped in front of Captain America after he slapped Captain America away, raised his hand, and patted him and Thor. His spell can certainly make the other party hang upside down again, but maybe before that, he and Sol will be patted into a meat paste. So the two hurriedly swooped, one to the left and the other to hide. Just now, Jerry rode a broomstick far away, and he could give magic back while avoiding the opponent's destructive energy attack. Now that the destroyer is close, he uses a magical kung fu, and the opponent can not only punch him a few times, but also release a destructive energy wave with a big face when punching. Call out. At this time, a sharp arrow suddenly flew from a distance, and it precisely hit the muddy ground under the destroyer's heels. Boom! The arrow exploded, blasting a small crater in the soil under the destroyer's heel. In an instant, the destroyer, who was about to chase Jerry and Thor with all his strength, staggered and almost twisted to the metal waist. At this time, a fat man wearing a battle armor slammed into the back of the destroyer at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary humans and directly knocked him to the ground. It was Volstagg, who was famous for his strength, who rushed over. For the glory of God's domain. 3 roars sounded. Fandral was holding a sword, Hogan was holding a hammer, and Sif was holding a spear. They jumped up from a distance and landed on the destroyer's back, hitting 3 places on his neck, heart, and waist. The key is stuck. The rapier pierced his neck, the spear went straight into his chest, and the big hammer hit his waist and eyes. If this is an ordinary creature, it is estimated that this will be completely cold, but it is a pity that the destroyer is only a battle armor, so there is nothing wrong with it. It didn't stop at all, and the metal on its body changed from the original lying state to the lying state. Sweeping his hands vigorously across his chest, the 3 well-known fighters in Asgard were all swept away like ants. At this time, Volstagg, who had knocked down the destroyer before, quickly got up and picked up his big axe to attack, but was kicked by the destroyer and flew more than 10 meters away. Just as the destroyer put his hands on the ground and was about to stand up, a 20-meter-long magic dragon suddenly appeared from behind him, entangled him tightly from head to toe. It was Jerry who took the opportunity to use the dragon charm to conjure a magical dragon. Seeing this, the destroyer was about to spray out destructive energy to directly destroy the magic dragon. A figure descended from the sky holding a shield, and even blocked the big mouth of the destroyer with the shield. It was Captain America, who was just swept away and charged up again. Sand in a Persian blanket. At this time, Jerry withdrew a bit of energy to the body and slapped the ground where the destroyer was lying. Immediately, the hard soil below the destroyer rippled, like quicksand, sucking the destroyer downward. Sand in the Persian blanket. Morgana sends trap magic, which can turn any ground into quicksand and bury enemies who step into the trap deep underground. The dragon entangled, Captain America's shield gagged, and finally, even the recovered Asgard 3 warriors and the female warrior Sif pressed on it. With the joint efforts of everyone, the destroyer finally merged into the land below bit by bit. When the destroyer's body was about to be completely submerged, several people jumped out of its body. Am I late? You have already solved it? At this moment, a golden and red figure broke through the air from a distance and landed beside Jerry. It was Tony Stark, who was wearing the latest Mark VI armor and came to help at the request of Nick Fury. Perhaps. Jerry put away the compass, looked carefully at the calm ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that simple. The destroyer won't be trapped for long. At this time, it was Sol who came over frowning. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from the ground where the destroyer had just disappeared, and destructive energy spewed out one after another. A moment later, the 7-meter-tall destroyer jumped out of the crater, completely blasted by the destructive energy. Is this the guy? Leave it to me. Let you see my newly designed weapon. Seeing Jerry frowning, Tony smiled confidently, then flew up and rushed towards the destroyer. I saw the 2 devices on the back of his battle armor raised up, and they spun violently in the air, and the 2 red lasers immediately spun around the destroyer's body several times. The power of that red light was indeed astonishing. Although it didn't directly cut the destroyer in half, it actually created 2 shallow scars on his chest. So far, no one has been able to do it. Mr. Stark, very good. Let us hold it and give it another 100 times with your light. Seeing that Stark's weapon could actually cause damage to the destroyer, Jerry's eyes lit up. The most difficult thing about the destroyer is its indestructible body. As long as it can cause damage to its body, so many of them can grind each other to death. However, at this time, Jerry heard Tony's somewhat embarrassing reply. Sorry, this is a laser beam. Even with the energy of my current armor, it can only be released once. Once? Jerry froze for a moment, black lines all over his head. Sol, are you sure your Thor's hammer can handle the destroyer armor? At this moment, Jerry turned to look at Sol. Sol nodded. Yes, Thor's hammer is made of stronger materials than the destroyer's URU metal. Unfortunately, I can't pick it up now. It's okay, I know how to solve it. Jerry turned to look at Captain America, holding the shield. Are you Mr. Rogers, Captain America? Jerry walked quickly to Captain America, who was holding a shield and looking at the destroyer solemnly. Steve froze and nodded. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as in the history books. I have thought of a way to solve the destroyer, but I need you and me to go to the base for a while. If Jerry remembers correctly, it seems that Captain America can also pick up Thor's hammer. No problem. Steve hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He had read all the information about the wizard before he came. This is a child full of justice and good at magic. At this time, since the other party said that he had found a way to destroy the terrifying machine in front, he was still willing to believe the other party. You find a way to hold it for a while. Remember, just hold it. I will bring Thor's hammer. Jerry explained to Tony and the others, and cast a levitation spell on the confused Captain America, pulling his clothes and flying towards the base quickly. Sol, who couldn't help at the side, watched Jerry leave and couldn't help touching the back of his head and muttering, Take Thor's hammer. Shouldn't you take me with you? He felt that if Jerry's magic could undo the shackles of Thor's hammer, it would be right to take him, the real Thor, and what's the use of taking the guy with the shield? Unbeknownst to everyone, Jerry has no ability to undo Odin's seal at all, and just temporarily selects a master for Thor's hammer. Shield base. Jerry took Steve down from the sky and landed where Thor's hammer was. Captain, pick up that hammer. Me? Didn't you say that only the Thor from Asgard can pick it up? Although Steve was a little confused about what was going on, he walked up to Thor's hammer as he said. At this time, Jerry also saw Steve's doubts and explained to him. This Thor's hammer seems to have been sealed with a special seal that tests people's hearts. I discovered through the unique detection magic that if you want to pick up this Thor's hammer, you may not have to be Thor himself. As long as you can pass it, the same test can be done. But at present, I think the only one who is most likely to stand the test is you, the captain. Detective magic definitely doesn't exist, but as long as Jerry doesn't tell, who knows he's lying? After all, magic is unexplainable, and so far, the various magics he has shown are already very magical, and one more detection magic is justified. Steve nodded when he heard the words, and reached out and grabbed the handle of Thor's hammer. However, just as he lifted Thor's hammer by about 1 millimeter with all his strength, Thor's hammer suddenly came out of his hand, turning into a meteor and flying towards the place where they fought just now. Immediately afterwards, Jerry saw heavy thunder suddenly sounded over there, and countless lightning crackled down from the clouds. Captain, Let's go back and have a look. Jerry pulled up Steve's leather jacket and quickly flew back to the battlefield just now. As soon as he flew near the battlefield, he saw Thor wearing a silver armor and a red cloak, swinging Thor's hammer to create a strong wind, and directly smashed the destroyer to pieces with a whole set of combos. He fully demonstrated his 1,000-year-old hammer skills to the fullest. F***K, what's going on? Jerry was also a little confused at this time. His plan is that since Thor can't pick up Thor's hammer for the time being, let Captain America take it as well. The combat effectiveness of Captain America holding Thor's hammer will definitely not be low. At that time, when Captain America has finished with the destroyer, he will figure out how to slowly undo the seal on Thor. But now, who can tell him how Thor's seal was unlocked? Wizard, you are amazing. I never thought that you would actually break the seal of Father God. After Soul got the destroyer, he saw Jerry appear and immediately flew to Jerry with Thor's hammer and gave him a big hug. But Jerry was even more confused. You go to the Rainbow Bridge and wait for me. I want to go back and have a good talk with my brother, but before that, I have to say goodbye to Jane. After embracing Jerry, Soul said to the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, the goddess of war, and flew towards Old Bridgetown with a hammer. Coulson, what happened just now? After Jerry put Steve down, he immediately found Coulson, who had been supporting a group of agents with pistols in the distance. After some understanding, he knew what happened after he left. It turns out that when Jerry left with Steve, everyone except Saul tried their best to delay the destroyer. Tony flew in the air and harassed and attacked with various modern weapons, while the 3 warriors of Asgard and the female warrior, Sif, relied on their bodies several times stronger than ordinary humans to get close and tough. Hawkeye Button, Coulson, and others used arrows and pistols to assist in their attacks. However, it was obvious that their attacks couldn't cause even a little damage to the destroyer, but they managed to delay the destroyer. But not long after, Thor, who was hiding aside, unexpectedly burst into lightning all over his body without warning, and then he was dressed in silver armor. And when he stretched out his hand, he attracted Thor's hammer. Now, everyone thinks that Jerry took Captain America to the base and found a way to lift the seal of Odin. Jerry frowned and pondered for a moment. Then suddenly his whole body was taken aback, and then he secretly sighed. Ginger, it's still old and spicy. Just now he went through Thor's entire incident from beginning to end, and then combined with some of his previous life, he finally thought of a possibility that could explain the situation just now. That is, maybe Odin is not asleep, or Odin is aware of everything that is happening now. Think about it. Odin, as the most powerful god who unified the 9 realms, couldn't he notice that a few frost titans sneaked into Asgard's treasury? Also, without Odin's consent, Heimdall would open the Rainbow Bridge for Thor and let Thor and the others just go to Jotunheim to find Frost Titan. And it was such a coincidence that Odin fell into a deep sleep as soon as Thor was withdrawn and demoted to the earth. This clearly told Loki that you can do whatever you want. So, Jerry combined all the things that happened before and after and made a bold guess. That is, everything from the beginning to the end was designed by Odin, the king of the gods. This is an experience and test for the 2 sons, Soul and Loki. From Jerry's point of view, perhaps Odin, the king of the gods, has seen the dissatisfaction in the heart of his younger son Loki long ago, and he has also seen the great flaws in the character of his eldest son Thor. In order to eliminate the dissatisfaction in the younger son's heart, improve the character of the older son, and become a qualified king of Asgard. So on the day Soul ascended the throne, he followed suit and did not expose Loki's plan. Letting the eldest son practice on the earth like a mortal can improve his arrogance and militant character, and he can be monitored all the way without any danger. Let the younger son do the addiction of being a king. Let him understand that he is not suitable to be a king, and let him know that even though he has made such a big mistake, his father, mother, and big brother still love him. After the matter was over, the eldest son, Thor, became a qualified king, and the younger son, Loki, was imprisoned for decades for a little punishment. When the eldest son was released from the throne, the whole family was happy again. However, there is a small accident now. That is, there's a person on Earth who can actually fulfill the conditions he imposed on Thor's hammer and can pick up Thor's hammer. This is definitely not okay. It just so happened that the current soul has almost met his requirements and has changed a lot, so he took advantage of the opportunity to unlock Thor's seal, allowing him to regain his divine power to summon Thor's hammer. Of course, all of this is just Jerry's current speculation, and you have to ask Odin himself to find out what the truth is. However, he felt that the possibility of such reasoning was quite high. Otherwise, how could things be such a coincidence? But in this way, Jerry's head got bigger instead, because this means that since all of this is under Odin's surveillance, it is definitely impossible for him to kill Loki. But Loki already knew his true appearance. If he were to return to Earth with the spiritual scepter, it would be a big trouble at that time. Jerry's only weaknesses now are Haas and Aisha. With Loki's IQ, if he wants to deal with him, it is impossible not to notice this. When the time comes to deal with this, he'll have a big head. It would be fine if only Loki knew about it. After the reunion ended, Loki was brought back to Asgard, which is actually nothing. But I'm afraid that Loki will reveal this secret to the public and let everyone in this world know. That is the real trouble. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D. or organizations similar to S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if the gangsters he offended knew about it, it would be no small trouble. If you want to retaliate against him, just 2 bullets can end the lives of Haas and Aisha. He could take Haas and Aisha to other small worlds to hide, but that is not a long-term solution. Haas and Aisha have their lovers and friends in this world, and there are many inseparable existences. Sending them to other worlds is not what they want. Jerry would not do this unless it was absolutely necessary. So, what if this could be avoided? After thinking for a while, Jerry secretly made a decision in his heart. 15 kilometers northwest of the base, the Rainbow Bridge teleportation point. This is a magic symbol written in runes, and it has some similarities with some magic symbols used to make door keys. Jerry squatted on the ground and looked at the circular pattern left by the Rainbow Bridge transmission, thinking to himself, it seems that the magic in Asgard is similar to the magic in the world of Harry Potter. A large group of people stood around Jerry at this time, including Coulson, Hawkeye Patton, and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, as well as Captain America, holding a shield, Tony Stark wearing a steel suit, and the 3 Asgard warriors of scarred armor, and the goddess of war Sif. At this time, a figure flew rapidly in the sky. It was Thor, the god of thunder, holding a hammer. Guys, thank you for your help. From today onwards, you can regard me as an ally. Now, I'm going back to God's domain to settle some family matters, and I'll come back to you when I'm done. Thor took the 3 warriors of Asgard and the girl Sif to stand on the Rainbow Bridge pattern, sincerely thanked Jerry and other people who helped him, and then shouted to the sky, Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, Heimdall, we need you. With Thor's call, a vision appeared again in the sky. At this time, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Jerry stepped up to Thor's side. I'm very interested in Asgard. Would you mind taking me on a day trip to Asgard? Saul froze for a moment, then laughed loudly. Of course I don't mind. As for the person on Midgard who deserves his gratitude the most, besides his new girlfriend Jane, is the little wizard who helped him many times and finally allowed him to regain his divine power. Therefore, it is of course no problem to take the wizard to Asgard. Moreover, Jerry's display of strength is also extraordinary. We still don't know what's going on in God's domain. With Jerry as a wizard, maybe he could be of great help. If there is nothing to do, when Jerry wants to come back, he can naturally use the Rainbow Bridge to send him back. What's more, he also promised Jane that he would come back to accompany her when the matter of God's domain was dealt with. So he couldn't break his promise. A rainbow broke through the sky and landed on the circular pattern. The figures of Jerry, Thor, and others disappeared instantly in place after being covered by the rainbow. In less than a second, Jerry's eyes were no longer the wasteland of New Mexico, but a splendid teleportation hall. At the end of the teleportation hall is a colorful rainbow bridge leading directly to a majestic and magnificent castle. We can't let this rainbow bridge be broken. According to the information of Avengers 1, the rainbow bridge finally broke, and Loki exiled himself into the universe, was picked up by Thanos and finally gave him the spiritual scepter, and only then did the New York War begin. Therefore, as long as he does not let the Rainbow Bridge be broken, and does not let Loki be exiled to the universe, but let Loki be arrested normally and stay in the Asgard prison, naturally he no longer needs to worry about the issue of identity exposure up. Even if Loki would not be imprisoned by Odin for dozens or hundreds of years because of family affection, then 7 or 8 years of imprisonment should be necessary for such a serious crime, and 7 or 8 years is completely enough. Thinking about it, the rupture of the Rainbow Bridge and Loki's self-exile should have exceeded Odin's original expectations. His doing so should be regarded as a bonus in Odin's eyes, and the problem is probably not big. He asked Sol before, what would happen if something as important as the Rainbow Bridge were broken? Sol's answer is that the Rainbow Bridge is the channel connecting God's domain to the 9 realms. If it is broken, the army of God's domain will not be able to reach the 9 realms, and there may be turmoil in many places in the 9 realms. It was precisely because of so many considerations that he decided to follow Thor to Asgard. In the teleportation hall of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall in golden armor fainted on the ground, and beside him were the corpses of 2 Frost Titans. Obviously, he was also seriously injured in order to open the Rainbow Bridge just now. You take care of Heimdall, I'll go find Loki. Seeing this, Thor knew that something must have happened to Asgard, so he said something to Jerry and the others, then swung his hammer and flew towards Asgard. We send him to the temple. After Sol left, Sif saw that Heimdall seemed to be seriously injured, and immediately suggested. The 3 warriors of Asgard immediately nodded in agreement. They were all pure fighters who could only fight, but they didn't know any healing magic. If they wanted to heal Heimdall's injury, they had to go to the temple to find a group of priests who were good at healing. Don't bother. You forget. I'm a wizard. How could Jerry let these meat shields run away? Something will happen to the Rainbow Bridge in a while, and it will be safer if a few more people are guarding here. Although he has a portkey, but this is after all across planets or even across worlds, his portkey may not be effective. Don't expect the Rainbow Bridge to be broken, and it will be embarrassing if he can't go back. Can you still use healing magic? Sif's eyes lit up. Certainly. Jerry pointed his wand towards Heimdall and chanted. Quick healing. Soft magic light flashed across Heimdall's body, and his waist stabbed by the Frost Titan gradually began to heal. After being healed by the quick healing charm for about half a minute, Heimdall finally opened his eyes weakly. Loki used the Rainbow Bridge to bring Laufey, the leader of the Frost Titan, and they're going to assassinate Father God. You go and stop him. What? How dare Loki? The 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif were shocked, and they picked up their weapons and said to Jerry, Please take care of Heimdall here. Let's help Sol. Okay, leave it to me here. Jerry nodded helplessly. A few top meat shields, but they still ran away. Sure enough, everything depends on yourself. On the other side, in the sleeping place of Odin in Asgard, Loki used the Spear of Eternity to stab the Frost Titan King Laufey, who was about to kill Odin, that is, his biological father who abandoned him after birth. Then, under the embrace of his mother, Frigga, in the name of Odin's son, Laufey's fate was ended. Loki never thought of killing the father god Odin, but he just wanted to use this as an excuse to lure Laufey, the king of Frost Titan, who was under heavy protection, to come to Asgard, and then use the energy of the Rainbow Bridge to bombard him in one fell swoop. Destroy Jotunheim. He wants Odin to understand after waking up that he, Loki, is 100 times smarter than Thor, can do things that Thor can't do at all, and is more suitable to be the king of Asgard. Unfortunately, not long after he killed Laufey, before his follow-up plan had time to start, Sol entered Asgard to expose his secret. Loki had no choice but to use the Eternal Spear to sneak attack Thor temporarily, and then rode Asgard's fastest horse and rushed towards the Rainbow Bridge. For him, it doesn't matter if Thor returns to God's domain. As long as he opens the Rainbow Bridge and blasts Jotunheim, he can also win the people of Asgard by virtue of the huge reputation he gained from solving the Frost Titans by himself. Love. On the way, I met the 3 warriors of Asgard and the goddess of war Sif, but they were quickly killed by him with the Eternal Gun. However, just as he was about to reach the Rainbow Bridge teleportation hall, a figure blocked the entrance of the teleportation hall. "Good afternoon. We meet again." Jerry looked at Loki, who was rushing ahead, with a smile on his face. This really made him sit on the sidelines and wait for the rabbit. "Mage, be careful with the eternal spear in his hand." In the teleportation hall, Heimdall, who was sitting weakly on the ground, reminded. Jerry took out his wand and nodded. "Thank you. I've already seen the power of that gun. Mage of Midgard, get out of the way. As long as you get out of the way now, I will become the king of Asgard afterwards, and I will give you whatever you want." Loki clearly understands that by Jerry is difficult to deal with. He must use the Eternal Gun to activate the Rainbow Bridge to attack Jotunheim before that fellow soul arrives. Otherwise, with soul strength, even if he had the Eternal Spear, he couldn't do it. The conditions are very attractive, but unfortunately your character is not good. I don't believe you. Not to mention that Loki likes to lie the most. Even if he is sincere, Jerry would not dare to help him. Odin is not dead yet. Then don't blame me for being rude. A voice suddenly sounded behind Jerry. It turned out that Loki had no intention of negotiating with Jerry at all, but used illusion to leave a phantom on the spot. The main body sneaked behind Jerry, intending to stab Jerry in the waist with the Eternal Gun. Ambush me? It's not that easy. At this time, Jerry was in Superman mode, and his 5 senses were so keen, he had already discovered it before Loki sneaked behind him. With a wave of the wand backwards, the mind control magic that does not require casting or incantations was directly launched, and Loki's body was bounced out and landed on the wall. In addition to your weapon, the gun of eternity flies. Before Loki landed, Jerry turned around and disarmed Loki's eternal spear with a disarming curse, and then held the eternal spear in his hand with a summoning curse. Loki's most powerful weapon is the eternal spear from Odin. With the eternal spear, all he has left is magic, and Jerry just laughed at his magical ability. So far, he has seen Loki do avatars, illusions, and invisibility magics, but he doesn't seem to have seen him use any offensive magic. Quick imprisonment. Before Loki could react, Jerry threw out the third spell, the rope spell. A super thick hemp rope flew out of Jerry's wand, binding Loki tightly, as if alive. When wizards face magical animals with relatively high magic pits, they generally don't use body-binding spells and stun spells, because they won't work. So later the rope curse was invented, based on the transfiguration curse. This kind of spell, based on physical restraint, was developed. No matter how high the magic resistance of magical animals is, as long as the strength is not too great, there is no way to break free. Now it happens to be used to bind Loki, which is also a good choice. If you learn a lot of magic, it is true that you will be distracted, making it impossible to use a magic to the extreme, but when facing an enemy, as long as you have a general understanding of the opponent's information, you can use targeted spells. When he first played against Loki, Jerry didn't know about Loki's situation, and Jerry fought hard with him for a while. But now, as soon as a few targeted spells come out, they will be instantly killed. At this time, a figure crashed to the ground, and it was Sol who had recovered and rushed over with his Thor's hammer. But obviously, he doesn't need to think about how to subdue Loki anymore, because Loki has been tied up by Jerry and thrown on the Rainbow Bridge with a frustrated look on his face. Ouch, what's going on? So many. In a room for guests in the Asgard palace, Jerry, who had nothing to do for the time being, silently opened his strange panel. However, when he saw the little red star on his panel, he was stunned. Originally, when he returned from the world of Harry Potter, there were only a few thousand little red stars left on his panel. But after using the Superman mode frequently for the past 2 days, the number has been reduced a lot. But now, the number of his little red stars has directly increased by 300,000. 300,000 coins. How long would it take him to earn it if he stopped crimes in New York? Not necessarily a few years. This is simply getting rich overnight. After thinking about it carefully for a while, Jerry finally figured out why there are so many little red stars in the account. First of all, there must be little red star to prevent the destroyer from destroying Old Bridgetown. But there should not be many. After all, there are not many residents in Old Bridgetown, and the destroyer is mainly aimed at Sol. Secondly, it should be that he killed Loki in seconds, so that Loki failed to activate the Rainbow Bridge and bombed the entire Jotunheim, which can be regarded as saving a world. But this is not the most important thing, because even without him and Thor and Odin, it is impossible for Jotunheim to be destroyed like that. Otherwise, his little red stars should not only have 300,000. In the end, it is also the most likely source of the little red star that he thinks. It should be because of his action that prevented the Rainbow Bridge from breaking, so that the 9 realms did not cause turmoil. The break of the Rainbow Bridge would definitely happen in the original plot, and it was because of his actions that it could be preserved. Think about it. I worked so hard every night to go out to work, only to earn some little red stars, but only a few days after I came to New Mexico, I got a lot of little red stars. Jerry couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, as long as there are superheroes, there must be disasters. In fact, this kind of causal inference is incorrect. In fact, it is because of disasters that superheroes emerge as the times require, just like the situation creates heroes. But if you just look at it on the surface, it is true that where there is a disaster, there are superheroes. It was precisely this that made Jerry suddenly wake up at this time. If you want to get a lot of little red stars, you still have to pay attention to the dynamics of these superheroes at any time, because they all have the physique to recruit trouble, and recruiting is not a trivial matter. You see, when he met the Green Titan, he harvested a batch of little red stars. In the last robot soldier riot, together with Iron Man, we gained another batch of little red stars. This time, being with Raytheon directly earned 300,000 little red stars. With these 300,000 little red stars, he can finally use refreshing to practice meditation without any scruples. Because of the addition of meditation, his current physique has reached twice that of a normal human being, and with the long-term use of little red star, the current side effects of refreshing his mind are so negligible that they can be ignored. That is to say, if he is willing, even if he turns on refreshing 24 hours a day, there will be no side effects. Using refreshing to improve his learning ability during the day, and using rejuvenating at night to improve the efficiency of meditation practice, his strength is still rising gradually, and it can be opened without any scruples during the battle, making the battle easier. However, the number of little red stars in reality is not allowed. One little red star is 60 per minute, 1 hour, and 24 hours a day, which is more than 1,400. He still needs to keep the little red star to travel through the small world, which is not enough. So before he practiced meditation at night, he seldom used rejuvenation. Most of them relied on the Merlin-Dharma ring. However, from now on, or at least within half a year to a year, he no longer has to worry about little red star. 300,000 yuan, it can last for a long period of time if it is opened, and he is usually more diligent, and he goes out for a walk every day, so he can still get some money in the account after all. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Now that the housework has been taken care of, Father God wants to meet you to express his gratitude. While Jerry was looking at the panel and making the next training plan, Sol walked into the room with a sad face, carrying his beloved hammer. My pleasure. Jerry stood up prepared. Jerry also expected that Odin would meet him, but he didn't worry about anything. Anyway, he helped Sol all the way and even helped to save the most important Rainbow Bridge in Asgard in the end. With the face of Odin, the king of the gods, even if he doesn't reward him, he won't embarrass himself. What's the matter? You don't seem to be looking well. On the way to the Odin temple, Jerry sighed from time to time when he saw Sol and asked with some doubts. Sol sighed after hearing the words. I just didn't expect that Loki is not my real brother, not even an Asgardian, but the orphan of Frost Titan. That sounds pretty bloody. Along the way, Jerry listened to Sol talking about what happened when Loki was just tried in the Odin temple. It turned out that Loki was regarded as a different kind by the Frost Titans because his body was only the size of an ordinary human when he was born, so he was directly abandoned. And when Odin was attacking Jotunheim, or helping humans drive the Frost Titan back to Jotunheim, he happened to pick up the abandoned Loki. Seeing his pity, he took him back as an adopted son, until now. How is Loki doing now? Holding back until now, Jerry finally asked the question he cared most about. Fortunately, Although he made a big mistake, fortunately, it didn't cause too bad consequences. Originally, Father God planned to sentence him to be imprisoned in the dungeon forever, but because of the plea of my mother and I, in the end, he was only sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Years of self-examination. 20 years is not too long for them, with a lifespan of 5,000 years. Permanent imprisonment and 20 years, the difference is quite big. Jerry couldn't help grinning after hearing this. Obviously, Odin intended to hold Loki high, but put it down gently. However, after hearing Soul's story about Loki's life experience, Jerry always felt that something was wrong. As the king of the gods, Odin actually picked up an abandoned baby of a hostile race and adopted him as an adopted son. If it is out of sympathy, then it would be adopted by ordinary Arsa people. It seems a bit too deliberate to adopt it as his own son. It's not that they intend to train Loki in the future to inherit the position of the Frost Titan king, so as to indirectly bring this race that has been unwilling to surrender under its banner. Thor is the king of Asgard, and Loki is the king of Frost Titans. If the two brothers have a good relationship, then there will be no more wars between the Frost Titans and Asgardians. That's really the case, then Odin also played a good hand. Of course, these are actually not very important to him. What kind of cultivation plan Odin has nothing to do with him. Now he just needs to know that Loki will be imprisoned in the dungeon for 20 years. That's all. 20 years later, he probably won't have to worry about revealing his true identity anymore. It's just that, now his coquettish operation has completely disrupted the only plot advantage he is currently familiar with in Avengers 1. Without Loki, I don't know if Thanos will send troops to Earth. Presumably he should still be able to. After all, he wants to collect infinite gems, but he doesn't know who he sent over and when he came over. Forget it. It's useless to think so much. The water comes to cover the soldiers to block. As long as one's own strength is strong, anyone can do him the same. And now that the Rainbow Bridge has not been broken, Asgard may send troops to reinforce the Earth by then. So it is really hard to say whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Arrived. Following Soul's reminder, a huge golden gate with a height of 100 meters suddenly appeared in front of Jerry. To tell you the truth, Asgardians really like gold. Most soldiers have golden armor and weapons, golden doors, golden floors, golden walls, and even the whole of Asgard from the sky. By the looks of it, most of the area is glittering with gold. As two Asgardian gold-armored soldiers pushed open the door forcefully, a super-large temple also appeared in front of Jerry's eyes. Sitting at the end of the temple is Odin, the strongest man of the 9 realms, who is also the most powerful existence Jerry has encountered so far. Your Majesty Odin, the King of the Gods, is crowned, and this is Jerry Carmen, the Wizard of Midgard. Stepping forward, Jerry directly released the illusion spell on his body and announced his real name. Facing Odin, the King of the Gods, with extremely terrifying strength, Jerry felt that it would be better for him to be honest, and he reckoned that even if he didn't remove the illusion spell, the other party would still be able to see his true appearance. At this time, Soul, who was on the side, saw Jerry change from a little Lolita to a little Zhengtai, and he was also shocked. "What are you?" "Sorry, Mr. Saul. I have been using illusion to hide my identity, mainly because I don't want S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out my identity and affect my family. My family is just ordinary human beings, and they are very fragile." Jerry turned his head and explained to Saul. Saul froze for a moment and nodded. Yes, Jane told him that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. had forcibly taken away his research notes and equipment before, but it was Jerry who blocked them from keeping them. "It's okay, buddy. It's actually better this way. When you're older, we can drink together. The wine in my god's domain is no worse than the one in Midgard below." In Saul's eyes, it doesn't matter whether Jerry is a boy or a girl. Jerry helped him in his most difficult time, and that is his best friend. Staggered by Soul's big hand, Jerry replied helplessly, "Then next time you come here, you must have a good taste." His physical fitness is twice that of ordinary people, and Soul, who has recovered the power of Thor, is far more than twice that of a human body. "Okay, Soul, pay attention to the size of your hands. The magician's body is not as good as yours." A smile appeared on Odin's majestic face. "Jerry Carmen, Thank you for your help this time. If it weren't for you, Loki would have made a big mistake, and the 9 realms would have fallen into chaos. How should I reward you? Your Majesty Odin is being polite. Sol and I are friends. These are nothing. I don't need any rewards, as long as I can use the Rainbow Bridge to send me back to Midgard in a while. Jerry shook his head with a look of sincerity. Now the situation is very good, and became friends with Thor, the future king of Asgard, and helped Asgard keep the Rainbow Bridge and gained Odin's favor. Rewards or something, now he really doesn't care that much. After all, to maintain a good relationship with Asgard, he is equivalent to having an extremely powerful ally, and he has a good backer invisibly. And with Sol here, he wants to understand and study the magic of Asgard in the future, and there are many opportunities. Therefore, he said now that he doesn't care about rewards. It is true, not just polite words. Father God, Jerry likes to study magic. I think we can give him some of our Asgardian magic books. At this time, Sol suddenly remembered the previous promise to Jerry and quickly proposed. Well done, Brother Hammer. Jerry silently praised Sol in his heart. Although he doesn't care about rewards, and he will have the opportunity to slowly understand and study Asgard's magic in the future, but that is only relative. If it was proposed by Sol, it would certainly be better to get the magic book in advance without damaging his image. Magic, Taj's magic, is not inferior to our Asgard's magic. Odin had a puzzled expression on his face when he heard this. As for the study of magic, the supreme mage Gu-E, the founder of Taj, is somewhat afraid of his existence. Compared with Midgard, which specializes in magic, Asgard is actually not good at magic. Asgardians are mainly strong bodies and special divine power contained in their bodies, just like the powerful Odin's power in Odin's body. Although Asgard has a lot of magic, it is not used as the main combat ability, but mostly for logistics and assistance. Even Loki, who is known as a mage, seldom really uses magic to fight and mostly uses illusion and clone techniques, and his favorite is the melee combat method of stabbing the enemy's waist with a dagger. Taj? What Taj? Compared to Odin's doubts about Jerry, a Taj mage, who is interested in Asgard's magic, Jerry is even more puzzled about what Taj is. You don't know Taj? Aren't you a mage from Taj? From Odin's point of view, Jerry, who has such outstanding magical abilities, most likely came from Taj, a gathering place for magicians. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't even know Taj. Your Majesty Odin, the magic I learned by accident did not come from Taj. Can I ask where Taj is? Jerry is confused now, hearing Odin's tone. This is the mage who always thought he was Taj. Could it be that there is really a magic gathering place on Earth that even Odin thinks is powerful, and this Avengers hasn't even seen it popping up? Taj, that is the temple of the supreme mage Gu-E, and it is also the gathering place for your atrium magicians. It contains countless mysteries about magic. Afterwards, Odin simply explained to Jerry the deeds related to Taj and the supreme mage Gu-E. At this point, Jerry knew that he was not the only magician on the earth, but a group of magicians, and their leader, the Ancient One, was so powerful that even Odin would be so afraid when he mentioned it. If you really want to explore the mysteries of magic, you can go to Taj if you have time, and our Asgard magic. If you're interested, you can naturally learn it. Finally, Odin turned to look at Sol and said, although you have decided to stay in the atrium for a while, I still hope that you can come back often, and you can also bring Master Carmen to ask your mother about magic. Father God, please rest assured that after Jane passes away, I will return to God's domain to become king and assume my responsibilities. Compared with the peaceful Asgard today, the mortals in the atrium need my help more. Thor knelt on the ground on one knee and made a solemn promise to Odin on the throne. Odin could only sigh when he heard the words. The lifespan of a mortal is only 100 years, a flash in the pan. Although I don't agree with your union with a mortal, since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you. I hope you can visit Asgard often. After the trial of Loki, Thor asked Odin to stay in the atrium for 100 years because he promised Jane. Of course, Odin disagreed at first. He asked Sol to go to the atrium to practice, just to make him a more suitable king instead of marrying a mortal woman with a lifespan of only 100 years. It's just that no matter how powerful his divine power is, he can't forcibly interfere with things like love. Coupled with Queen Frigg's dissuasion, he finally agreed to Sol's request. But the main reason is that the 9 realms are relatively peaceful at present. Although his lifespan is short, it is still possible to support him for 100 years and wait until Thor returns to inherit the throne. It is suggested that Sol take Jerry back to Asgard. The most important thing is that Sol can come back to see them often. Father God, since I have made a decision, I am prepared in my heart. Thank you for making it happen. Okay, your mother has the most magic books in Asgard. You take Master Carmen to get some, and then send Master Carmen back to the atrium first. He seems to have something to hurry back to. Odin waved his hand, indicating that Sol could take Carmen back. In this way, under the leadership of Sol, Jerry left the Odin temple and came to the residence of Queen Frigg. Compared with Odin's sternness and majesty, Frigga is obviously a very gentle mother. She first expressed her gratitude to Jerry, and then gave Jerry a large number of magic books under Sol's notice, and also said that if necessary, he can ask Sol to use the Rainbow Bridge to come to Asgard to discuss magic with her at any time. Sol, after returning to Earth, you must remember to keep my identity a secret, but you must not disclose it to S.H.I.E.L.D., or you will be in trouble. On the long Rainbow Bridge, Jerry riding a broomstick and flying with a hammer said. Sol patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, I promise you in the name of Thor that I will never disclose your identity to anyone. Even if Jane asks me, I will not say it. Sol knew that Jerry used the false identity to protect the safety of his family, so this was not a trivial matter, so he would not be careless. Jerry nodded upon seeing this. He still believed in Sol's character. Although this guy is sometimes a little funny, a little reckless, a little grumpy, and a little brainless, but at least he is trustworthy, at least much more trustworthy than the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. Heimdall, how is your injury? Entering the teleportation hall again, Thor looked at Heimdall holding the big sword and said with concern, Thanks to this mage, there is no problem anymore. Heimdall bowed to thank Jerry. The physique of the Asgardians is 3 times that of the humans on Earth, and Heimdall is the best among them, so the recovery ability is naturally extraordinary. With Jerry using magic to help heal the wound, coupled with his powerful self-healing ability, Heimdall is basically fine at this time. Then open the Rainbow Bridge and send us back to the atrium. The location is still there. Sol left a word and took Jerry directly to the portal. Heimdall nodded when he heard the words, and also took his great sword, inserted it into the activation device of the teleportation hall, and opened the Rainbow Bridge. New Mexico, Rainbow Bridge landing point. Because when Thor and Jerry left, they didn't say when they would return, so most of the people here had dispersed. Tony has returned to his mansion Liberty City because of the company's affairs, and Captain America and Fury have returned to New York on the supersonic plane of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now the only ones guarding the landing point of the Rainbow Bridge are the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led by Coulson and Jane, who rushed over from Old Bridgetown. The wind blows and the clouds roll, and a rainbow descends from the sky. Thor in silver armor and Jerry in wizard robes appeared in front of everyone after the rainbow disappeared. The matter has basically been resolved. If you have any questions, you can ask Sol first. I have something urgent to go first, and I will come to you at night. As soon as Jerry appeared, he greeted Coulson and left on his broomstick. I was delayed for a few hours in Asgard, and it is almost 7 o'clock now, and it is estimated that Aisha and Teacher Bailey have both arrived home. Coulson opened his mouth. Seeing Jerry leaving, he had no choice but to turn his head to look at Thor. Good guy, wash your face with a wave of dog food. Sol and Jane met again, and they kissed together like no one else. Finding an unoccupied place to land and cast a muggle-repelling spell, Jerry picked up the port key and started long-distance space teleportation. When he was in Asgard, Jerry took out the port key to experiment. I don't know if it was because Asgard was too far away from the Earth, or because the whole Asgard was covered by Odin's powerful divine power. At that time, The port key's teleportation function, it failed directly. After a burst of space distortion, Jerry's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only a glove on the open space. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, after finishing a series of housework, Jerry's figure appeared next to the glove again. Everyone has their own harbor of soul. Since he was reborn into this world, his home in New York is the harbor of his soul at present. Haas and Aisha are his most important family members. So no matter how busy he is, he will take time out to accompany them, as he does now. Learning and researching magic, practicing meditation, and improving strength are all very important. But if a person's life is only left with these, then what is the difference from a machine? If he chose to leave his family and devote himself to improving his strength, maybe his strength would be stronger than now, but he didn't choose to do that. Because he is human, he also needs a haven to rest when he is tired. Elsa's funniness, Haas's concern, including Belle, who has just integrated into the family now, all made him feel that he was reborn in this world. At least he was really alive, not just a dream. Coulson, Saul has already told you what happened. The S.H.I.E.L.D. temporary base that hadn't been completely evacuated, Jerry found Coulson, who was directing the removal of those expensive testing equipment. Coulson was also relieved to see Jerry appear. Yes, I have also reported it to Director Fury, but the director will make follow-up plans after you verify it. No problem. Where is the STU director now? Jerry nodded without objecting. It's normal. Fury can't believe all of Saul's words, and he must get further verification from Jerry, who is more trustworthy. He's at the headquarters in Washington right now, and he's probably in a meeting with some of the top officials, but he explained that as soon as you come back, you'll have a video call with him. Coulson said, and brought Jerry to a room prepared in advance. Connect to Chief Fury's connection, and then you go out and guard. Yes, sir. After a few agents operated, the big screen in the room lit up. On the other side of the screen, the one-eyed Nick Fury stood in a room that looked very technological. Opposite him were several erected screens, and there were several strangers who looked not young. Okay, the wizard has returned. Whether what Saul said is true, let us listen to her account. Fury stopped discussing with those people and turned to look at Jerry. Miss Wizard, can I trouble you to describe in detail everything you experienced after going to Asgard? Of course, no problem. The corner of Jerry's mouth twitched slightly, and then he began to truthfully describe most of what he saw and heard from the time he entered the Asgard teleportation hall to the time he returned. However, he used the spring and autumn style of writing to erase his frank identity and discussion of Comitage, the gathering place for Earth magicians. Okay, thank you for your help this time. When you plan to return to New York, you can tell Coulson, and he will contact the S.H.I.E.L.D. plane to pick you up. After listening to Jerry's narration, Nick Fury asked a few more detailed questions, and then hung up the video with Jerry. According to your S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions, how will you treat Soul who lives on Earth? After the video ended, Jerry asked Coulson tentatively. Coulson thought for a moment, then shrugged. It's hard to say, but as Soul, we can't do anything to him. Jerry knew immediately that Asgard was so powerful that even S.H.I.E.L.D. would not dare to do anything to Soul, the future king, because if something went wrong, the consequences would be serious. It can only be said that there is a difference between having a background and not having a background. A Green Titan without a background is being monitored and hunted down by S.H.I.E.L.D. The generals of the military department want to use the serum of the Green Titan to create powerful soldiers. And Soul, who is equally powerful, also contains excellent genes far surpassing human beings in his body, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is hindered by Asgard and Odin's strength and may not even dare to monitor him. In the end, it's just bullying and fearing the hard. It's human nature. As long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to provoke you, because no one can bear the consequences of angering you. When one day, Jerry becomes as powerful as Odin, even stronger than the whole of Asgard, then even if his true identity is revealed, no one will dare to provoke Aisha and Haas. Miss Wizard, when do you plan to return to New York? Coulson asked Jerry. Jerry thought for a moment. You can contact me now. Let the plane go to Juqiao Town to pick me up in a while. I plan to say goodbye to Soul. No problem. It is estimated that the plane will reach Juqiao Town in 2 hours. Coulson nodded and then said, Miss Wizard, it is estimated that your robot soldiers will be transformed in a month. How can we contact you then? Well, here is this for you. If you want to contact me in the future, you can shout out in the mirror. Rui Rui, follow my heart. Quickly manifest. By the way, remember to use Fuchsia so that I can receive news and communicate with you via video. Jerry took out the double-sided mirrors he had bought in Diagon Alley and handed one of them to Coulson. Also, if there is a situation similar to today's in the future, you can also contact me. The price is negotiable. To open the double-sided mirror, you need to use magic to enter the corresponding password in advance, which is similar to the fingerprint or password to open the mobile phone. As for what the secret language is, it depends on the habits of the magician. And this sentence popped up subconsciously in Jerry's mind at the time, so he used it as a secret word. Rui Rui, do what I want, and manifest quickly. Coulson imitated Jerry a little confused and read the spell to the mirror in stumbling Fuchsia. Not every senior agent is proficient in more than a dozen languages like Black Widow, and even some ancient Latin that has been lost. Black Widow is good at infiltrating, disguising, and espionage operations, so she needs to be proficient in various languages. Coulson's specialty is leading, organizing, and commanding the team leader to fight head-on, but he is not very proficient in languages. While Coulson read the spell, the other mirror in Jerry's hand emitted a wave of magic. Jerry input the magic power, and the picture reflected by the other mirror appeared in the two mirrors. What a magical mirror! Seeing this, Coulson sighed again and again. Okay, let's just say this first. I'm going to find Saul. Putting away the double-sided mirror, Jerry left the room and rode a broomstick to fly in the direction of Old Bridgetown University. At this time, Juqiao Town, Saul was enjoying the scenery with Jane in the yard, while imagining the beautiful life ahead. Hey, brother and Miss Wizard. Seeing Jerry flying in the distance, he hurriedly waved to greet him. This guy is so careless. He won't leak his words in the future. Seeing that Saul almost called the wrong name, Jerry couldn't help doubting Saul's ability to keep secrets. Saul's character is absolutely guaranteed, but his brain is not guaranteed. However, now that it has reached this point, that's the only way to go, and he can't cast the Oblivion Curse on Saul. Otherwise, Odin will kill him if he finds out. Saul, I'm leaving here and returning to New York soon. Are you staying here all the time? Or do you have any other plans? After Jerry landed, he asked Saul. Later, he will go to Asgard with Saul to find Queen Frigg to study the magic of God's domain. So, of course, he must know Saul's movements in advance. Without Thor leading the way, Heimdall would not have opened the Rainbow Bridge for him alone. Oh, I was just about to tell you that, Jane, and are going to New York in a few days. If you want to go to God's domain, then you can come and find me. As Saul said, Jane also took out a prepared note from her pocket and handed it to Jerry. Here's my address and number in New York. It turned out that Jane was originally a doctor of astrophysics from Columbia University in New York. She temporarily rented a house in Old Bridgetown because of her research on the strange celestial phenomena discovered in New Mexico. And Daisy is a student who is about to graduate from the school, and she is also her female assistant. At first, she came to help mainly for credits. As for Professor Eric, he was originally in New York and came to Old Bridgetown to help with research at the invitation of Jane. Now, the appearance of Thor and the existence of the Rainbow Bridge have explained the astrophysical phenomenon she is currently studying from another angle, but her research results must not be published because they involve Asgard. Therefore, she also plans to pack up, return the house, and return to New York University. Saul, who is now in the period of passionate love, will naturally follow suit. After taking the note, he looked at the address on it and immediately wrote down the number on it. Jerry smiled and nodded. All right, I'm also in New York, so I'll be closer in the future, and if it's okay, we can often get together. Saul is also in New York, so it will be easier to find him in Asgard after that. In fact, Jerry quite likes getting along with Saul, because with Saul's brain, even if he's lying, Saul can't tell. Sometimes he doesn't have to work so hard or be so careful when speaking. And Saul is currently the only one on Earth who knows his true identity. When staying with Thor, At least he doesn't have to hide his identity. The most important thing is that Soul is tough. If he really meets a powerful character with Soul, a super big meat shield in front, his safety factor will immediately increase several times. Strong meat shield, free thugs, humanoid transport plane. How could Jerry not have a good impression of him? Just as Jerry said goodbye to Thor and Jane, a shield supersonic plane also came over Old Bridgetown. Okay, I'm leaving. See you in New York. Jerry waved to the two of them and rode a broom to the shield plane in the air. Goodbye, New York. Soul put his arms around Jane and waved to Jerry, who flew away. Since then, Jerry's mission in New Mexico has come to an end. Although it was a bit of hard work, it was also a huge reward. The magic in this world is actually like this. It has been another 3 weeks since he returned from New Mexico, and Jerry has been focusing on the magic book he got back from Asgard during this time. After continuous research and study, he finally figured out roughly what the magic in this world is like. It turns out that all the magicians in this world do not use their own magic power. They borrow power from higher-level dimensional demon gods or the existence of the Tree of Life, and then perform various magics. They're different from Jerry. Jerry transforms the energy of the outside world into unique magic power through meditation through the blood of wizards, and then stores it in the body, and then uses magic to release it in various forms. And all the mages in this world can't store magic power in their bodies at all. They can only borrow magic power from powerful existences of higher degrees to cast magic through various methods, such as leasing or signing contracts. And this kind of leasing is not without cost. Every time the power borrowed by casting magic, it will take longer to repay later. However, the principles of magic are the same, and there is basically no difference in the use and understanding of magic. When he read the Asgard magic book, he also benefited from the magical theories about illusion, deformation, and space. A lot. That is to say, Jerry can use Asgard's magic after he has learned it, but he needs to make some fine-tuning when using it, changing the process of borrowing magic power from the Tree of Life to outputting magic power from his own body. And that's it. It seems simple, but it still takes a certain amount of effort to achieve this kind of fine-tuning. It is not so easy to modify any mature and perfect magic and to release it stably. Fortunately, he is also experienced in this point. The previous experience in creating the Fire Dragon Curse and optimizing various magic can also come in handy at this time. After thinking about it so carefully, Jerry suddenly discovered something. That is, he is similar to the dimensional demon god in this world, quite similar, but the strength of the dimensional demon god and the magic power in his body are far from what he can match now. However, they all have their own power, and they all strengthen themselves by absorbing external power. Perhaps, when he becomes strong enough in the future, he can also learn from these dimensional demon gods, leasing his magic power to others, and then let them return double or triple times. This is not much faster than practicing meditation by himself. The big deal is that he will receive less interest at that time. However, it's just thinking about it now. After all, the dimensional demon god, according to the records in the Asgard magic book, is an existence that transcends dimensions and lives forever. Immortality here does not mean immortality in terms of lifespan, but that it cannot be killed by any means. It may be defeated, imprisoned, or expelled, but it cannot be completely killed. Especially in their respective dimensions. They're even more powerful and terrifying. And now Jerry, if he doesn't dodge, a bullet hits his forehead, probably killing him. But at least he has the potential to become a dimensional demon god. It just takes time. It's been 3 weeks. It's almost time to go back to Asgard with Thor. In the morning, in the classroom, Jerry closed the magic book, activated the illusion, and left the classroom quietly. On the first day of school, just after the Christmas break, Jerry used magic to skip class again. In 3 weeks, Jerry basically read all the magic books brought from Asgard last time. However, in view of the fact that there is still a big gap in the magic system, there are many things in the book that he still can't understand by himself. Therefore, he decided to ask Soul to take him to Asgard today to find Queen Frigg. Anyway, since Soul came to New York, he's been very boring every day. Columbia University, faculty, dormitory, 9th floor. Jerry unlocked the illusion and knocked on the glass of the window. Through the window, Jerry could see Sol in his pajamas, drinking beer and eating cheese, watching TV, and it turned out to be friends. "Hey, Jerry, you're here. Do you want to have a beer?" Seeing Jerry riding a broom outside the window, Sol quickly got up from the sofa, laughed, and ran over to open the window. "Sol," I said, "don't call me by my real name on Earth." Jerry jumped into the living room from the window and told Sol helplessly, "This stupid criticism is really not that reliable. Don't worry, buddy. I remember, it's not just you and me." Sol gulped down a whole bottle of beer. Jerry rolled his eyes. "S.H.I.E.L.D. has many surveillance methods, so it's better to be careful. By the way, aren't you afraid of getting fat like this every day?" A week ago, Sol and Jane returned to New York. At that time, Jerry came to see them specially. After that, every few days, if Jerry was free, he would skip class and come and talk to Sol. When he first came here, Sol also complained to him that staying at home every day was too boring. Because Jane had to attend classes and do research, she didn't have much time to accompany him during the day. But since unlocking the TV and games, he has changed a little. Now I don't complain about being bored. I stay at home every day watching TV, playing games, drinking beer, and eating snacks, as if I have discovered a new world. I'm Thor, the god of thunder. This thing has no effect on me. Sol poured a large bag of potato chips into his mouth with an indifferent face. Jerry shook his head in disbelief. Although the physical fitness of Asgardians is far superior to that of ordinary people, and their metabolic capacity may be several times that of ordinary people, if they consume too much energy, they will also gain weight, such as Volstagg among the 3 warriors of Asgard. I think you should also make a move. At that time, you told Odin that you came to Earth not only because of Jane, but also because the human beings on Earth need you. Now you stay at home every day. Odin probably knew about it. Would be so happy. Jerry knows that as long as Sol is on the Earth, Odin will definitely pay attention to him all the time. If he really stays at home every day and becomes a squatting at home, he may be forcibly recalled. Sol also realized this, and he downed a bottle of beer helplessly and said, "I don't want to stay at home every day, but Jane doesn't want me to fly outside with a hammer every day. When she says something that causes a sensation, those reporters and curious ordinary people will flock to it. It's very troublesome. We'll be broken. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the authorities may know Sol's identity and won't do anything to him, but ordinary citizens don't think so. Once the citizens discover that the mythical Thor actually appeared in reality, it will inevitably cause a sensation, followed by the exposure of Thor's address and his relationship with Jane Foster. At that time, a large number of reporters and citizens will definitely come to see him in the faculty dormitory of Columbia University. He doesn't care, and he quite likes that feeling. It's just that because of the same considerations as Jerry, he restrained himself. After all, Jane is just an ordinary person, and if his identity is exposed, he may be implicated because of him. So he stayed at home all the time. However, during this period of time, he has been staying at home watching TV, playing games, eating snacks, and drinking beer, and he has indeed found an experience that he has never had before. There is no TV in God's domain, and his life of more than 1,000 years is basically to go to other realms to quell some sudden wars, and then return to Asgard to drink and celebrate. I don't think this is a problem. For example, you can do this. Hearing this, Jerry stretched out his hand, took out a mask from the box, and put on Sol's face. Since I am afraid of being discovered, it is enough to wear a mask. This is such a simple question. Wearing a silver armor, wearing a mask, and holding a hammer, can these reporters discover your true identity? Besides, Sol is not like him. He only needs to conceal his identity from reporters and ordinary citizens, and S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government are aware of his existence. Hey, what you said makes sense. Why didn't I think of it? Sol took off the mask on his face, and his eyes lit up immediately. It's not that Sol is really that stupid. It's just inertial thinking. He has never wore a mask in God's domain, so he didn't think about masks for a while. And Jay may have thought of it, but she didn't remind Sol. Men like to have women cook at home and stay with them when they are off work, and so are women. Of course, Jane also wished she could see Saul as soon as she got home from get off work. In particular, as a doctor of Columbia University, Jane's income is actually good in all aspects, and it is completely affordable to support a handsome man like Saul. The prince in the myth, the future king of God's domain, has a first-class body and appearance and an unrivaled background. Although his EQ is a bit low, his flaws are not concealed. Next time if you're bored at night, you can fight crime with me. I'm always fighting crime in Hell's Kitchen, Queens. Although he now has 300,000 little red stars, he still goes out to fight crime for a while every night to earn some extra money. After all, speaking of 300,000 yuan, it would be enough for him to consume more than 200 days, as long as he does not go to other small worlds. No problem, but your mask is not good. I want to go back to God's realm and find a dwarf to make one more suitable for my identity. That's just right. I was just about to ask if you have time to take me to God's domain. I have a lot of magic-related questions to ask the Queen for advice. Hearing the words, Jerry also took advantage of the opportunity to tell his purpose of coming to find Saul this time. So the two hit it off. Heimdall. On the roof of the Columbia University faculty dormitory, Thor raised Thor's hammer and shouted towards the sky. A rainbow fell from the sky, and the figures of Saul and Jerry disappeared with the rainbow. Sir, abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected near Columbia University. In the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson saw the information handed over by his agents, as well as the photos of Saul and Jerry on the roof captured by the satellite, and ordered helplessly, "Don't worry about them. As long as there are similar energy fluctuations in the future, just record them and don't need to report them." Regarding the matter of Thor living on the Earth, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau finally got an order that as long as the other party did not commit any serious crimes, it should not be bothered. Don't even do active surveillance. Asgard Teleportation Hall. The figures of Jerry and Saul reappeared. After saying hello to Heimdall, the two of them rode a broomstick while the other swung a hammer and flew in the direction of Asgard. "Jerry, you stay here. I'm going to see Father God, and then let the craftsman help me make Thor's mask." In the temple of Queen Frigg, Saul and the Queen hugged and chatted briefly before planning to make masks. "Saul, I have time to go to the dungeon to see your brother. I'm worried about him." Before Saul left, Frigga explained with some concern. "I see, Queen Mother. I will go to see God Father after I see him." For his younger brother Loki, although Saul was a little angry about what he did before, he still loved him in his heart. The brotherhood of more than 1,000 years is not so easy to break. "Okay, Master Jerry, how did you read the magic book you brought back last time?" After Saul left, Queen Frigg sat gently opposite Jerry and began to ask about his magic progress. Jerry smiled. "I've finished reading the magic book I brought last time. I still don't understand much about illusion, especially the avatar technique. I want to ask your Majesty the Queen for advice." "So many magic books. Have you read them all?" Upon hearing Jerry's answer, Queen Frigg had a look of surprise on her face. You must know that when Jerry left last time, he took more than 20 magic books with him. One book for ordinary mages is enough to study for a long time, but Jerry actually read them all in 3 weeks. However, during the magic discussion with Jerry, she realized that Jerry had not only read all the more than 20 magic books, but also basically understood them all. In the end, he could only sigh. No wonder the other party was so young. And after only a few years of learning magic, he already had a magical ability that was enough to be praised by Odin. Although the human race has a short lifespan of no more than 100 years, and most of them are mediocre, every once in a while, there will always be a few amazing and brilliant people. Even the Protoss with a long lifespan like them feel inferior. The essence of the Avatar technique is to mobilize the magical power borrowed from the Tree of Life with the Spirit. Oh, you white mages borrowed it from Emperor Wei Shan. In fact, the principle is the same, and then follow the special spells and Asgard's magic. Most of the effects of magic and the magic that Jerry has learned now are repeated, and learning the principles is just to make the magic he has learned now more powerful. Just like the theory of space magic and Asgard magic, it benefited him greatly. allowing him to have a more in-depth study on the traceless magic spell that also needs to use the space theory. It also laid a solid foundation in advance for him to learn apparition of the same space system in the future. The same goes for other magic. However, there's a sort of magic in it which is currently missing from Jerry. That is illusion magic, especially the avatar magic among them. Among the magic studied at Hogwarts, Jerry has never been exposed to illusion magic at all. Hogwarts' transformation spell is a physical transformation, not an illusion. However, there are illusion spells in the magic books of the Morgana faction, such as the phantasm spell that he often uses now, but there is no in-depth research. Illusion is an illusion after all. It cannot cause direct damage, nor can it increase the level of magicians. Few magicians in that world like to study this category of magic. However, in Jerry's opinion, illusion, especially Asgard's avatar, is actually very useful. Creating a false clone during battle can confuse the enemy and gain time to cast magic, and the daily clone can also save him a lot of trouble. Although the avatar is false, as long as he learns to apparate in the future, he can transfer the main body to the place where the avatar is at any time. At noon, I enjoyed the unique food of the god's domain in Asgard. In the evening, Jerry brought a new batch of magic books and returned to Earth from the teleportation palace with Thor. To be honest, although Asgard does not have modern high-rise buildings, it has a strong exotic style, and all kinds of strange scenery that cannot be seen on the Earth are still very spectacular. When you have time, be sure to spare some time to wander around Asgard and experience the various features of God's domain. Maybe when he becomes stronger in the future, he can go out of the Earth and visit other planets in the universe. It has been more than 3 weeks since the last time I went to Asgard with Sol. 7 o'clock in the evening. Jerry, Aisha, Hassan Bailey are sitting in the living room eating dinner and watching the news on TV. After the wizard, a second superhero appeared in New York. He called himself Thor, wearing a mask, wearing a silver armor, and holding a hammer. So is he really the mythical Thor, or just an imitator of the mythical Thor? We have invited the chief of the New York Police Department, George Stacy. Chief, what do you think of Thor's appearance? On the TV, in the upper right corner of a blonde beauty, a video of Thor flying in the air with a hammer and striking criminals with electric discharge is playing. And sitting next to her was a capable middle-aged man in a police uniform, who was the talker of the New York police system. He picked up the microphone on the table and said, half-jokingly, "Hey, it's already the 21st century. Is there anyone who doesn't believe in science and gods? There shouldn't be anyone that stupid." According to our experts monitoring, the armor of Thor's armor looks like an ancient warrior's armor, but it's actually installed. Advanced magnetic levitation device. There may also be small flying equipment hidden behind his cloak, and his hammer is actually just an enlarged version of an anti-wolf electric shock device. Sometimes things are not as complicated as you think. The blonde female reporter obviously didn't believe that much and asked aggressively, "What about wizards? Since there are magicians and magic, why don't gods exist?" The police chief seemed to have anticipated the female reporter's question and calmly replied, "Magic doesn't really exist. In fact, it is just some magic effects made by high-tech means, just like David Copperfield. He has performed flying. He has performed crossing the Great Wall. He has transformed a 7-ton jet plane. He has even transformed the Statue of Liberty. But is he a magician? He's just a better magician." The blonde beauty felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the police chief's answer, but she didn't know how to refute it. In the end, she seemed a little unwilling and asked again, "In that case, why hasn't the police department arrested wizards and Thors and has allowed them to use high-tech equipment to fly over New York?" The chief of police shrugged. "Why arrest them, although they are not real Thor and wizards, but they did make a huge contribution to the safety of New York, you know. Since the emergence of wizards, the crime rate in New York at night has dropped to 70%. Now, there is another Thor who likes to come out to fight criminals during the day. Our New York will soon become the safest city in the entire M country. Don't you want us to capture the Witcher and Thor's vigilantes?" The blonde beauty was speechless for a moment. Thor didn't have many fans when he first came out, but the wizard has a lot of fans in New York. If she dared to answer, she would probably have to deflate her tires on the train tomorrow. Fact, liar, magic must exist, and wizards know magic. At the dinner table, Aisha pointed angrily at the chief of police on TV. At this time, Teacher Billy next to her immediately looked over and said seriously, "Aisha, who taught you to swear?" Aisha immediately realized that something was wrong, covered her mouth, and pointed her arms at Haas. Teacher Bailey squinted her eyes and looked at Haas. Haas looked at her daughter's eyes, begging for help. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Jerry smiled and shook his head. Aisha is already 11 years old. Although she is still in the 2nd grade, she actually understands everything she should know. Naturally, she has heard a lot of bad words, which is normal. Mrs. Bell lashed out at Haas and ordered him not to swear in front of the children in the future, before restoring calm at the dinner table. At this time, the screen on the TV changed, and it began to cut directly to some fighting videos of Thor during the day to stop crimes. Sol and Jerry have completely different fighting styles. He is more violent and destructive. Jerry is basically a person who discovers a crime in the air and directly fixes it with a body-binding spell and a sleeping spell. Ordinary people can't resist his magic at all. When encountering more powerful ones with more shooters, he will mainly dodge and sneak attack and rarely confront directly. But Saul was different. He basically just dropped from the sky with a hammer in his hand and sent people flying with a big kick, or just kicked them in the air with a big foot. When the opponent's firepower is relatively strong, he also directly holds the hammer to the front, and the bullets hit his armor without even a trace, unless it may be useful to use a rocket launcher or the like. Therefore, every time Saul stops a crime, the criminal's health will be poor, and the surrounding damage will be relatively large. Jerry, if you encounter this situation in the future, run away. Safety is the most important thing. Teacher Bailey watched some exciting pictures on TV and asked Jerry. She knew that Jerry was a very righteous and courageous child, but she still didn't want Jerry to be involved in these dangerous incidents at a young age. "I see." Reminded by Teacher Bell, Jerry also recovered from his thoughts. He was thinking just now that the chief of the police department directly denied the existence of gods and magic. It seemed that they were not ready to let the public know about Asgard and the existence of magic. As long as the government does not admit it, even if many citizens have guesses, the problem will not be too big. But for Jerry, there's nothing wrong with it. Whether it is a magician or a magician, it will not affect his earning a little red star. And this kind of thing will not be hidden for long. Know everything. Speaking of which, Saul is quite a coquettish guy. Jerry was also a little speechless watching Saul on TV, after solving the robbers who robbed the jewelry store and holding a hammer and posing for the camera a few flirty poses. Actually, I think it's really good to have superheroes like wizards and Thors. At least I can get off work on time every day, and the safety of citizens is also guaranteed. Haas took a sip of the soup and sighed. After the emergence of wizards, although the police station was in chaos for a while, the workload has indeed decreased. However, wizards basically operate at night, and they are still quite busy during the day. Now, there's a Thor who likes to act during the day, and it happens to have both white and black. Hearing Haas' exclamation, Jerry couldn't help but nodded secretly. Sure enough, fooling Thor into being a superhero is still effective. At that time, he fooled Thor into becoming a superhero, partly because he was afraid that he would stay at home and watch soap operas every day, so he wouldn't be called back by Odin, and partly because he wanted to make New York's law and order better during the day. A little better. As a policeman, especially the sheriff of the police station, under normal circumstances, you may not be able to encounter any danger in your life. But this is the Marvel world. Maybe some scientist will develop some monster, or a witch, alien, demon, etc. will emerge. He needs to study magic. It is impossible to follow Haas every day. There is a Thor who can fly around New York and do nothing all day long. The law and order in New York has improved, and Haas's safety will naturally be guaranteed, and it will not arouse the suspicion of S.H.I.E.L.D. With the strength of Thor, The general villain is really not his opponent. After dinner, just as Jerry returned to his room, the double-sided mirror at his waist, which he had concealed with the disillusionment charm, suddenly emitted a burst of magical fluctuations. With a thought in his heart, he immediately guessed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had transformed those mechanical soldiers. He took out the box and jumped in. Jerry connected the magic connection of the double-sided mirror in the box space. After a while, Coulson's handsome Sanchi back appeared in the mirror. "Miss Wizard, we have all repaired and refitted your robot soldiers. You see, we will send them to you, or you can come and get them yourself." Coulson pulled the mirror away, revealing a row of brand new robot soldiers behind him. Jerry thought for a while and replied, "Don't bother you to deliver it. I can just pick it up myself. Is the address still at the previous location?" "The location has changed, but it is still in this C area. The new coordinates are at XXXX. Coulson was afraid that Jerry would not be able to hear him, so he pulled the distance between his face and the mirror again. I see, I'll be right away." Before Jerry could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by the meowing of Crookshanks at his feet. It turned out that Crookshanks was being chased by Noble, and when he saw Jerry appearing, he immediately ran over to complain. Quick imprisonment. Seeing that it has grown to the size of a small house, while spraying small flames, Norbert chased Crookshanks towards him. Jerry shook his head helplessly at first, then waved his wand, imprisoned him quickly, and created a thick rope temporarily binding Norbert's 2 legs. "Who made you scratch him when he was born? You can't beat him now." With a wave of his wand, he used the levitation charm to levitate the mirror in the air, and Jerry reached out and hugged Crookshanks. "Ho, ho, ho, ho!" Noble, who was tied up with dragon claws, fluttered his wings and roared at Jerry, as if he wanted to come up and give Jerry a bite of the dragon flame he had just learned. Creatures like fire dragons are naturally violent. Even if they are raised from childhood, there is no guarantee that they will not attack you. I seem to hear a cat meowing and a dinosaur-like roar. Coulson listened to the voice from the mirror, with a puzzled look on his face. After appeasing Crookshanks twice, Jerry turned his face to the mirror again and explained, "Sorry, I was just watching a new movie called Jurassic Park. My neighbor Totoro." After a perfunctory explanation, he will return to the topic immediately. "Okay, let's just say that. I'll be there in a while. Hang up first." Withdrawing the magic power, the mirror fell into darkness. Looking at Noble, who was once again appeased by Sun Long with meat, Jerry knew that the learning of dragon training magic must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Now Noble has gradually been able to spew out small flames, and in 2 months, it is estimated that he will be able to spew out powerful dragon flames. If he can't fully control it by then, he probably won't be happy, and the villa in this box space will not even think about it. Wanted. On the other end, looking at the darkened mirror, Coulson murmured, "There's a new Jurassic movie. Why haven't I seen it? In the British architectural style. Where is this in New York?" It turned out that when Jerry bent over to hug Crookshanks just now, Coulson happened to see the classic English villa behind him through the double-sided mirror. "Heighton, let's go. The location is a S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier." After leaving the community, Jerry found an unoccupied roof to collect his broomstick and release the Thestrals in the box space. Thestrals are pitch black, so Jerry named a Heighton. Hiss! Heighton let out a hoarse cry. His hooves fluttered, and his bat wings flapped rapidly. Like a sharp black arrow, he rushed out with a whimper. This speed so high. Riding a Thestral for the first time, Jerry finally knew why in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt would comment that it was one of the fastest magical animals in the wizarding world. It was indeed very fast, and Jerry felt that he might be thrown away if he didn't hold on to the Thestral's mane. If the speed of a broomstick is roughly comparable to that of a top-level supercar on the ground, then the speed of a Thestral fully flying can be comparable to that of the world's top aircraft. No wonder in the original book, Harry and others rode Thestrals, and it only took a while from Hogwarts to the London Ministry of Magic. "Honey, did you see a black horse fly by just now?" On the roof of a certain building in New York, a young man with dyed yellow hair and earrings suddenly saw Thestrals flying in the air and hurriedly asked his girlfriend, who was watching the stars together in a daze, Unexpectedly, when his girlfriend heard the words, she immediately slapped him fiercely angrily. "Jack, are you taking drugs again? You promised me that you would never do it again." I really don't." "Then do you think it's reasonable for horses to fly in the sky?" Mary, listen to my explanation. I really didn't knock today." "That means you knocked yesterday." "Here." Heighton did not tell Heighton the coordinates of the SHIELD aircraft carrier, nor did Heighton tell which SHIELD aircraft carrier he was going to. But Heighton seemed to know the location immediately after Jerry called out the location. In less than 10 minutes, Jerry saw the SHIELD aircraft carrier again. It can only be said that the innate magic of magical animals is still very powerful. Even if they're not in the same world, they can still play a role. Just like letting an owl send a letter, just say the person's name, and the owl will know who to send it to. You don't have to worry about how many people with the same name. It can find the person you want to send, and Thestral is the same. Be careful, something is coming. On the deck of the SHIELD aircraft carrier, some SHIELD agents subconsciously pulled out their pistols as they watched the black spot approaching in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the black dot became clear. My God, what is that? The agents of SHIELD stared at the black, unknown creature in front of them. They had never seen such a strange and terrifying creature. It looked scrawny, dragon-like, and with giant bat wings, like a Pegasus from hell. "Don't worry, it's me." Just as the agents looked at the approaching unknown creature and were about to shoot, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind the unknown creature. It was the wizard Jerry. After Heighton landed firmly on the deck and retracted his bat-like wings, Jerry jumped down, took out a piece of raw meat from the box, and threw it to it. "Don't worry, it has a good personality and won't take the initiative to attack people. By the way, Coulson called me over. What about others?" "Hold on a second. I'll notify the chief to come over." A SHIELD agent who looked like a captain looked at the Thestrals eating raw meat and quickly took out the walkie-talkie. Sir, the wizard arrived on the deck ahead of time, and I request to meet you." "It's so fast. Let her wait for a while, and I will have these robot soldiers dragged to the deck." Coulson's surprised voice came from the intercom. Obviously, he didn't expect Jerry to arrive just 10 minutes after he hung up the magic video. The location of the aircraft carrier is some distance away from the center of New York. Miss Wizard, what kind of horse is this?" Coulson came to the deck with the transformed robot soldiers and was startled when he saw the Thestrals next to Jerry. "What kind of weird genetic experiment is this?" "Magic creature Thestral, my new mount." Jerry touched Heighton's faucet, and Heighton gently pressed Jerry's palm. When Coulson saw this, he didn't continue to ask. He knew that there were some questions related to magic that he couldn't explain clearly. "These robot soldiers have all been modified according to your requirements. Here are the controllers. I will teach you how to operate them." The controller in Coulson's hand is actually something like a tablet computer, and these robot soldiers are controlled by inputting commands in it. Jerry tried it, and it wasn't difficult. With the blessing of refreshing the brain, he quickly mastered it. The main weapon is a machine gun, a two-handed super-powerful electric shock device, which can fly, and an anti-aircraft gun has been added, which is pretty good. Nodding in satisfaction, Jerry waved his wand, and the 12 robots lined up and flew into his box space. But it wasn't his own, but the second box that was snatched by killing Quirrell later. "You won't install surveillance equipment in these robot soldiers, will you?" After putting away the 12 robot soldiers, Jerry looked at Coulson suspiciously. Cole smiled and said very naturally, "How could it be? Miss Wizard, you are overthinking." "That's good. I'll go first. Call me with the magic mirror if you have something to do." Jerry nodded, pretending to be satisfied, turned over and rode on Heighton, and quickly turned into a black spot and disappeared. This black horse flies really fast. Seeing that in the blink of an eye, Jerry and his magic mount were almost invisible, Coulson couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Back inside the aircraft carrier, Coulson joined the video with Nick Fury. "Director, Miss Wizard has successfully received it. Did she not suspect anything?" asked Fury. Coulson hesitated for a moment, but replied truthfully, "Although she doesn't seem to have any doubts on the surface, her intuition tells me that she must have guessed something. It's okay, the surveillance equipment we installed in each robot soldier is very secret. Unless she removes the entire robot soldier, it is impossible to find out. And the monitoring equipment is not real-time monitoring. It just records the video and then transmits the video regularly. So it is even more impossible for her to find out. Nick Fury smiled. The opponent's magic is amazing, but he doesn't seem to be proficient in mechanical equipment. Director, is this really okay? If Miss Wizard finds out, she will only distrust us even more. Coulson frowned. For the wizard, he has very good senses from the beginning to the end. He does not agree with Fury's approach emotionally. But as an agent, reason made him obey orders. The wizard's true identity must be clarified. She has become stronger and stronger now. If she doesn't find out her true identity, if something goes wrong with her in the future, it may be a huge threat. Nick Fury said firmly. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he must control the overall situation. Not to mention wizards, even Captain America is under his surveillance the whole time. All the existences that are beyond ordinary people, even if they have no problems now, they should be treated as potential dangers to prevent in advance. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, they will be caught off guard. This is the policy that S.H.I.E.L.D. has always adopted. On the other side, Jerry, riding black charcoal, soon returned to Queens again. Just entering the room through the window, he jumped into the box space. This second box space may be used temporarily by Quirrell, so there's only a lawn and a simple wooden house inside. At this time, 12 robot soldiers with a brand new look were standing firmly on the lawn, waiting for Jerry's control. There is no surveillance, guess I believe it or not. A sneer appeared on the corner of Jerry's mouth. He didn't believe that with S.H.I.E.L.D. style, he wouldn't play tricks on these robot soldiers, but he wasn't worried either, because he had already thought of a solution. Hungarian mirror trap. Walking in front of a 100 square meter large mirror prepared in advance, Jerry pressed one hand on the mirror and ripples immediately appeared on the mirror. With a light wave of the other hand, the 12 robot soldiers immediately flew up and lined up to enter the space in the mirror. Then, Jerry also stepped into the mirror space. Because the box space is extended on its own space with the traceless magic spell, it is connected to the outside space, especially when the box lid is opened. But the mirror space is different. The mirror space is a magical space that is reflected, and it is another space that completely deviates from reality. No matter how modern communication equipment is, it cannot be connected across space. Just like when they were fighting these robot soldiers, Iron Man and War Machine threw these robot soldiers into the mirror space opened by Jerry, and Ivan could no longer control them remotely. As long as Jerry doesn't take these robots out of the mirror space in the Marvel world, S.H.I.E.L.D. will never know his secrets through the equipment inside these robots. The point is, Jerry has no plans to use these robot soldiers in the Marvel world for the time being. In the Marvel world, technology is advanced and various high-tech weapons emerge endlessly. The power of these robot soldiers is not as good as his magic. He wanted these robot soldiers mainly for use in other worlds, such as Harry Potter, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, and other magical small worlds. Take advantage of the information gap. Many magical small worlds do not have any powerful technology, and these robot soldiers may be able to play a big role as a trump card at certain times. As for the issues of recharging and ammo replenishment, those are not issues. Regardless of whether it is the world of Harry Potter or the Sorcerer's Apprentice, the basic power supply is still available. Just find a place to charge it when it runs out. If the ammunition of the corresponding model cannot be supplied, he can ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for it, or find some from Tony, an arms dealer who used to specialize in the production of ammunition. Anyway, as long as he is in the Marvel world, these robot soldiers will always stay in the mirror world, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will naturally not get any information. Moreover, he has other ideas about these robot soldiers. After entering the mirror space, Jerry came to a robot soldier and began to chant the spell. All things enlightened. A magical ray of light shot into the robot soldier's mechanical body, and the robot soldier started instantly, without Jerry using the controller, with red lights constantly flashing in his two eyes. After a while, it slowly opened its mouth, stumbled, and spit out 2 words at Jerry. "Hello. Hi. For now on your name will be number 1. Jerry nodded in satisfaction. "It's my number 1. The spell that Jerry just used is the most commonly used spell in alchemy, the Enlightenment spell. The Enlightenment curse is a high-end spell in alchemy. It requires a wizard to put a little thought that he has condensed into the body of an object through a special magic spell, so that the object without any life has a certain amount of thinking. Consciousness. Then as time goes by, the consciousness of these items will gradually improve, and in the end, although they can't be like real people, they can be regarded as intelligent. The more typical one is the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts, which integrates a little thinking of the founders of the 4 colleges and succeeds in enlightening the spirit. There are also the Guardian Stone statue of Hogwarts, the gargoyle in the headmaster's office, Arthur's magic car, the pieces of wizard chess, etc. What Jerry is doing now is to use the Enlightenment spell in alchemy to enlighten the 12 robot soldiers, and then let them have basic wisdom. In this way, even if he does not need to control it, he can assist in the battle, and when his alchemy strength comes up, he can try to make some magical transformations for these robot soldiers. Let them not only have the power of modern technological weapons, but also various bonuses from magic. Your name is number 2, your name is number 3, and your name is number 12. You should stay here now. Jerry left the mirror space and returned to his room after enlightening all the 12 robot soldiers. The current 12 robot soldiers are still in the stage of just implanting their thinking, and it takes time to expand and grow slowly. Okay, it's time to learn dragon taming and sealing magic. After returning to the room, Jerry opens his strange panel. The 1-month cooldown for the small world's time travel has ended for a few days. If he hadn't been waiting to receive these robot soldiers, he would have already started traveling. Start entering. He closed his eyes and opened them again, and he came to the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice again. The time in the small world is interoperable. After staying in Hogwarts for half a year, it has been half a year since he left this world. Riding a broomstick to Dave's physics laboratory, Jerry felt the powerful magic waves inside before he entered the door. Clang, clang, clang. He raised his hand and knocked on the door of the laboratory. Long time no see, Dave. Seeing Dave would hardly changed much. Jerry greeted with a smile. Jerry. Discovering that the person knocking on the door turned out to be Jerry, who had been away for half a year, Dave suddenly showed surprise on his face. In Dave's eyes, Jerry was not only his savior at the beginning, but also his brother who later learned magic with him. When Balthazar inside heard Dave shout, he also got down from the rocking chair in surprise. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 of them sat down and started chatting. Jerry briefly talked about some things after he came home in the past 6 months. In fact, it was his daily life with Haas, Aisha, and others, but the location was changed to the UK. And Balthazar and Dave also talked about their experience in the past 6 months after Jerry left. The 2 lived peacefully for the past 6 months, mainly because Balthazar guided Dave to develop Merlin's inheritance, learn various magics, and improve his strength. Jerry, let me show you my particle cannon. In a laboratory, Dave got up excitedly while chatting and began to show Jerry his half-year learning results. Particle cannon. With Dave's hands together, a fist-sized particle cannon took shape instantly. With a push with both hands, the hard iron shield used for practice in a laboratory was immediately blasted into several petals. Oh, not bad. Seeing Dave's casting speed and power, Jerry raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the protagonist, Merlin's reincarnation, from an ordinary person who didn't understand magic at all, it only took half a year to practice magic to this level. Even the particle cannon currently used by Jerry is only twice as powerful as Dave if it is charged. Recalling that when he left this world before, the particle cannon used by Dave was only the size of a ping pong ball, and it was very unstable, often knocking himself down before hitting the target. I remember one time when Dave was distracted during practice and hit his balls. If Jerry hadn't used the quick healing charm in time, he might have lost all children and grandchildren. However, Balthazar on the side, watching Dave use the particle cannon, couldn't help but shook his head with an angry expression. Having the talent and magic power of Teacher Merlin, just practicing this magic, and now, with this kind of power, I am ashamed to show it off here. If you spend half of your time with your girlfriend practicing magic, with your talent, the power of the particle cannon will at least double. Dave scratched his head when he heard this. Teacher, I will work hard. Dave, did you catch up with your goddess? When Jerry heard it, he immediately thought of the goddess Dave had mentioned before, the goddess he had had a crush on since elementary school, and later he met her in college. Yes, once her bag was robbed, I saved her with magic, and then we were together. Dave replied with a smile. Jerry understood immediately when he heard what he said. No wonder Balthazar was angry. He still counted on Dave to save his lover, who had been banned for 1,000 years. Balthazar found Dave, the inheritor of Merlin's magical power. On the one hand, he wanted to fulfill the teacher Merlin's last wish to destroy Morgana, and on the other hand, he also rescued Veronica, who sealed Morgana's lover for thousands of years with his own body. However, for thousands of years, Balthazar's love for Veronica has not changed, and he is also a big lover. After all, over the millennium, Balthazar must have met many women of all kinds, but he has always maintained his original intention, which has to make Jerry admire. At least, Jerry felt that if it was him, he might not be able to do it. That is 1,000 years, not 10 or 20 years. By the way, Jerry, how is your current mana level? How many levels have you reached as a magician? At this moment, Balthazar suddenly thought of something and asked Jerry with some hope. Teacher, I really haven't tested this. Half a year, or 8 months for Jerry, because in addition to Hogwarts for half a year, he also stayed in the main world of Marvel for more than 2 months. For the past 8 months, he has been practicing meditation on the Merlin Dharma ring almost every night, and sometimes he will turn on Superman mode to speed up, but because the schedule is too full and there are too many things, he really hasn't tested his own magician rank. However, he felt that the amount of magic power in his body now was vastly different from that of 8 months ago, because the wizard blood in his body has been fully developed now. And because of the expansion of meditation, he even feels that his current magic power is definitely more than the average adult wizard. Let me test it for you. Balthazar came to Jerry's side, put his hand on Jerry's brow, closed his eyes, and began to feel it. After a while, he opened his eyes suddenly, then stared blankly at Jerry and exclaimed, It's unbelievable. How did you get promoted so fast? You didn't find Jerry. You're not only talented in learning magic, but you are also so talented in practicing meditation. Teacher, what is Jerry's magician level? At this moment, Dave, who was at the side, was aroused by Balthazar's unbelievable appearance and asked quickly. Balthazar glanced at Dave with some disgust, then looked back at Jerry. If Dragon Ring hadn't chosen Dave, I would have thought you were the reincarnation of Merlin. In half a year, you have risen from level 30 to level 200, a full level of 170. Level 200? Jerry was not too surprised when he heard the words. If he relied on meditation alone, it might not be so easy to cross 170 levels in 8 months, even 70 levels. This is the case even if he blesses with ascension and refreshing the brain. The reason why he was able to make such a big breakthrough was actually mainly related to his wizard blood, because the effect of practicing meditation at the beginning is not to increase the magic power, but to develop his own wizard blood. When the wizard blood is fully developed, the additional magic power will be added. Therefore, it is estimated that 150 of the 170 levels he has crossed are actually the magic power released by his wizard blood itself, and the next 20 levels are increased on this basis. Level 200, it doesn't matter, maybe you don't have to wait so long. As if he suddenly understood something, Balthazar's eyes lit up instantly. It turned out that Balthazar's original plan was to train Dave to at least the same level as himself, and then release Morgana. Together, the two of them killed Morgana and saved his lover Veronica. However, according to Dave's current progress, plus he has a girlfriend dragging him along in school courses, it is estimated that he will not be able to implement his plan in 10 or 8 years. Once people have hope, they will hold on to it. Before finding Dave, the descendant of Merlin, Balthazar could bear the loneliness, but now that he has found it, the hope of success is right in front of him, and the 1,000 years of waiting and the 1,000 years of loneliness suddenly emerged. Now he really wants to get rid of Morgana as soon as possible and meet his lover who has been separated by thousands of years. He is no longer willing to wait another 10 or 8 years. The appearance of Jerry just made it possible for him to complete the plan ahead of schedule. Jerry at level 30 can defeat a magician at the level of Sunlaw. Although Jerry at level 200 may not be as strong as himself, he is definitely more than a little stronger than Dave. Then with the combined power of the three, maybe you don't have to wait another 10 or 8 years to solve Morgana and rescue your lover. Jerry, I need your help with something. Having figured out, Balthazar looked at Jerry with piercing eyes. Teacher, tell me. Sensing a sudden change in Balthazar's expression, Jerry seemed to have noticed something. Therefore, Balthazar explained in advance that Veronica sacrificed herself to seal Morgana, and then proposed his plan to invite Jerry to help destroy Morgana. After hearing this, Jerry responded without any hesitation. Teacher, this is of course no problem, and since I know that the teacher is going to eliminate Morgana, I have actually made some preparations in the past 6 months, and I should be able to help at that time. After finishing speaking, he waved his hand, and the 12 robot soldiers that had been placed in the box space in advance were released by him again. Balthazar and Dave were stunned when they saw the 12 tall and mighty robot soldiers. Jerry explained, this is a high-tech robot I got through some friends in the past 6 months, and I asked those friends to install some targeted weapons on these robots. After speaking, he turned his head and issued an order to the 12 robot soldiers. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, Number 11, Number 12, use electric shock together. 12 robot soldiers have just been enlightened by Jerry with a magic spell. Although they are not particularly smart, they can still understand some simple commands. As soon as they raise their hands, dazzling lightning flashes appear between their palms, which look like anti-wolf electric shock devices with more than 10 times more powerful magnification. Seeing those dazzling electric currents, Balthazar's eyes lit up. Magicians in this world are most afraid of electric currents. If they are attacked by electric currents, their magic power will become uncontrollable and riots will occur, making them unable to release magic in a short period of time. That's why he gave Dave a pair of anti-electric leather shoes. The reason why the particle cannon was created is because the particle cannon has a similar effect to the electric current, so that it can gain an advantage when fighting the powerful black mage Morgana. And these robots can emit powerful electric currents. If they are used well, they might not be able to play a role in the next battle with Morgana, fighting against the most dangerous and powerful black mage in history. Naturally, it would be good to have a better chance of winning. How about their flexibility? If they can't move quickly, even if they can discharge, it will be difficult to lock Morgana, and they will only become living targets. Balthazar asked Jerry. Jerry slammed and gave an order to Number 1. Flames spewed out from Number 1's feet and back at the same time, and flew up over the laboratory with his body. Although these robot soldiers can't compare to Tony's steel suit in terms of agility, their flying speed is not slow, and they're pretty good at dodging and moving in the air. At that time, he asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to add electric shock weapons during the transformation, just to help Balthazar eliminate Morgana after returning this time. But he didn't expect Balthazar to bring it up first. As the strongest dark wizard in history who is determined to destroy the world, although Jerry feels that it is absolutely impossible to destroy the world with her strength. But if she can help kill her, there are probably many little red stars in the account. At least it must be enough for him to spend 2 months in this world. Okay. It seems that as long as you make preparations, the plan can be implemented in a month. Balthazar said yes 3 times, apparently quite satisfied with the flying and moving ability displayed by the robot. Oh God, it's incredible that such advanced robots exist now. Dave looked at the 12 robot soldiers released by Jerry, and his expression was quite shocked. You must know that in the world of the Sorcerer's Apprentice, the current time is 2010, and except for the existence of magicians in this world, the technological level of ordinary people is the same as that of the previous life in 2010. In 2010, you saw robots that could fly and were modern weapons, and that was absolutely massive. In particular, Dave is a very talented physics college student. My group of friends specialize in robotics. Jerry didn't explain the origin of these robots too deeply, but turned to Balthazar and asked, "Teacher, have you ever heard of dragon control magic?" Dragon control magic, that is very ancient magic. Balthazar froze for a moment. I'm very interested in dragon control magic, and I want to know more about it, but I haven't seen any records of it in magic books before. Jerry didn't say he raised a dragon. He just made an excuse. Balthazar didn't ask too much. Jerry has helped him a lot, and he will take the risk to deal with Morgana with him next time. If he wants to know something about dragon control magic, he will certainly not refuse. Dragon control magic is a kind of contract magic. When fire dragons were not extinct, we magicians relied on dragon control magic to enslave fire dragons to serve us. But as early as 900 years ago, the last fire dragon died of old age, so few magicians knew about this kind of magic. In fact, this kind of magic is not completely useless, and some magicians are still using it today, but they don't use it to control dragons, but to control bears, tigers, and leopards. This dragon control magic can not only control dragons, but also other animals. When Jerry heard this, his mood suddenly surged. According to Balthazar, after learning the magic of controlling dragons, he can not only control dragons, but also control other animals. Does that mean he can control those magical animals in the world of Harry Potter? Of course, as long as you get the approval of these animals, you can release dragon control magic on them, or earlier, we actually called it contract magic. Balthazar smiled and explained. Contract magic is really an appropriate name. Jerry sighed. Then if the animal doesn't agree, will it be impossible to complete the contract? It is true in theory. If the contract object does not recognize you, the contract cannot be completed, but it is not absolute. Balthazar shook his head, and without waiting for Jerry to ask, he continued. As long as you conquer it, or hit it to the point of dying, the success rate of the general contract is also very high. That is to say, if you encounter someone you can't beat, you can get approval and sign a contract through your favorability. If you encounter someone you can beat, if you don't want to beat it, you will be willing to sign a contract. Jerry instantly understood what Balthazar meant. Then, teacher, do you know this kind of magic? Yes, but this magic is not practical. Those ordinary animals are too fragile and have a short lifespan. It is more useful to contract them than to learn mimicry magic well. In Balthazar's view, contracting those useless animals is not as convenient and powerful as the big iron bird he casually mimicked. Teacher, I am very interested in this kind of ancient magic. Ordinary animals in this world are of course useless, but in the world of Harry Potter, the various fire dragons, as well as all kinds of strange magical animals with various strange abilities, can play a big role if used well. For example, the guardian dementors of Azkaban that only the Patronus charm can expel. Once he upgraded that box space to a small world size like Newt's suitcase in later stage. Then, he can use contract magic to contract an entire army of magical animals. At that time, with one move, the sky will be filled with fire dragons, thunderbirds, and dementors flying in the air, and titans, giant monsters, acromantids, Zou, etc. will charge on the ground. It is quite exciting to think about it. Besides, he may open other small worlds in the future, and maybe meet many more powerful magical creatures. Anyway, he feels that this contract magic is really a magic that can quickly increase strength after learning it. Purple Sweet Potato Jing have a lot of alien troops, and his army of magical creatures will also be quite large, so he can still fight. However, to contract so many magical creatures, there must be requirements for strength. At least the mental power and magic power must be strong enough. Seeing that Jerry seemed to really want to learn, Balthazar didn't dissuade him anymore, and promised to teach him the ancient contract magic when he had time. To be honest, contract magic is really not a simple magic. It is a magic involving soul and spiritual power. The difficulty is comparable to the art of absorbing souls. This is why he discouraged Jerry from learning this kind of magic just now. The wasted energy is completely out of proportion to the gains. 20 days later, inside the space box, Jerry chanted complex spells, and his fingers drew magic lines in the air. A moment later, an extremely complicated contract magic circle appeared in front of him. It's really complicated enough. After studying for so long, I finally succeeded in displaying it. For 20 days, he spent most of his time studying and practicing this contract magic, and he has barely mastered it so far. To be honest, among the many magics he has learned, the difficulty of this contract magic can indeed be ranked among the top few. If it wasn't for the dual blessings of Merlin's Circle and Refreshing Mind, and the fact that he had learned a lot of new magic principles from the magic he came into contact with in Asgard some time ago, it really doesn't necessarily take only 20 days to master contract magic. According to Balthazar's experience, it took many magicians 4 or 5 years before they could barely master such difficult magic as contract magic. At this time, Jerry also found that he kept expanding his magical knowledge and theoretical scope, which was actually very useful. Although it takes a lot more energy and time, the foundation is also more stable. A lot of magic, if it is simple, he may learn it at a glance now. If it is more complicated and difficult, he can quickly master it in a short time. Even without the refreshing mind now, his speed of learning magic is no worse than that of some genius magicians. And sometimes he feels that the more he controls magic, the more he understands a world. It seems to be a step closer. He even wondered if the demon gods who controlled the dimensions that he saw in the Asgard magic book could only control a dimension and become immortal demon gods because they had a sufficient understanding of the world and the universe. Now that you have learned it, can you experiment? Looking at the contract circle that has been successfully drawn in front of him, Jerry turned his attention to Norbert, who was gnawing on the bones of the cow. Norbert looked at Jerry, who turned his head to look at him, and his body trembled suddenly. Although he is less than half a year old, Norbert already knows that in this dimension, the human being in front of him is the least to be messed with. Because every time it is naughty, the other party will give him a few magic spells, and it will scream. With the ox bone in his mouth, Norbert turned around, pointed the dragon's tail at Jerry, and continued to gnaw his own ox bone out of sight and out of mind. Jerry, on the other hand, manipulated the formed contract circle and walked slowly in front of Noble, with a soft and caring smile on his face. "Little Norbert, come and ask Dad to stamp you. After the stamp is finished, you will be Dad's man." Noble held the ox bone in his mouth and looked at Jerry with a malicious face. Although he didn't know what he was talking about, he subconsciously took a step back. Forehead. Seeing Norbert's obvious lack of cooperation, Jerry's heart moved, and he snapped his fingers with his right hand towards the enclosure where various animals were kept. With Jerry snapping his fingers, a goat in the fence suddenly flew up, and then its throat was cut by a kitchen knife in midair, bled, skinned, and finally put on the bonfire on the lawn to roast, turning into a delicious roasted whole sheep. "Little Norbert, look, this is your favorite roasted whole lamb. As long as you get your father to stamp it, it will be yours. How about it?" Noble looked at the ox bones that had been gnawed by him, and then at the delicious roasted whole lamb. The ambergris instantly turned into a small waterfall. Hesitating again and again, it slowly took a step forward, but before Jerry was ready to start the contract, it immediately took back its steps. Long's instinct reminded him that it was best not to take this step. "It seems that you kid is toasting and not eating fine wine." Seeing that Norbert didn't cooperate, Jerry showed a dangerous look in his eyes. If contract magic wants to succeed, it must either get the other party's consent or get the other party's consent. Little Norbert didn't choose the first one, so Jerry can only give it the second one. Just when Jerry was about to cast a spell to let little Norbert know why the flowers were so red, little Norbert seemed to have noticed something and immediately stepped forward, putting the faucet in front of Jerry with a flattering expression. The dragon's instinct reminded him again that if he didn't do it now, it would be even worse next time. "You are wise." Seeing little Norbert's obedient appearance, Jerry was satisfied and put away the magic that was just about to be released. Contract. Shrink the contract magic circle to the size of the palm of your hand, and then lightly press it on little Norber's faucet, and the contract magic circle that keeps rotating suddenly submerges into the faucet. At the same time, after a burst of dazzling magic light, Jerry and little Norbert closed their eyes at the same time. After opening his eyes again, a faint smile appeared on the corners of Jerry's mouth, because at this time, he could faintly feel the thoughts in Noble's heart, which showed that the contract was successful. Take 2 steps forward, Jerry ordered to Norbert. Norbert immediately took 2 steps forward. 2 steps back. Norbert took 2 steps back very obediently. After retreating, it was a little puzzled why it listened to the other party so much. This is the case after the contract magic is completed. If Jerry is willing, not only can he know all the thoughts in Noble's mind, but he can also issue orders to him. And as long as it is an order from him, Norbert will definitely obey at 100%. Okay, let's continue. In order to test whether Norbert really fully obeys any of his orders, Jerry conducted various difficult tests on Norbert in the following time. Don't scold me in your heart. An hour later, Jerry, who heard Norbert's voice, slapped its faucet with a slap. On the other hand, Norbert lay on the ground with a look of lovelessness, motionless from exhaustion. It's been an hour, and the roast goat that was agreed before was not eaten, and let it hop on 1 foot. Roll forward, roll back, Thomas. It's a fire dragon. At this time, Sun Long, who had been standing by the side all this time, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward to touch Noble's head with a heartbroken face and persuaded Jerry. As long as the contract magic is successful, it has never been out of control, so you don't have to worry so much. At this time, little Norbert saw the arrival of Sun Long, who took care of him every day like a mother, and 2 tears of grievance flowed from his eyes. Okay, I'm just going to test it and exercise Norbert, by the way. You can see that he knows how to eat every day, and he will become fat like a pig in no time. Seeing this, Jerry waved his hand and threw the roasted goat in front of Norbert. It's not that he's overly cautious. It's just that it's okay for Norbert to be an adult now. But once he becomes an adult, his destructive power will be quite serious. If it gets out of control, everything in his box space will suffer. When Norbert saw the delicious roast goat, there was no grievance in his eyes, and he immediately bit and swallowed it. Jerry shook his head helplessly. This guy, he won't be too fat to fly in the future. No, although these robots can fly, but the way of flying is not flexible enough, so it is easy to be knocked down by Morgana's magic before getting close. On the outskirts of New York, Balthazar watched the 12 robots flying in the sky with a worried look on his face. In his opinion, these robotic soldiers fly by relying on the flame propellers under their feet and behind them. Although they are fast in a straight line, they are very inflexible in moving around. As long as you predict the trajectory of the flight, it is easy to be shot down by magic. Moreover, these robots have no magic protection, and their resistance to magic is very low. With Morgana's magic level, it is possible that the 12 robots will be beaten to pieces before they can discharge in close proximity. There's no way around this. According to what you said, teacher, Morgana is in a soul state, and the bullets and anti-aircraft guns of these robots are ineffective against her. Jerry also understands the weakness of robot soldiers. After all, it is still incomparable with Iron Man's suit. If the opponent is a magician with a physical body, then these robots can still play a great role in using machine guns and shells in the air to take advantage of group fights. It's a pity that Morgana, who was released at that time, only has a soul. Except for close-up electric shock control, other physical attacks are all invalid. In the past few days, Jerry, Dave, and Balthazar have been simulating the attack plan after Morgana is released in order to be foolproof. As the most powerful dark wizard in history, Morgana, in the eyes of Balthazar, cannot be too cautious. So after seeing the flight patterns of the robot soldiers, he immediately raised doubts. Hearing Jerry's answer, Balthazar paced back and forth a few steps, then suddenly looked up at Jerry and said, "Maybe we can press wings on them." Press the wings. Jerry had a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Balthazar raised his head proudly. Do you know what is the best magic that I used before I invented the particle cannon magic? Mimicry magic. Jerry suddenly thought of the big iron bird that Balthazar conjured up, and his heart suddenly moved, knowing what Balthazar meant by putting on wings and falling to the ground. He also knows mimicry magic, but because he has too much magic to learn, and mimicry magic can't be directly converted into combat power, so his research on mimicry magic is not that deep. At that time, when he was studying Sunlong's magic dragon, he dabbled in some knowledge about mimicry magic. Go, let's find something that can be used as wings. After an hour, Jerry and Balthazar returned to the suburbs with 20 steel plates. Mimic deformation. Balthazar picked up 2 steel plates, chanted a spell, and pressed them on the back of number 1 robot soldier, on the shoulder blades on both sides of the anti-aircraft gun. As the spell took effect, the 2 steel plates began to slowly melt and deform, and finally turned into 2 huge steel wings, and then, under the illumination of magic, they were firmly connected with the entire number 1 robot soldier. When the steel wings were formed, Balthazar stretched out his hand and patted the back of the robot soldier. A strange wave of magic power immediately enveloped the steel wings and the robot soldier, and a wonderful magical reaction was formed like that. All right, number 1, how do you feel? Hearing that Balthazar has completed the mimicry of the first pair of wings, Jerry hastily asked the number 1 robot. At this time, robot soldier number 1, after this period of growth, no longer stumbles in language and can communicate and speak normally. I feel good. I saw the number 1 robot soldier's heart move, the steel wings flapped violently, and instantly flew up like a big bird. At this time, the robot soldier didn't use the flame thruster. His flight was entirely from the flapping of the pair of steel wings behind him. Sometimes magic is just that magical. According to scientific principles, no matter how big the wings made of steel are, because of its weight, it is impossible to take off by flapping like real wings, and the robot soldiers themselves are not light. But magic is so unreasonable. At this time, the robot soldier really flew up like a big bird, and it was very flexible in circling and changing directions in the air. Just like Balthazar's big iron bird with a whole body of steel, it is unreasonable but real. Mimicry magic. It seems that I will spend some time studying it in the future. Seeing the robot soldiers flapping their wings in the air, Jerry made a secret decision. Now that the wings can be pressed, can it be equipped with some melee weapons in the future? Anyway, he has enlightened the mechanical soldiers. At that time, it may be useful to input more kung fu movies or instructional videos of 18 kinds of weapons into them. Melee and long range are available. Flame advance. As the number 1 robot turned on the flame thrusters under its feet and behind it, its speed soared again. At this time, the number 1 robot soldier with steel wings can fly in the air at a speed and agility that is no less than Tony's Iron Man armor. It's just that there are not as many advanced weapons and functions as Iron Man's armor, and the defensive power should be several grades lower than the steel suit. After all, there is still a big gap in the materials used. But this is not a problem. In the future, Jerry can find a way to use magic to strengthen them slowly, or find good materials and replace them. Perhaps, if things go on like this robot soldier, who was originally only used as an assistant, might really become a good help for him in the future. That's about the same. Looking at the flying state of the robot soldier at this time, Balthazar nodded in satisfaction. After that, he also used mimicry magic to add steel wings to the other 11 robot soldiers. As a level 777 super magician, Balthazar's magical power is unfathomable, and it is effortless for him to add steel wings to the 12 robot soldiers. Water is this robot angel. Dave, who hurried over after class, was stunned when he saw the 12 winged robot soldiers flying in the sky. What a strange combination of robots and wings. The first thing he thought of was the word machine angel. Dave, you are here. The teacher has adjusted the robot soldiers with mimicry magic so that they can fly more flexibly and faster. Seeing Dave appear, Jerry explained everything that just happened to him. This is really a combination of magic and science. It's amazing. As soon as Dave finished sighing, he was called by Balthazar to do particle cannon coordination attack practice. Although Dave can't compare with Merlin back then, the 1000 level magic power in his body can still play a big role in the battle. At least in terms of the durability of magic output, no one can compare Dave. To be on the safe side, it would be safest when Dave mastered the true meaning of magic to Merlin's level, because then Dave alone could easily handle Morgana with only her soul left. But that would take at least a few decades, and Balthazar couldn't wait. The current attack plan is to use him as the main output, and then use the super electric shock device of the 12-driver robot to weaken Morgana's magic ability, and then attack together with the assistance of Jerry and Dave. So what is currently being practiced is the cooperation between the three, and try to do it in time, so that Morgana has no time to fight back after she appears, and they will be accused of being linked to death from the very beginning. Morgana's magic is extremely powerful. If she is hit by a spell of hers, she may be seriously injured immediately, so the cooperation between the three and the robot is very important. In this way, during the continuous cooperative training of the three, the day when they were scheduled to kill Morgana and save Veronica finally arrived. It's the last day of Jerry's first month in this world. It was also the day Balthazar planned to end Morgana. On an uninhabited wasteland in the remote suburbs of New York, Balthazar took out the Matryoshka doll that sealed Morgana, carefully placed it on the ground, and placed 2 jars with a strong magical atmosphere beside it. Standing on both sides of him were the calm Jerry and the nervous Dave. I saw that Balthazar, who was wearing a magic ring, waved his hand at the Matryoshka, and the outermost layer of the Matryoshka bounced off in an instant, and countless magic insects flew out and then condensed into a familiar figure. It was Horvath, the lord of demon insects who was sealed before. But before Horvath's body was completely condensed into shape, Balthazar chanted a spell and waved his hand again, casting a powerful sealing magic. Under the cover of Balthazar's magic, Horvath's body once again dispersed into countless monsters and was sealed to the side of the first small jar. Now is not the time to kill Horvath. The most important thing now is to solve Morgana. And if the plan fails and Morgana can't be killed, Balthazar will have to seal Morgana again. Horvath is still useful as an auxiliary seal target on the periphery. After resealing Horvath, Balthazar continued to unlock the second-to-last layer of seal, released the black wizard and nun Little Lowly inside, and immediately sealed it into another jar. Get ready. I'm going to lift the final seal. After putting away the jars that sealed Horvath and the little nun, Balthazar looked solemnly at the last nesting doll and reminded Jerry and Dave. After Jerry and Dave all posed and nodded, he began to chant the spell to lift the final seal. The final seal was obviously much more complicated than the previous 2 seals. Balthazar chanted a spell for a full 30 seconds before pointing at the doll. Boom! With a bang. The last layer of nesting doll exploded with a bang, and an incomparably powerful dark power suddenly burst out from within. The power was so powerful that it had condensed into a viscous state like mud. Then, all the energy suddenly shrank, turning into a tall and beautiful woman in a medieval dress. Veronica! The moment Balthazar saw the woman, he was immediately stunned. She was the lover he had been thinking about day and night for 1,000 years. Haha, I'm finally out of this damn thing, finally out. After the tall, slender woman came out, she looked up to the sky and laughed wildly the first time. Her expression was full of evil. Teacher, that's not your Veronica. That's Morgana. Act quickly. Seeing that Balthazar was still in a daze, Jerry quickly yelled at him with an amplifying spell. Balthazar suddenly woke up when he heard the words, knowing that it was not the time to be dazed, so he immediately responded. Follow the plan. Balthazar, Merlin's disciple. Merlin is already dead, and you useless people still want to kill me. Morgana, who was occupying Veronica's body, turned her head to look at Balthazar with an extremely disdainful expression on her face. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, act fast. According to the previous rehearsal, Jerry shouted orders towards Morgana's position. Following Jerry's order, 12 metal arms suddenly stretched out from the ground where Morgana was, and then turned on the power output to the maximum and began to shock Morgana. It turned out that before the start, Jerry had ambushed the 6 driver robot soldiers under the unsealed Matryoshka doll. Because Morgana occupies Veronica's body, the first step to kill Morgana and save Veronica is to find a way to remove Morgana's soul from Veronica's body drive out. However, Morgana is obviously not so willing to leave the body she got for nothing. Therefore, it is necessary to call her until she has no way to resist. April 19th, 1992. Easter holidays had arrived at Hogwarts. Like Christmas, the break lasted 2 weeks. Unlike Christmas, it was anything but relaxing. With final exams looming in 2 months, professors buried students under mountains of assignments. For those who failed, the punishment was severe: repeat the year. No one wanted to end up like the unfortunate Gryffindor boy who had been left behind last year, mocked mercilessly by his peers. The result? The busiest place on campus during the holiday wasn't the Quidditch pitch or the common rooms. It was the library. Jerry, of course, didn't have to worry about exams. Still, he spent nearly all his time in the library, not reviewing but digging for fire magic. His fire dragon curse was functional, but not yet the devastating force he envisioned. What he wanted was something greater: 10 fire dragons, 100, 1,000, rolling waves of destruction. After combing through shelves, he finally found a promising title: How to Magically Make a Fire Bigger by Cecil Hilbert. He pulled it free, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Another piece for the puzzle. That was when he spotted a hulking figure ahead, trying and failing to hide a stack of suspiciously familiar books behind his back. Hagrid, Jerry called lightly. Borrowing books too? The gamekeeper froze, then gave a guilty cough. Ah, Jerry. Just looking around. Jerry's sharp eyes had already caught the titles: British and Irish fire dragon species, from dragon egg to hellfire, a guide to keeping fire dragons. His lips curved. So it's happened. The dragon egg from Quirrell. He said nothing, only smiled. If you've got time, Hagrid, would you take me to see the Thestrals again? I'm fascinated by them. At once Hagrid brightened, his round face splitting in a grin. Of course. Glad you've got an interest in them. Though Hagrid distrusted Slytherins, Jerry was an exception: polite, hard-working, and genuinely curious about magical creatures. Jerry reminded him more of a budding magizoologist than a snake. Few students cared about such things, and that alone endeared Jerry to him. Jerry chatted casually about Thestrals before heading to the reading area. Magical creatures intrigue him. He'd seen enough of fantastic beasts to know their abilities could be weapons, shields, or more. If used wisely, they could be as powerful as any spell. The reading area was crowded with the usual contrast. Ron Weasley slumped over his desk, groaning, "I'll never finish all this. It's impossible." His quill rolled from his hand as he stared longingly out the window. Across from him, Hermione had every note color-coded and a revision schedule neatly mapped out. Jerry shook his head. Those who needed to work didn't, and those who didn't need to worked hardest of all. "Oi, Hagrid, what are you doing here?" Ron suddenly shouted, spotting the half-giant trying to sneak past with his bundle. Caught! Hagrid shuffled over. Harry, who had been diligently writing, perked up at once. If Hagrid was hiding something, it might be tied to the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone. A few whispered words later, and he invited them to his hut for a chat. Jerry went with them, though his mind wasn't on the stone at all. An hour later, inside Hagrid's hut, Jerry's eyes locked on the fireplace. Nestled in the flames was a large, black egg, scales glinting faintly red. A dragon egg. Harry, Ron, and Hermione peppered Hagrid with questions about the stone. Jerry ignored them. His thoughts burned hotter than the fire. Dragons were among the most fearsome, magical beasts alive. Massive bodies, armored scales, poisonous fangs, claws sharper than swords, wings that cut the air, and above all, their fire, deadly, relentless, near impossible to resist. A single dragon could require 10 skilled Aurors casting in unison to subdue, and even then it wasn't guaranteed. But dragons had a weakness too: low intelligence. Even tamed from birth, They remained volatile, prone to turning on handlers. Every dragon keeper carried scars, Charlie Weasley most of all. Jerry's lips tightened. Difficult, but not impossible. And if I succeed, a fire dragon would be more than a weapon. It would be a force of nature at his command. Against the coming alien invasion, against Chitauri swarms and purple tyrants, such a creature could tip the scales. Perhaps, in future worlds, he would find spells to tame or bind dragons fully. Until then, even partial control would make it worthwhile. Jerry's gaze lingered on the egg. The flickering flames reflected in his eyes. A dragon at his side, that was a future worth chasing. Sealing magic, this is a very advanced magic, and there are many classifications, but there are mainly two types: soul sealing and artifact sealing. Soul sealing is to seal the opponent's soul directly in one's own body and suppress the opponent with one's own spirit, will, and magic power. The advantage is that it can be used directly without any preparation. The disadvantage is that if the opponent's strength is too much higher than your own, it will be backlashed and seize control of the body. And during the sealing process, you will no longer be able to use magic. Your teacher's wife, Veronica, is an example. So, Jerry, you have to remember, unless it is absolutely necessary, don't use the soul seal on the enemy. In Dave's underground laboratory, Balthazar is teaching Jerry about sealing magic. Teacher, I understand. Jerry nodded quickly when he heard Balthazar's warning. He's not the kind of person who likes to stuff other people's souls into his own body. Upon seeing this, Balthazar continued to explain. The second is the safer and more reliable seal of artifacts. But to perform this kind of seal, you need to prepare the seal artifacts in advance and engrave the sealing magic circle on the seal objects. The sealing magic circle can absorb the magic power of the outside world, so that the sealed magician cannot break through the seal, thus achieving the effect of long-term sealing. If the sealed magician is too powerful, then double or triple sealing of the magic circle can be used to seal other magicians as a source of power to strengthen the deepest seal. But to do this, one must have a strong understanding of sealing magic deep understanding. Having said that, Balthazar paused for a moment, with a somewhat smug look on his face. The Matryoshka doll is precisely because he used the triple sealing magic circle, using Horvath, Sun Long, and a little nun as the source of sealing power. The powerful Morgana was sealed for thousands of years. It seems that the most important thing about this sealing magic is the artifacts and sealing magic array prepared in advance. After hearing Balthazar's explanation, Jerry finally found the point of the sealing magic that he hadn't figured out. If you don't want to use the soul seal without preparation, then as a last resort, you can also use your body to temporarily portray the magic sealing circle and seal it in a temporary vessel together with the sealed person. Just like when I met Dave, in order to stop Horvath, I was sealed with him in a temporary vase. Barosar continued to explain. In this way, through Barosar's detailed explanation, the profound sealing magic was slowly unraveled in front of Jerry's eyes. In fact, learning is like this. When there is no one to guide, no matter how smart you are, you will fall into misunderstandings. With the guidance of an experienced teacher, you can quickly grasp the key points and make rapid progress in learning. Under the guidance of Balthazar, the top magician, Jerry quickly figured out the principles and key points of sealing magic, and he had already understood it almost before leaving this world. It is estimated that after going back, it will take time to study it. It will take at most 1 or 2 months to successfully display it. In Jerry's view, sealing magic is the magic of sealing the enemy by gathering powerful energy through a special magic circle. This magic circle can gather the free energy from the outside world, and it can also gather the magic power in the magician's body. If the accumulated energy is much higher than the energy in the body of the person to be sealed, the seal is successful. Otherwise, the seal will either fail or will explode within a short period of time. Moreover, the casting of sealing magic also has strict conditions, and the sealed person must be weak or not resisting. Otherwise, it will be difficult to succeed. The reason why Morgana could be sealed back then was because Merlin had destroyed Morgana's body, and Morgana's soul was temporarily suppressed in her body by Veronica. The reason for being able to seal Horvath, Sunlong, and the Little Nun was that they were all defeated by Balthazar back then. So, to sum up, this sealing magic cannot be used as combat magic. It is only suitable for those enemies who cannot be killed or do not want to be killed. For example, Voldemort. Jerry, are you leaving again? At the door of the underground laboratory in New York, Dave looked at Jerry sadly. Jerry smiled. There is no permanent banquet in the world. I still have some things to deal with in England. I will come back to see you when I have time. It has been 50 days since I came to this world. I have learned everything I need to learn these 50 days, and I have done what I need to do. It is time to return. However, after leaving this time, he may not come back for a while. He has basically learned most of the magic in this world. Coming back is just to catch up with Dave and Balthazar. Both of them are magicians who can live forever. In the future, they will naturally have time to catch up on the old days. When he doesn't need to rush to improve his strength, he will naturally have a lot of time. For the time being, his time will be used in more useful places. Dave, what Jerry said is right. Veronica and I will leave New York to travel around the world after a while. So in the future, you must study magic by yourself. At this time, Balthazar came over with Veronica. After solving Morgana and rescuing his lover Veronica, the Millennium Mission and Heart Knot were finally untied. Next, he will take Veronica, who has been sealed for thousands of years, to take a good look at this brand new world. So the two have decided to stay for another week, and when they fully adapt to the life of modern people, they will go on a trip around the world. It's really enviable. Hearing about Balthazar and Veronica's travel plans, Jerry couldn't help showing envy. Traveling around the world, this was what he most wanted to do and the least possible thing in his previous life. How many people want to travel around the world with the person they like, go to different countries in the world, meet different people, experience different customs, see different scenery, and taste local snacks? Unfortunately, the pressure of life makes most ordinary people spend their entire lives buying a house, repaying mortgages, raising children, and supporting their parents. When I am really old and idle, even if I have money, I don't have the body and energy to travel. Or even worse, when you get old, you don't even have any money, and you still have to be rejected by your children. So, people, you must treat yourself better when you are young, otherwise, it may be a lifetime of regret. Fortunately, Jerry has practiced meditation, so he will be able to live forever in the future, and he will have enough time for him to travel around the world, even the universe, and various small worlds. But what he needs to do now is to have enough strength to face the dangers he will encounter when traveling around the universe and various small worlds in the future. After bidding farewell to Dave and Balthazar, Jerry rode a broomstick, found a deserted alley, and pressed the button to return to the main world on the strange panel. After closing and opening his eyes, he returned to the room in the main world.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.